The jungle's quiet was punctuated by the soft chime of the system. The familiar ping resonated in Jannet's mind, drawing his attention away from the freshly dug grave. His tail flicked as the notification appeared, words materializing before his golden eyes. Achievement unlocked. Resting in honor. Description: in a solemn moment of compassion and respect, you have guided a species to bury their fallen for the first time. This act of reverence marks the beginning of their journey into understanding loss, remembrance, and legacy. Requirements: successfully teach or inspire a species to bury their dead, creating the first formal act of honoring the deceased. This could involve guiding them to create a grave, ritual, or ceremony that conveys respect for the fallen. Achievement rewards: title unlocked, Keeper of Remembrance. Grants a +5 boost to wisdom and charisma, and increases loyalty among allies by 15% when performing acts of compassion or leadership. Skill reward: Rite of Legacy. Type: passive skill. Effect: empowers the player to honor the fallen and inspire the living, granting powerful morale and spiritual benefits to those who follow their teachings. Sanctified ground: areas where the player oversees a burial gain an aura that reduces enemy aggression and boosts ally stamina recovery. You have turned the finality of death into a legacy of hope and remembrance. This moment will forever echo in the hearts of those who mourn and in the lives of those who carry their memory forward. Jannet read the words with a hollow ache in his chest. The irony of the achievement stung. It had taken the death of Spotted Eye, a bright and loyal member of their growing family, to bring about this moment of solemnity. The humans had been a scourge from the moment Jannet first encountered them, from the hunter beneath his first tree to Rose's near death in a trap. Now, Spotted Eye's blood soaked the ground, a stark reminder of the human trespass. Later on, Rose stood at the edge of the clearing, her eyes scanning the jungle beyond as if daring the humans to return. Behind her, the lizards and goblins worked with a quiet, determined energy. The ground where Spotted Eye had fallen had been cleared, the blood washed away with careful precision, but the memory lingered in the air like an open wound. It was Rose who had suggested the monument. Spotted Eye was one of ours, she conveyed through a series of low, resonant growls, her mimetics weaving a picture of loyalty and bravery. We will not forget. The group gathered in solemn agreement, their shared loss knitting them closer together. Baby Goblin and Lil Guy, ever eager to help, began dragging stones from the jungle's edge, their small frames surprisingly strong under the weight of the boulders. Randall and the goblins, skilled with their nimble fingers, shaped the stones into a small but sturdy cairn. Each stone was etched with jagged patterns, symbols of strength, unity, and remembrance, carved with claws and rudimentary tools. At the center of the monument, Rose placed a single scale from her own body. It shimmered faintly in the sunlight, a token of respect for her disciple. Jannet, watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of pride in her leadership. She had grown so much from the timid creature he had once saved, and now she carried the heart of their family with grace and resolve. When the monument was finished, it stood as a testament to Spotted Eye's sacrifice. A rough-hewn figure of stacked stone, crowned by the glittering scale, it seemed to radiate a quiet defiance. Around its base, the group placed simple tokens: a shard of bone from Michelangelo, a vine woven into a circle from Raphael, and a carved piece of wood from Randall. Even Baby Goblin contributed, drawing a crude yet heartfelt picture in the dirt at its base, a lizard standing tall, surrounded by its family. Jannet stepped forward, his golden eyes heavy with emotion. He lowered his head and tapped his tail against the earth in a rhythmic pattern, a sound that resonated through the group as a shared pulse of mourning and unity. The group stood in silence, the weight of the moment settling over them. For the first time in their lives, they understood the importance of remembrance, not just for Spotted Eye, but for all who would come after. This was not just a monument. It was a promise: they would endure, they would protect, and they would honor those who fell. When the last light of day faded, the lizards and goblins retreated to the safety of the den. Jannet lingered by the monument, his mind a tumult of grief and determination. The humans had taken much from them. Janet's claws dug into the earth as a surge of determination coursed through him. The humans had shown their aggression time and again, exploiting the jungle and those who lived within it. This war would not remain defensive for long. Soon, the humans' nest would fall, and the rise of the Komodo Empire would begin. The ducal palace was a cold, imposing structure, its stone walls adorned with banners of the pharaoh lineage. The council chamber within was filled with tension, the air heavy with the scent of waxed wood and sweat. Duke Pharaon sat at the head of the table, his hands clasped tightly as his counselors argued around him. On one side were the advisors of economics, their rotund frames pressing uncomfortably against their chairs. They gesticulated wildly, their voices tinged with desperation. "My lord," one of the advisors wheezed, his double chin quivering, "the conscriptions are already pressing the towns. If we continue at this rate, the winter food stores will dwindle, and the villages will starve. We must wait until spring." Another chimed in, his face flushed. "The goblins are dangerous, but they are scavengers. A blockade will starve them out without costing us more lives. Surely, my lord, you see the logic in this." Across the table, the commanders of Pharaon's forces bristled with frustration. Their armor clinked as they shifted in their seats, the metallic sound underscoring their impatience. "Waiting is folly," growled Commander Elwyn, a grizzled veteran with scars crisscrossing his face. "The lizards are formidable, yes, but they're still animals. Winter will sap their strength, it's the perfect time to strike. Every day we wait gives the goblins more time to dig in. By spring, they'll be entrenched, and we'll lose twice as many men trying to uproot them." The debate had raged for weeks, and Duke Pharaon's patience was wearing thin. He rubbed his temples, his gaze shifting to the map spread before him. The borderlands were marked with crude sketches of fortifications, supply lines, and potential choke points. Both sides had valid points, and that was the problem. The cold would weaken the lizards, but it wouldn't kill them outright. Meanwhile, the human soldiers needed to hunt and supplement their food stores during the harsh months. If they marched too soon, the kingdom's villages would suffer. He took a slow breath, weighing the options. Reports of increased goblin movement to the north added another layer of complexity. If he waited until spring, the goblins would likely fortify their position. But rushing in now would strain his forces and risk leaving the villages vulnerable. "The lizards aren't the true threat," Pharaon said at last, his voice cutting through the noise. "The goblins are. Their shamans and king are the ones orchestrating this, controlling the lizards, building walls. Lizards don't do this on their own. They're clever, but they don't organize at this level without help." The council fell silent as the Duke leaned forward, his hands resting on the table. "We'll wait until spring," he declared, his tone firm. "By then, our forces will be resupplied, and the goblins will have exhausted their resources. We'll blockade their stronghold and starve them out. They don't farm. They can't sustain themselves. And if they fight, we'll crush them." The economic advisors exhaled in relief, while the commanders exchanged uneasy glances. "The conscriptions will continue," Pharaon added, his gaze sweeping the room. "We'll ensure the villages are prepared for winter, but the goblins cannot be allowed to grow unchecked. This will be a war unlike any we've faced in years. I'll inform the king if the siege goes poorly, but I trust we can handle this without his intervention." Lady Cineros, who had remained silent throughout the discussion, rose from her seat in the shadows. Her sharp eyes gleamed with understanding, but she offered no comment. She turned and left the chamber, her robes whispering against the stone floor. The den hummed with focused energy as the goblins and lizards worked tirelessly, their shared purpose uniting them in a way that felt almost surreal. Jannet strode through the newly fortified space, his steps heavy but deliberate, his golden eyes glinting with approval. The defenses were coming together better than he had hoped. The crude but effective walls now bristled with armor plates, sharpened stakes, and strategically placed gaps for counterattacks. Randall appeared at Janet's side, his frilled head tilting toward a cluster of goblins who motioned excitedly for Jannet to follow. Their chittering voices rose in pitch, a cacophony of excitement that even Janet's mimetics couldn't fully interpret. Randall's frills flared slightly in curiosity, and with a low, encouraging rumble, Jannet followed their lead. The group led him to a shadowed section of the den, tucked behind the main wall. It was the goblins' makeshift workshop, a hive of activity where the tribe had been shaping metal scraps and scavenged materials into crude but effective tools and armor. Amid the clanging of hammered iron and the hiss of steam from heated water, a large object was unveiled. Multiple goblins, including Baby Goblin, tugged on vines to remove the covering, revealing a horned helmet crafted from lashed-together breastplates and beaten into a recognizable shape. The craftsmanship was rough but impressive, with jagged ridges that gave the helm a fierce, primal appearance. The goblins chittered in unison, motioning for Jannet to lower his head. Jannet obliged, crouching slightly as the goblins maneuvered the helm into place. When it settled snugly atop his obsidian-scaled head, a collective cheer erupted. Baby Goblin, perched nearby, clapped his hands in glee, his pride evident. But the goblins weren't finished. Randall stepped forward with a flourish, presenting another surprise, a set of claw blades crafted from broken swords. The sharp metal was strapped to Jannet's claws with leather bindings and reinforced with jungle vines, transforming his already deadly claws into weapons of terrifying precision. The resemblance to a certain hero from Jannet's past life didn't escape him, and he huffed a short, amused breath. The goblins set to work adjusting the fit, their small hands deftly tightening straps and securing the blades. By the time they were finished, Jannet stood fully armored, a living embodiment of primal strength and ingenuity. The goblins stared up at him in awe, their collective pride almost tangible. One day inside the den as the family hid from the rain, they all rested. Baby Goblin, however, wasn't content to sit idle. His high standing within the tribe had elevated him to a near-revered status, especially with his growing proficiency in magic. As if on cue, Baby Goblin began his usual guttural chanting, his tiny hands moving in rhythmic gestures over a patch of mud near the workshop. The ritual was familiar to the lizards and goblins alike. Baby Goblin's mud puddles had become a staple of their strange, growing community. But this time, something different happened. The air grew thick, the ground vibrating faintly as Baby Goblin's chanting reached a crescendo. From the tree line, a group of toads hopped forward, their movements sluggish yet purposeful. They flopped unceremoniously into the den and then into the mud puddle Baby Goblin had created moments ago, their glossy skin glinting in the dim light. The goblins froze for a moment before erupting into cheers, several of them rushing forward to lift Baby Goblin into the air. They tossed him up and down in celebration, their laughter echoing through the den. Jannet tilted his head, the ring on his claw emitting a faint glow as he focused on the toads. A notification appeared in his mind. Identification: Bufo marinus, summoned by Plague of Toads. Classification: Summoned creature. Attributes: Poisonous secretion, resilient to environmental hazards, capable of overwhelming prey in large numbers. Jannet let out a low rumble of amusement. Plague of Toads, he thought. The idea of Baby Goblin summoning poisonous amphibians was both absurd and strangely fitting. Careful, Jannet hissed mimetically, the resonance carrying a note of warning. Their skin is poison. Not food. The larger lizards backed away, their tongues flicking cautiously as they caught the acrid scent of the toad's secretions. Randall, however, stepped closer, his frills flaring with curiosity as he inspected the creatures. He poked one gently with a claw, tilting his head as it croaked in response. Curious little things, Jannet thought, observing Randall's fascination. Despite the danger they posed, the toads seemed to represent something greater, a symbol of the evolving potential within their growing tribe. As the den settled into a buzz of celebration and cautious experimentation, Janet's mind wandered to the future. The humans would come again, of that he was certain. But now, with their walls stronger, their weapons deadlier, and their bonds unshakable, the Komodo Empire was ready to rise. The toads hopped lazily in the mud as Jannet gazed out at the horizon, his armored form standing tall against the dim light. The jungle was theirs, and soon, so too would be the human nest. Days later, the den buzzed with an undercurrent of excitement as the lizard family gathered near the newly expanded nesting chamber. Rose sat with quiet pride, her form a striking presence even among the growing family. Her scales shimmered with an iridescent hue, darker and more radiant than before, as if the jungle itself had imbued her with strength. Janet's golden eyes flicked upward, where the system notification floated like a banner of achievement. Noble variant, matron of scales. Janet's tongue flicked as he took in the details. Rose's transformation was significant, a milestone not just for her but for their growing family. The eggs nestled beside her, their smooth, mottled surfaces glowing faintly under the filtered light of the den, were proof of her evolution. She had laid her clutch, and the sight filled Janet's chest with a strange, warm pride. The sound of scraping claws and a soft grunt drew Janet's attention. Across the den, Number 1 rose unsteadily from his moss-lined bed. His regrown leg, still pale and slightly smaller than his other limbs, trembled but held his weight. The others watched in awe as he took a slow, deliberate step forward. The leg was strong enough to support him now, and while it would take time to fully recover, Number 1 let out a low, triumphant hiss, his frills flaring with pride. Rose chirped softly, her gaze shifting between her eggs and Number 1, her eyes gleaming with approval. Janet's identification ring pulsed faintly, drawing his attention to another system notification above her head. Title unlocked, Matron of Scales. Description: in a race known for its solitary and instinct-driven nature, this noble variant stands apart as a symbol of maternal care and devotion. The first of her kind to nurture and protect with unwavering love, she has become the cornerstone of a new era for her species. Key traits of the Matron of Scales. Broodguard instinct increases the defensive capabilities of all nearby Komodo dragon hatchlings and juveniles by 30%, ensuring their survival in hostile environments. Nurturing aura. Allies within a 20-meter radius gain increased health regeneration and reduced stamina consumption. Feral protector. When any of her brood is attacked, she gains a temporary stat boost to strength and speed, becoming a relentless force until the threat is eliminated. The description wasn't just words, it was a declaration of her new role in their evolving society. As the first matron, Rose would lead by example, her instincts and newfound abilities shaping the younger generations. Jannet flicked his tongue, tasting the air heavy with emotion. This was more than a moment of personal triumph, it was a turning point for their entire family. As the sun dipped below the jungle canopy, casting long shadows across the den, Jannet returned with a bounty that would feed the entire family. The hunting party had been a success, with their quarry including a large water buffalo and 2 massive raptor runner birds. Their feathers were sleek and their claws sharp, but to Janet's taste, they were just larger, more satisfying blade chickens. The goblins and lizards alike worked to prepare the feast. Randall supervised the goblins as they meticulously cleaned and spiced the meat with foraged herbs, while Lil Guy and baby goblins scurried between groups, their boundless energy infectious. Even Michelangelo and Raphael, typically more reserved, chipped in with carving the birds and arranging the feast. Jannet took a moment to stand near Rose, his golden eyes flicking to the eggs nestled close to her. He rumbled softly, a note of encouragement and pride. Rose met his gaze, her own steady and serene, before leaning her head slightly against his. It was a small gesture, but one that spoke volumes of their bond and the trust that had grown between them. When the feast began, the den was alive with energy. The lizards hissed and chirped in delight as the savory scent of roasted meat filled the air. Goblins darted around with makeshift platters of food, their chatter a high-pitched counterpoint to the deeper growls and hisses of the lizards. Baby Goblin, emboldened by the presence of the others, attempted to mimic Janet's hunting stance, earning amused chirps from the onlookers. Lil Guy, always the show-off, responded by flaring his glowing pineal gland in a rhythmic pattern, eliciting gasps and giggles from the goblins. Even Number 1, still moving cautiously on his regrown leg, joined the celebration, tearing into the water buffalo with gusto. Jannet noted how the younger lizards gravitated toward him, seeking his approval and guidance. It seemed that Number 1's injury had only strengthened his standing among the family, a testament to his resilience and leadership. As the feast wound down, the group settled into a comfortable silence. The firelight danced across their scales, reflecting the contentment that radiated through the den. Jannet stood and moved to the center of the group, his presence commanding attention. The others turned toward him, their postures attentive. "This is a moment to remember," Jannet conveyed through memetics, the resonance carrying warmth and gratitude. "We have grown stronger, together. Rose's clutch marks the beginning of a new generation, and number one's recovery is proof of our resilience." A ripple of agreement spread through the group, their eyes shining with determination. "But we cannot stop here," Jannet continued, his tone shifting to one of resolve. "The humans are still a threat. They have taken from us, and they will come again. We must be ready, not just to defend, but to expand." He gestured toward the walls of the den, their sturdy construction a testament to the group's hard work and unity. "This is our home, but it is only the beginning. We will grow stronger, build higher, and expand farther. The humans think they own this jungle. We will show them otherwise." The mimetic resonance carried his conviction to every member of the group. Even Baby Goblin, his small form perched atop Lil Guy's back, let out a determined chirp. As the group dispersed to rest, Jannet lingered near Rose and her eggs. He lowered his head, gently nuzzling her before turning to survey the den one last time. The future was uncertain, but one thing was clear: their family had taken its first steps toward something greater. Together, they would forge an empire, and no one would stand in their way. Chapter 17, Banner of the New Scar. The den's soft hum of activity carried a sense of purpose, even amid the steady rhythm of jungle life. Michelangelo and Raphael approached Jannet with an unusual air of excitement, their long tails flicking with anticipation. Draped over Raphael's back was a bundle of cloth, and from Michelangelo's careful movements, Jannet knew whatever they carried was significant. They led him to a shaded corner of the den, where they unveiled their creation with a ceremonious flourish. Before Janet's eyes lay a crude but unmistakable flag, a lizard's face stitched into the center of a red circle. The lines were uneven, and the colors slightly mismatched, but it was clear that the effort behind it had been monumental. Janet's tongue flicked as he examined it, a deep pride swelling in his chest. For weeks, he had used mimetics to instill the idea of symbols and identity into his family. The concept of a flag, a unifying emblem, had resonated deeply with Michelangelo and Raphael, and now they had brought his vision to life. "This," Jannet conveyed through a pulse of warm mimetic energy, "is remarkable." The two lizards hissed softly in response with pride. They stepped back as Jannet called over one of the goblins, gesturing toward the flag and then to the walls. The goblin, a wiry creature with an eye for detail, nodded in immediate understanding. Though verbal communication was still limited, pictorial gestures and shared ideas bridged the gap. The group worked quickly, finding a long, sturdy stick and lashing the flag to its top with vines. Together, they carried it to the walls, the goblin climbing nimbly to secure it in place. As the flag unfurled, catching the faint jungle breeze, the den fell silent. All eyes turned toward the new symbol. Lizards and goblins alike watched, their collective gaze fixed on the flag as it swayed gently above the walls. The crude stitching and vibrant red circle reflected the unity and determination of their growing nation. Jannet felt the familiar ping of the system, and words scrolled across his vision. Achievement unlocked. Birth of a nation. Description: with wisdom, perseverance, and vision, you have united a species under one banner, founding the first nation in their history. This monumental act of leadership and unity will echo across generations, marking the dawn of governance, culture, and identity for your people. Requirements: establish a centralized governing system for a species, creating a defined territory, leadership structure, and national identity. Must demonstrate advancements in governance, culture, and defense, such as laws, cultural practices, or military organization. Achievement rewards: title unlocked, Sovereign Architect. Grants a +10 boost to charisma and intelligence, and increases diplomatic effectiveness by 20% when interacting with other factions or nations. From scattered tribes to a unified people, you have forged a nation where there was none. Your vision has transformed mere survival into the pursuit of greatness, and the world will never be the same again. Jannet chuckled softly to himself. A flag marking the achievement of a nation seemed almost humorous, yet the pride swelling in his chest made it feel undeniably real. The effect on the group was palpable. A new energy coursed through the den as the lizards stood taller, their gazes sharper, their movements more purposeful. From atop the walls, Jannet exuded a wave of mimetic resonance, amplified by his sovereign aura. He let it echo through the minds of his followers, his voice carrying a fiery declaration. Lizards together strong. We are the new Scar. The jungle, no, the world, will remember us as we carve ourselves into the scales of our enemies. The response was electric. Lizards hissed and roared in approval, their cries blending with the goblins' excited chatter. For a moment, the den was a cacophony of unity and determination. Jannet had always wanted to mimic all those movies he watched as a housewife back on Earth, and this had worked out well. Haha, it wasn't a waste after all, Walter. Jannet thought with pride and defiance. Jannet descended from the walls, his heart pounding with exhilaration. As he approached Michelangelo and Raphael, he conveyed a new idea. Through mimetics, he impressed upon them the concept of clothing, not just for style but for function, especially as winter approached. He highlighted the importance of warmth during hunts and suggested that flags could also be worn as a symbol of identity. At first the two don't seem to understand, but the idea of armor that deflected cold like scales deflected claws got through. The pair exchanged glances, their tongues flaring as they absorbed the idea. Jannet could see the gears turning in their minds, their creative instincts already at work. The shift toward colder weather was subtle but undeniable. While the jungle remained humid and alive, the nights grew longer and the air carried a faint chill. Within the den, the lizards adapted quickly. The fires they had relied on for cooking became essential for warmth, and the goblins, ever industrious, worked to insulate the walls with layers of woven vines and leaves. Jannet's suggestion of clothing and armor bore fruit in surprising ways. Michelangelo and Raphael led efforts to create rudimentary coverings, using animal hides and scavenged materials to craft makeshift cloaks and protective gear. The goblins, inspired by baby goblins' high status and cleverness, added their own flair, decorating the garments with simple patterns and feathers. Despite the humans' absence, the group remained vigilant. Scouts patrolled the perimeter, and traps were checked and reset daily. The occasional human scout still fell victim to their defenses, but for the most part, the jungle was quiet. Jannet knew better than to trust the peace. The humans weren't gone, they were waiting, just as he was. Jannet wasn't content to merely survive the winter. He spent his days planning, honing his instincts as both a predator and a leader. The ring of identification became an invaluable tool, providing insights into the materials and creatures they encountered. He used it to identify plants with medicinal properties, strengthening the group's ability to treat injuries and illnesses. The flag became a rallying point, a visible reminder of their unity and purpose. Jannet encouraged the group to gather beneath it during their communal moments, reinforcing the idea that they were no longer just individuals surviving in the jungle, they were a nation with a shared destiny. The den itself continued to evolve. The goblins, guided by Randall, began experimenting with new designs for traps and weapons. The addition of armor plates to the walls gave the fort an imposing appearance, and even baby Goblin's antics took on a strategic edge. His newfound ability to summon toads became a source of both amusement and utility, as the poisonous creatures added another layer of defense. Jannet observed it all with a mix of pride and determination. The humans thought they were safe, waiting for the winter to pass. But when the time arrived, they would face a force unlike anything they had ever seen. Once numbers grew. The atmosphere within the den was one of bustling energy and warmth, despite the cool grip of winter. Fires crackled in carefully crafted hearths, their heat filling the air with the rich aroma of roasting meat and herbs. The den had become a true home, and at its heart was Rose, who rarely left her nesting chamber. Her dedication to the clutch of eggs was a transformation not only for her but for the entire community. Jannet observed as the lizards and goblins alike brought offerings to Rose. Randall approached with a carefully skinned raptor runner leg, his frills flaring in a gesture of respect. Baby Goblin darted in with a crude but charming drawing etched into a large leaf, showing Rose surrounded by baby lizards. Rose accepted these gifts with quiet grace, her protective aura radiating calm and strength. Jannet's mimetics reinforced the idea that this maternal care was vital, a cornerstone of their growing civilization. It worked. Every lizard adored Rose, and the goblins mimicked her attentiveness in their own way, forming bonds with the lizards and reinforcing the sense of unity that had become their hallmark. Meanwhile, Number 1 had regained his full strength. His leg, once pale and weak, was now fully regrown, marked by a faint discoloration that set it apart from the rest of his scales. It was a reminder of his perseverance and the battles he had fought for their family. When he stepped back into the heart of the den, his towering presence drew a collective hiss of approval. The younger lizards circled him, their tails flicking in admiration. Jannet greeted him with a low, welcoming rumble, his golden eyes locking onto number one's. Through mimetics, he conveyed a new directive: train the lizards in combat, hone their instincts, and prepare them for what was to come. Force them to level up. Number one responded with a sharp nod, his frills flaring as he let out a deep hiss of affirmation. The training began immediately. Under number one's guidance, the lizards took to the fields and dense jungle paths, where they practiced stalking, ambushing, and delivering precise, lethal strikes. Hunts became a dual purpose, providing sustenance and leveling experience. Each successful takedown was met with shared pride, as number one pushed them to work together and improve their techniques. The goblins, too, began to mature. Baby Goblin, one of the older refugees, was the first to make the leap. One chilly morning, Jannet noticed a familiar glow above Baby Goblin's head. His system identification updated. Baby Goblin, Mature Goblin. Class: Goblin Shaman, Reptile Charmer. The title made Jannet chuckle in a way only a Komodo could. Reptile Charmer was fitting. Baby Goblin had long been beloved by the lizards and goblins alike, his playful nature and magical abilities bridging the gap between species. The evolution seemed to resonate through the group, inspiring the other goblins to step up their efforts. Those who had reached maturity joined the training sessions, eager to prove themselves as valuable members of the community. Under Baby Goblin and Lil Guy's leadership, the goblins began developing a unique combat style. Mounted on their lizard companions, they practiced ranged attacks with slings, spears, and small bows crafted by Randall and his team. Their reckless abandon and sheer joy in the hunt were infectious, and their rapid leveling proved their effectiveness. Jannet watched with pride as these once scattered refugees found purpose and strength within their growing nation. One evening, as the den gathered around the central fire, Baby Goblin and Lil Guy approached with an invention that sparked immediate interest. The two had been tinkering in secret, and now they unveiled their creation, a saddle. Fashioned from woven vines, cured hides, and carefully shaped wood, the saddle was simple yet ingenious. It allowed the goblins to ride their lizard companions with greater stability and ease, freeing their hands for weapons or spellcasting. Lil Guy, ever the showman, demonstrated its use by leaping onto Baby Goblin's back and mimicking a charge. The display drew excited hisses and chirps from the group. Jannet observed the reactions carefully. While many of the lizards seemed intrigued, a few hesitated, their frills twitching with uncertainty. Sensing this, Jannet projected a wave of reassurance through mimetics. The saddles would only be used voluntarily, with trusted goblin companions. This calmed the hesitant lizards, and within days, most of the goblin-lizard pairs had adopted the saddles. The invention made the mounted units far more effective, their newfound agility and coordination allowing them to take on larger, more dangerous prey during hunts. As the goblin riders refined their techniques, Lil Guy unveiled a skill of his own. During a hunt, Jannet noticed him pause, his glowing peripineal eye flaring brighter than ever. A shimmering ball of venom coalesced in the air before him, drawn from the ambient magic around him. With a flick of his tail, Lil Guy sent the orb hurtling toward a massive jungle boar. The venom ball struck with a hiss, eating through the boar's hide and bringing it down in seconds. Using the ring, the system identified the new ability. Venom Ball. Type: Active Skill. Effect: creates a projectile infused with concentrated venom, capable of dealing heavy damage over time and corroding armor or tough hides. Jannet rumbled in approval, his pride in Lil Guy growing. The goblins and lizards cheered, their morale bolstered by the new display of power. As winter deepened, the den continued to adapt. The fires burned constantly, their warmth keeping the cold at bay. Clothing became more widespread among the lizards and goblins, with Randall and the crafters experimenting with new designs to maximize mobility and warmth. The community grew closer, their shared efforts and triumphs knitting them into a tightly woven family. Jannet watched over it all, his golden eyes gleaming with satisfaction. They weren't just surviving, they were thriving. Every hunt, every invention, every skill honed brought them closer to their ultimate goal. The humans thought winter would weaken them, but Jannet knew better. They were preparing, building, and evolving. As he stood beneath the flag of the new scar, watching his family train and grow stronger, Jannet let out a low, resonant hiss. The jungle was theirs, and soon, the world would know the strength of their empire. The air around the scouts was heavy with tension, the oppressive quiet of the jungle broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves and distant cries of unseen creatures. The three men crouched low in the underbrush, their eyes fixed on the imposing walls of the so-called Goblin Fortress. The crude fortifications loomed ominously, bristling with sharpened stakes and scavenged metal plates that gleamed dully in the faint winter sun. Jonas, the youngest of the group, swallowed hard as he whispered to his companions. "I'm telling you, this ain't normal goblin behavior. They don't build walls like that, and they sure as hell don't farm." His older companion, Edric, nodded grimly, his hand resting uneasily on the hilt of his sword. "I've seen plenty of goblin strongholds, but nothing like this. Look at those fields." He gestured toward the patches of cultivated land near the fort, where rows of strange crops grew in neat lines. Goblins don't farm. They raid. They scavenge. This is something else entirely. A third scout, Marlowe, squinted through a gap in the foliage, his grizzled face lined with unease. "It's not just the farming. It's the lizards. Normally, they'd be underground or dormant this time of year, but there's dozens of them out in the open." He paused, his brow furrowing. "And there. Wearing clothes." Jonas couldn't suppress a nervous laugh. "Sweaters, you mean? Who ever heard of lizards wearing vine sweaters?" "They're keeping the lizards warm," Edric muttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Clothes, fires. It's like they're treating them as allies, not just beasts of burden. That's unnatural." The three men fell silent, the weight of their observations pressing down on them. They had been watching the fort for days, and the longer they stayed, the more unsettling it became. People went missing in this part of the jungle all the time, and it was no different now. Scouts sent to investigate the area rarely returned, and those who did came back with stories of shadowy figures and gleaming eyes in the dark. Marlowe's voice was low and hesitant when he finally broke the silence. "You think it's a noble goblin king? Might explain the organization. And the sovereign Komodo we've heard about." Edric shook his head, his expression grim. "Maybe. But if it is, we're in way over our heads. A noble variant with a sovereign backing it? That's more than just a Borderlands problem." Jonas nodded, his fingers twitching nervously. "We need to report this to the Duke. The goblins are getting smarter, stronger. If they're working with lizards like this, we're gonna need more than a few dozen soldiers." Marlowe opened his mouth to reply, but the sound of rustling foliage nearby froze him mid-breath. The three scouts went still, their hands darting to their weapons as their eyes scanned the dense undergrowth. "What was that?" Jonas hissed, his voice barely audible. "Could be a boar," Edric muttered, though his hand tightened around the hilt of his blade. "Or something worse." The rustling grew louder, the sound of branches snapping and leaves crunching sending a spike of adrenaline through the men. Marlowe's grip on his spear trembled slightly as he glanced at his companions. "We're leaving. Now." Without waiting for a reply, the three scouts began to back away, their movements slow and deliberate. The rustling continued, accompanied by an occasional low hiss that sent shivers down their spines. Whatever was out there, it was close, and it was watching. Jonas tripped over a root, his foot catching on the uneven ground, and he barely suppressed a yelp as he stumbled. Edric caught him with a hissed warning, his eyes darting toward the jungle. The sound seemed to have drawn the attention of whatever lurked in the shadows, and the rustling grew more deliberate, closer. "Run," Marlowe hissed, and the three men bolted, their boots pounding against the jungle floor as they crashed through the undergrowth. The rustling behind them escalated into a cacophony of noise, and for a heart-stopping moment, Jonas swore he saw a pair of golden eyes gleaming in the shadows. The scouts didn't stop until they were well beyond the reach of the fortress, their breaths ragged and their hearts hammering. They huddled together, their fear palpable as they exchanged hurried glances. "We report to the Duke," Edric said firmly, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hands. "And we tell him everything. This isn't just goblins. This is something else entirely." Marlowe nodded, his face pale but resolute. "Something smarter, stronger. And we're gonna need every bit of help we can get." With that, the 3 scouts turned and vanished into the jungle, their minds heavy with the realization that the Borderlands were no longer the wild but manageable frontier they once knew. Something far more dangerous was stirring, and it was only a matter of time before it came for them all. Chapter 18: Echoes in the Earth. Winter's grip on the jungle was mild compared to the biting chill Jannet had known in his past life, but for the lizards and goblins of New Scar, it was a season of both preparation and quiet triumph. The community had grown in size and complexity, the den evolving into a bustling blend of town and fortress. Warmth radiated from the hearths scattered throughout the den, clothing and woven blankets adorned both lizard and goblin alike, and the fires never seemed to go out. The cold was no match for their unity. Training sessions were rigorous and frequent, with Number 1 and Randall spearheading combat drills under Janet's mimetic guidance. Both had been exposed to the tactics Jannet could recall from Richard's old anti-communistic war movies, films filled with tightly coordinated strike teams and strategies. Jannet conveyed these ideas with vivid mimetic bursts, painting scenes of coordination, flanking, and precise attacks into their minds. The results were tangible. Their hunting parties moved like cohesive units, and even the goblin riders demonstrated a level of discipline that impressed Jannet. One crisp morning, Jannet found himself seated near the central fire, watching as a goblin worked nervously on a new project. Using dirt sketches and simple gestures, Jannet had convinced the goblin to create something personal for him: a scar tattoo. The idea came from Earthfighter pilots who marked their planes with symbols of their victories. After much coaxing, the goblin etched a crude skull onto the side of Janet's neck, its jagged edges a testament to their shared ingenuity. Janet's mind buzzed with plans to add more marks as his victories grew, each symbol a testament to his leadership. But while Jannet reveled in his self-expression, his focus remained on the community's growth. Recruitment efforts had flourished during the winter, thanks to Janet's sovereign aura and the constant expansion of the den. The mimetic promise of warmth, safety, and camaraderie lured lizards from the surrounding area into their fold. Tunnels were dug, homes expanded, and the population swelled. For the first time, the den felt truly alive, a city in the making. The day it happened, Jannet was overseeing the construction of new burrows for the recent arrivals. The goblins worked diligently alongside the lizards, their nimble hands weaving supports from vines while the larger lizards carved out spaces with powerful claws. All was proceeding smoothly until a sharp crack echoed through one of the deeper tunnels, followed by a young lizard's alarmed hiss. Jannet moved quickly, his golden eyes narrowing as he reached the site. The workers clustered around a freshly uncovered passage, its sharp diagonal angle and smooth walls unlike anything the lizards had dug before. It was far too small for any adult lizard, and even some adolescents would struggle to fit. It was alien, foreign, and unsettling. Blue Spot, one of the smaller juveniles, volunteered to investigate. Jannet watched as the young lizard slithered into the dark passage, his tail flicking nervously before disappearing into the unknown. Time stretched thin, the group waiting in tense silence. Minutes later, Blue Spot re-emerged, his tongue flicking in a compliant, almost apologetic manner. Behind him, something glittered in the dim light of the tunnel. Jannet blinked, his instincts flaring, as a tiny figure stepped into view. Barely larger than baby Goblin had been as an infant, the newcomer was clad in a knit, pointed hat and carried a pickaxe far too large for its stature. A gem glittered brightly in its forehead, pulsing faintly. Janet's thoughts spun. Is that a lawn gnome? The figure straightened, its gemstone pulsing rhythmically. A high-pitched, squeaky voice broke the silence, speaking words that seemed to bypass all language barriers, resonating in their minds. "Hellos, strange lizards. I am Minor Dimglow, the gemstone gnome. I have cast Speak with Animal, so we can talk. You've run into one of our rural mine branches." The group stared in stunned silence. Even Jannet, with all his earthborn memories, struggled to process what he was seeing. Not a lawn gnome, apparently, he thought, though the comparison lingered in his mind. Jannet stepped forward cautiously, his scales catching the faint glow of the gnome's gemstone. The little creature tilted its head, its tiny face alight with curiosity and confidence. "I am Jannet," he conveyed through memetics, though the gnome seemed to understand without difficulty. "We did not mean to disturb your mine." Miner Dimglow waved a hand dismissively. "No harm done. This branch is rarely used, though it seems your digging has intersected with our old tunnels." He paused, his gemstone pulsing with a soft glow. "I am not just a miner. I'm also the mayor of Gembright Hollow, the closest gem gnome settlement. And while I'm happy to make your acquaintance, I must ask that we establish some boundaries." Jannet couldn't help but think of TV again, of diplomatic meetings and negotiations he'd once watched in movies. The gnome, despite its stature, carried an air of authority that Jannet found oddly respectable. Through a mixture of memetics, gestures, and the gnome's magical translation, the two began to communicate in earnest. Dimglow explained that the gem gnomes were peaceful but fiercely protective of their mines and resources. In return, Jannet outlined the purpose of New Scar and their efforts to create a unified and secure community. Dimglow listened intently, his gemstone flickering in time with his thoughts. "Peaceful coexistence is possible," he said finally, his voice serious. "But we will need assurances. Trespassing in our mines will not be tolerated, however." His gemstone glinted. "I see potential for trade. Your people are resourceful, and there are things we gnomes cannot easily acquire in the jungle." Jannet flicked his tongue thoughtfully. Trade had never crossed his mind, but the idea held promise. Resources, knowledge, even potential alliances could stem from such an arrangement. He conveyed his agreement with a low rumble, sealing the conversation with a nod. Dimglow's face brightened, his gemstone pulsing warmly. "Excellent. I will return to Gembright Hollow to inform my people. Expect a representative soon to formalize our arrangement. And please, keep your claws out of our tunnels." With that, the little gnome turned and vanished back into the diagonal passage, leaving the lizards and goblins to stare after him in stunned silence. As the group emerged from the tunnel, the buzz of activity resumed. Word of the encounter spread quickly, filling the den with excitement and curiosity. Jannet, however, remained deep in thought. The encounter with the gem gnomes marked a turning point, a collision of cultures that could shape New Scar's future in unforeseen ways. He turned his gaze toward the flag fluttering above the walls, its crude lizard face a symbol of their unity. The winter had forged them into something stronger, and now, with new alliances on the horizon, Jannet knew that their journey was only just beginning. The jungle held more secrets than he'd ever imagined, and as the sovereign of New Scar, Jannet was determined to uncover them all, on his terms. The jungle bustled with activity as the gem gnome representative made his arrival, his appearance heralded by the faint tinkling sound of his gemstone and the rhythmic clinking of his tiny boots on stone. Like the first gnome, he bore the unmistakable stature and features that Jannet couldn't help but associate with lawn ornaments. The only visible difference was the gemstone color in his forehead, a sharp amber hue, and the slightly different knit pattern on his hat. His outfit, however, was just as whimsical, dominated by bright, earthy tones. The gnome approached with measured steps, his gemstone pulsing faintly. "Greetings, great sovereign of New Scar," he said in a voice that carried a mix of formality and excitement, the spell of speak with animal allowing his words to resonate clearly in their minds. "I am accounting miner Sharpright, here to formalize trade agreements on behalf of Gembright Hollow." Janet's tongue flicked in mild amusement, though he couldn't help but feel a slight pang of confusion. To him, Sharpright looked identical to Dimglow, their only distinction being the gem color and hat. Still, Jannet inclined his head in welcome, projecting a mimetic wave of cordiality. Randall joined Jannet, his frills flaring with curiosity as Sharpright produced a small leather-bound ledger that looked comically oversized in his tiny hands. "We have reviewed our resources and determined that a trade agreement could be most beneficial for both parties," Sharpright began, his gemstone flashing with enthusiasm. "We gem gnomes excel in crafting tools, especially those suited for smaller hands like your goblinkins. Additionally, we can provide magical gemstones imbued with a variety of properties." Randall's frills flared wider, his attention snapping to the mention of magical gemstones. "What kind of properties?" he asked, his claws twitching slightly. "Ah, many things," Sharpbright replied, flipping through the ledger. "Stones that radiate warmth, perfect for your jungle's chillier nights. Others amplify natural abilities, like sight or strength. And some, rarer still, are capable of storing magical energy for future use. All finely crafted by our artisans." Jannet hummed thoughtfully. The gemstones and tools would undoubtedly strengthen their growing community, especially with the goblins' newfound talents in crafting and their increasingly formidable mounted units. "And what do you ask in return?" he projected, the mimetic undertones of his inquiry carrying a firm but fair expectation of mutual benefit. Sharpbright's face brightened, his gemstone flickering eagerly. "Our requests are simple but invaluable to us. First, we seek meats we cannot acquire on our own, giant meats, such as your water buffalo and raptor runners. The taste and sustenance of such delicacies would be unmatched." Jannet tilted his head. Giant meats for tiny gnomes? He couldn't help but find the image amusing but nodded for Sharpbright to continue. "We also require certain resources unique to your kind in your jungle," the gnome explained. "Specifically, venom and poisons, harvested into the jars we will provide, shed scales, and various herbs and plants that are difficult for us to reach due to our stature." Randall let out a low hiss of approval. "The jungle's bounty is plentiful. These are things we can spare without hardship." "And in exchange, you'll provide tools and gemstones?" Jannet clarified, his golden eyes narrowing slightly as he evaluated the fairness of the deal. Sharpbright nodded vigorously, his gemstone flashing. "Precisely. Tools custom crafted for lizard claws and goblin hands, as well as the gemstones we've discussed. We'll also provide knowledge on their use, ensuring their full potential." Jannet paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the gathered lizards and goblins who watched the exchange with curiosity. The offer was reasonable, and the benefits were clear. Moreover, establishing a trade route with the gnomes would mark a significant step forward for New Scar, solidifying their position as more than just a survivalist fort. "We accept your terms," Jannet said at last, his mimetics carrying a wave of affirmation. "This will be the first of many steps toward mutual prosperity." Sharpbright's face lit up with joy, and he clapped his hands together. "Excellent. I shall return to Gembright Hollow to deliver the good news. Preparations for the first exchange will begin immediately." Over the following days, the preparations for the trade agreement took shape. Goblins crafted sturdy crates for transporting goods, while lizards and goblins alike worked to ensure that the den's most skilled hunters would deliver the finest cuts of meat for the first exchange. Randall and his team inspected every scale, venom jar, and herb bundle to guarantee quality. When the first caravan of goods was ready, it departed New Scar under the watchful eye of a mixed party of goblins and lizards, with Baby Goblin and Lil Guy leading the charge. Their journey through the jungle was marked with pride, their presence a symbol of New Scar's growing influence. When the goods reached Gembright Hollow and the first shipment of gemstones and tools returned, Jannet felt the familiar ping of the system. Words unfurled in his mind, their significance resonating deeply. Achievement unlocked, Path of Prosperity. Description: by forging connections across lands, you have established the first trade route for your species. This act of ingenuity and cooperation paves the way for economic growth, cultural exchange, and unity, setting the foundation for an era of prosperity. Requirements: successfully establish and maintain a functional trade route between two or more settlements of your species. The trade route must facilitate the exchange of resources, goods, or services, ensuring mutual benefit for all involved parties. Overcome environmental, logistical, or cultural challenges to make the trade route sustainable. Achievement rewards. Title unlocked, Merchant Pioneer. Grants a +10 boost to charisma and a 10% increase in trade value and bartering success. Through vision and determination, you have turned pathways into lifelines. Where once there was isolation, now there is exchange. Your efforts will carry your species into an age of boundless opportunity. Jannet exhaled softly, his pride swelling as he surveyed the bustling den. The achievement was more than a title or a boost, it was a testament to their growth. They were no longer just survivors, they were builders, traders, and dreamers. The jungle had always been their home, but now it was the foundation of something far greater. With each step forward, the world would come to know the strength and ingenuity of New Scar. The crisp air of early spring carried the promise of renewal and triumph as Duke Farron rode at the head of his assembled forces. His steed's polished armor glinted in the sunlight, and the rhythmic clatter of hundreds of boots echoed across the plains. Behind him stretched a sea of conscripts, farmers, hunters, and tradesmen clad in mismatched armor, armed with spears, swords, and makeshift shields. They weren't professional soldiers, but they were determined, their eyes shining with the hope of returning home as heroes. The Duke's gaze swept across the makeshift army, his expression one of quiet resolve. This will do, he thought. For a blockade, they didn't need hardened veterans, they needed numbers, grit, and enough unity to outlast the enemy. Goblins, no matter how clever, would crumble under the pressure of a well-maintained siege. The Borderlands would be peaceful again, and the kingdom would regain its fragile balance. As his horse crested a small hill, he drew rein, signaling the army to halt. The men slowed, their lines straightening as they turned their attention to their leader. The Duke rose in his saddle, his voice cutting through the murmurs with practiced authority. "Men of the Borderlands," he began, his tone steady and commanding. "For too long, these lands have been plagued by chaos. Strange beasts and savage goblins have encroached upon our homes, taken our friends and families. But no more." The crowd murmured their agreement, the tension in their ranks softening under his words. "Today, we march to reclaim what is ours," Farron continued, his voice swelling with confidence. "These creatures may hide behind their walls, but walls cannot hold against the will of men united. Together, we will crush this threat, restore peace to our lands, and return as heroes to the cheers of our people." A cheer erupted from the crowd, bolstered by the Duke's fiery words. Even those who had been uneasy moments before now stood taller, their weapons gripped tighter as a sense of purpose took root in their hearts. Farron allowed the momentum to build before raising his sword high. "Onward. For the kingdom, for your families, and for the Borderlands." The army roared its response, the thunderous noise reverberating across the plains. As the soldiers fell into a steady march behind him, the Duke felt a surge of pride. He had made the right choices, and soon, this chapter of madness would be closed. Victory was inevitable. The rhythmic clatter of hooves against the packed dirt road filled the crisp spring air as Duke Farron led his column of soldiers forward. His steed, a magnificent dapple-gray charger adorned with a crimson barding embossed with his family's crest, moved with steady confidence. Around him, the sounds of men laughing, chatting, and adjusting their gear rose in a pleasant hum. The bright sun overhead bathed the scene in golden light, the vibrant greens of the awakening jungle standing in stark contrast to the grays and browns of their armor and weapons. This was how wars were meant to begin, the Duke thought to himself. Not in the cold desperation of winter, when supplies were scarce and men's spirits low, but in the renewal of spring, when the world itself seemed to echo the promise of victory. Farron's gaze swept over his conscripted army. They weren't hardened soldiers, but they were strong and eager. Farmers who had exchanged plows for spears. Hunters who now tracked a different kind of prey. Tradesmen who saw this campaign as an opportunity to earn coin and honor. They marched with an air of optimism, bolstered by the careful preparation of the winter months. He tightened his gloved hands around the reins, letting his thoughts drift. Winter had been a trying season. He had endured countless debates in the council chamber, listening to the bickering of economic advisors and military commanders. The decision to wait until spring had not been made lightly, but now, as he watched the rows of men and horses stretching out before him, he felt a deep sense of vindication. Logistics had been the foundation of his choice. The roads, thawed and firm underfoot, allowed for smoother travel. The fields, soon to be flush with crops, ensured that his army would not drain the villages dry of their reserves. The men, fortified by a winter of careful rationing, now marched with the strength and vigor that only spring could provide. "This is how humans win wars," Farron murmured to himself, his voice almost lost beneath the din of the marching column. It wasn't just strength of arms that won battles, but the strength of their resolve, the structure of their logistics, the unshakable belief that they were the masters of the world around them. The Duke's thoughts turned to the enemy, goblins. Nasty creatures, brutish and cunning in equal measure. And now, apparently, bolstered by a sovereign Komodo, a beast of myth and legend. But they were still goblins. Goblins did not have the discipline or resources of men. They could not farm effectively, could not sustain their kind with the coordination required for true war. The strategy was sound. A siege would starve them out, weaken their numbers, and force the beast and its allies to the surface. Then, they would crush them. The conscripts might not be veterans, but they didn't need to be. They had numbers, they had preparation, and they had the will to win. Pharaoh had ensured that every soldier understood their role, that every village understood the importance of this campaign. The goblins were a threat not just to the Borderlands but to the stability of the entire region. As his horse carried him down the line, he made a point of nodding to groups of soldiers, catching their eyes and offering a word of encouragement. The men responded with cheers and shouts of confidence, their spirits high. They trusted him, their duke, to lead them to victory. This is the right choice, Pharaoh told himself, his conviction solidifying with every step of his steed. The kingdom cannot afford hesitation. The Borderlands must be pacified. The goblins must be dealt with. Ahead, the path curved toward the horizon, the lush jungle spilling out in an endless expanse. Somewhere out there, his enemy awaited, hiding behind walls, relying on tricks and beasts to shield their cowardice. Pharaoh's lips curled in a faint, determined smile. They could not hide forever. He had made the right call, and soon, the Borderlands would know peace once more. Spurring his horse slightly, he drew ahead of the column, turning back to address the men once more. His voice rang out, steady and commanding, a rallying cry for the soldiers behind him. Today, we march as one. We are not simply reclaiming land, we are reclaiming order, safety, and the pride of our people. Together, we will remind the Borderlands who stands as its rightful guardian. Forward, men, to victory! Another cheer erupted from the ranks, their voices rising like a wave. Pharaoh felt a rush of satisfaction. They were ready. They were strong. And when the dust settled, they would all return home as heroes. With renewed purpose, he turned his gaze back to the jungle. The path ahead was uncertain, but his resolve was unwavering. This was how humans won wars, through discipline, planning, and an unyielding belief in their dominion. The goblins, the lizards, and their sovereign would learn that soon enough. Back in New Scar, the jungle was alive with its usual symphony of activity. Lizards and goblins worked tirelessly to expand and fortify the growing settlement. The walls, reinforced with scavenged metal and sharpened stakes, now bristled with a menacing charm. New homes were being dug for the recent arrivals, and the sounds of crafting and training filled the air. Jannet moved through the fortress with a calm sense of purpose. The community had grown far beyond what he could have imagined in those early days. Everywhere he looked, he saw progress, whether in the new structures being built, the goblins training alongside the lizards, or the vibrant energy that seemed to pulse through the fort. He was inspecting a new section of the walls when Number 1 appeared, his presence unmistakable. The massive lizard moved with an urgency that immediately caught Jannet's attention. Through memetics, Number 1 conveyed a simple but pressing message: come now. The eggs. Jannet's pulse quickened as he followed Number 1 toward the nesting chamber. Rose was already there, her posture protective but calm as she hovered over the nest. The 3 eggs, which had been buried softly in the chamber's warm earth, were stirring. Rose's eyes gleamed with maternal pride as cracks spidered across the surface of the first egg. Jannet and the others watched in rapt silence as a tiny claw emerged, followed by a head no bigger than Jannet's claw tip. The baby Komodo, its scales shimmering with a faint iridescence, scurried free of its shell and immediately began flicking its tongue, testing the air. Rose was prepared, nudging a small piece of carefully sliced meat toward the hatchling. The little one sniffed it before eagerly devouring the morsel, its tiny jaws snapping with surprising ferocity. The sight filled Jannet with a wave of emotions. His mind drifted back to his first memory of this life, the brutal fight for survival, killing his sibling to ensure his own place in the world. But here, things were different. The baby didn't turn on its family, It accepted the food and curled up beside Rose, content and safe. The change was palpable. Jannet realized that they had achieved something monumental. They had built a community where survival was no longer an individual struggle but a shared effort. For the first time, the new generation of Komodos wouldn't have to fight for scraps, they would grow strong together. As Jannet watched the hatchlings settle, a second egg began to stir, signaling the arrival of another new life. The future of their species was here, and it was brighter than Jannet could have ever imagined. Chapter 19: The Men Are Coming. The first rays of spring sunlight filtered through the dense jungle canopy, casting shimmering green light over the bustling settlement of New Scar. The warmth was a welcome reprieve from the winter's chill, and with it came a renewed sense of energy and purpose. The air hummed with activity as lizards, goblins worked side by side to fortify their home and push their growing civilization to new heights. Jannet lounged in the newly expanded hot springs, his obsidian-black scales glinting with moisture. The springs had become something of a luxury in New Scar, offering a space for relaxation and socialization amid the rigor of daily life. Around him, a few of the original recruits rested, their massive forms almost motionless as the soothing heat penetrated their muscles. Life in New Scar was thriving. The winter, though challenging, had brought growth in population and prosperity. Jannet's efforts to expand their community had borne fruit, with new arrivals integrating into their society under the guidance of the original group members. The once scattered lizards had united into a cohesive force, their loyalty to Jannet and his sovereign influence undeniable. The return of the trade caravan from the gemstone gnomes brought excitement that rippled through the settlement. Goblins scurried to unload the goods, their high-pitched chatter mixing with the deep, resonant hisses of the lizards. The gnomes had outdone themselves, sending a haul of tools specially crafted for goblin and lizard hands, alongside magical gemstones that glowed faintly with untapped power. Randall and the goblin craftsmen gathered around the goods like moths to flame. Randall's frills flared with excitement as he turned a gemstone in his claws, the glow reflecting in his golden eyes. "Incredible," he seemed to hiss, his noise barely audible over the din. The goblins, led by Baby Goblin, clambered over one another to inspect the treasures, their reverence for the items apparent. Baby Goblin, recently revealed to be a girl, had cemented her place as a leader among the goblins. Her shamanistic powers and bond with the lizards made her a figure of respect, even awe, among her people. The goblins, inspired by her magic and charisma, had become a driving force behind the rapid advancement of New Scar. Meanwhile, Rose tended to her clutch of hatchlings in the newly expanded nursery. The soft scratching of tiny claws against stone filled the air as the young Komodo dragons explored their surroundings. Rose's nurturing aura enveloped the space, calming the hatchlings as they jostled for their first meal, carefully prepared chunks of food sized just for them. Jannet watched from a distance, a surge of pride swelling in his chest. The nursery had become a hub of life, but its expansion was already necessary. More eggs would soon join the clutch, brought by new members who had accepted New Scar as their home. The sheer growth of the population was astonishing, and it was clear that Jannet's sovereign influence played a significant role. His mimetic suggestions seemed to resonate more strongly now, guiding not only the behavior of individuals but the evolution of the entire society. The expanding perimeter of New Scar reflected this growth. Patrols had increased, bolstering the settlement's defenses after the tragic loss of Spotted Eye. The lizards and goblins had extended their territory, ensuring that any potential threats could be identified and neutralized long before they reached the walls. The effort had not been in vain, as more goblins had fled south from the north, seeking refuge and finding purpose under Baby Goblin's leadership. However, not all was peaceful. Reports from northern scouts had grown increasingly ominous. The jungle trembled with distant rumblings, the ground shaking as though something massive stirred beneath it. Birds fled in panicked flocks, their calls cutting through the silence that followed each tremor. The jungle, normally alive with the sounds of insects and animals, fell eerily quiet during these moments, as though holding its breath. The scouts could not identify the source of the disturbance. Whatever it was, it remained far away, but its presence was undeniable, and it loomed over New Scar like a shadow. The scouts of Duke Phaeron's advancing army crouched low in the undergrowth, their eyes scanning the towering walls of New Scar. What they saw chilled them to their core. The fortifications were massive, far more advanced than anything they had expected. The walls, reinforced with salvaged human scrap and jungle resources, bristled with sharpened stakes and defensive emplacements. The settlement looked less like a goblin hideout and more like a fortress built for war. The scouts watched as patrolling lizards moved with a predatory grace, their sleek forms gliding silently along the perimeter. Occasionally, a goblin rider would pass by, their small stature and makeshift armor belying the coordination and discipline they displayed. The sight was unnerving. "Do you see that flag?" one of the scouts whispered, his voice barely audible. The others nodded. The crude banner, depicting a lizard's face in a red circle, fluttered proudly atop the walls. "Looks like they've declared themselves some kind of lizard tribe," another scout murmured. "What's worse is the organization," the first scout added. "Goblins don't do this. They don't farm, they don't patrol, and they sure as hell don't build walls like that." The scouts exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of their discovery pressing down on them. One of them began to speak, but a rustling in the bushes nearby cut him off. The men froze, their hands instinctively reaching for their weapons as their eyes darted to the shadows. "What was that?" one whispered. The rustling grew louder, the sound of snapping branches and crunching leaves sending a chill down their spines. Panic set in, and the group began to retreat, their movements cautious but hurried. As the noise drew closer, the scouts broke into a sprint, their hearts pounding in their chests. Whether it was a lizard, a goblin, or something else entirely, they had no intention of finding out. They had seen enough. They needed to report back to the Duke, and fast. The jungle swallowed them whole, leaving New Scar and its secrets behind. Whether they made it back or not, the world beyond the jungle would soon know of the growing power within. The hunting party rushed through the jungle's underbrush, their sleek forms cutting through the dense foliage with ease. End quote. Their dark mottled scales blended into the shadows, but their tongues flicked furiously, tasting the air for danger. The group had been gone longer than usual, their absence causing unease in New Scar. Now, as they approached the settlement, their urgency was palpable. Jannet stood near the central fire, watching as the hunting party entered the den's clearing. Their leader, a scarred older Komodo who had been among the first to join during the winter, flicked his tongue and scratched at the ground with his claw. The dirt markings became crude shapes, a forest, stick figures of humans, and what appeared to be lines moving through it. Columns of men. An army. The implication struck Jannet like a lightning bolt. The lizards hissed and shifted uneasily as the hunting party elaborated with further flicks of their tongues and markings. Janet's instincts roared to life. This was no mere hunting party or scouting patrol. It was a deliberate movement of humans into the jungle. Jannet nodded gravely and summoned number 1 and rose with a pulse of mimetic urgency. The 3 largest Komodos gathered quickly. Rose, her scales glinting with maternal strength, stood tall and resolute. Beside her, number 1 exuded calm confidence, his regrown leg an emblem of his resilience. Jannet, though slightly smaller than number 1, carried a sovereign presence that neither of the others could rival. The trio moved out without hesitation, their powerful limbs carrying them swiftly through the jungle. They covered the distance quickly, the jungle alive with the rustle of leaves and the distant cries of startled birds. As they neared the edge of the human territory, the first signs of the advancing army became evident. Broken branches, trampled undergrowth, and the acrid scent of sweat and steel hung in the air. Then, they saw it. The human army snaked through the jungle in an unending column, the sunlight glinting off their armor and weapons. Hundreds of men, their numbers so vast that Janet's lizard brain struggled to grasp them fully. Horses carried officers, their riders scanning the jungle with wary eyes, while supply carts creaked and groaned under the weight of provisions and equipment. The army's vanguard reached the human nest, Old Scar. The sight of the walled town bristling with human activity sent a surge of fury through Jannet. The humans had reinforced their nest, expanding their influence even as New Scar sought to secure its own survival. And now, they brought this overwhelming force into the jungle, an invasive tide threatening to wash away everything Jannet and her family had built. Janet's mind swirled with anger and frustration, memories of her past life surfacing like venom. Humans. always humans. They had taken everything from her before, and now they sought to do it again. They came not to coexist but to conquer, to take what they deemed untamed and bend it to their will. The thought of this army trampling through the jungle, taking their lands, their resources, and even their lives, filled Jannet with a righteous fury. The jungle was home, her people's home. It was not something for the humans to tame, to claim, or to destroy. Rose let out a low hiss, her golden eyes narrowing as she watched the men pour into the human nest. Beside her, Number One's tongue flared in silent agreement. The three exchanged glances, their resolve unspoken but understood. They couldn't let this stand. Jannet flicked her tongue, tasting the air and gauging the human's movement. She projected a pulse of urgency through mimetics, signaling her companions to return. They needed to act swiftly. The humans' sheer numbers would slow their progress through the jungle, but it wouldn't be enough. At best, New Scar had a week to prepare. The journey back to New Scar was swift, their powerful limbs churning through the jungle with relentless speed. As they neared the settlement, Janet's mind raced with plans. The humans had come for war, but they would find something else entirely. The days passed in a flurry of activity, the tension in New Scar thick enough to cut with a blade. Every lizard, goblin, and ally worked tirelessly, driven by a shared determination to defend their home. The once bustling settlement had transformed into a veritable fortress, bristling with crude but effective defenses. Jannet moved among the workers, her golden eyes sharp as she assessed their progress. Boulder slingshots, modeled after the catapults she vaguely remembered from TV, dotted the outer walls. Randall and the goblins had been instrumental in crafting them, their nimble fingers lashing together sturdy frames from jungle wood. The lizards tested the devices tirelessly, loading the slings with smooth river stones and testing their range. Each successful shot brought a wave of triumphant hisses and cheers. Meanwhile, Jannet oversaw the construction of a deep, muddy moat around the walls. Baby Goblin, her magic now more refined, worked tirelessly to aid in its creation. With her chanting and rhythmic gestures, she softened the earth, allowing the lizards to dig faster and deeper. The moat filled with water and muck, its surface rippling ominously as swamp gas bubbled up. Sharp stakes were embedded beneath the murky depths, hidden and ready to impale any who tried to cross. The drawbridge, a surprisingly elegant contraption for such a primal society, was the finishing touch. Made from thick logs bound with jungle vines, it was sturdy enough to bear the weight of even the largest lizards. Jannet impressed upon the group the importance of keeping it raised at all times, lowering it only for hunting parties and returning scouts. The hunters worked tirelessly to ensure the fort was well stocked for the battle ahead. Carrion stores were topped off, with every edible scrap brought back and preserved. Raptors, blade chickens, water buffalo, anything that could be caught or scavenged was hauled back to the den. The smell of roasting meat mingled with the acrid scent of the moat, creating an oddly comforting aroma of preparation and survival. At the same time, the lizards dug deep pits along the most likely paths of human approach, lining them with sharp wooden stakes. Baby Goblin's goblin followers, now numbering in the dozens, worked alongside the lizards with surprising efficiency. Their hands, though small, were quick and clever, turning every trap into a work of lethal ingenuity. Randall, ever the innovator, expanded the tail spear stations, deploying them strategically across the walls. He and the goblins taught even the youngest lizards how to load and aim the weapons. The Y-shaped launchers, so simple yet so effective, were a cornerstone of New Scar's defense. Jannet stood atop the walls as the sun set on the fourth day of preparation. The view from the high ground offered little comfort. The jungle beyond remained ominously quiet, the humans' presence a looming threat just out of sight. No matter how much they fortified, no matter how determined her people were, the numbers were stacked against them. 100 lizards and goblins. That was all New Scar had. Every new recruit, every goblin refugee, had been integrated into the community, but it was still a fraction of the force advancing toward them. Hundreds of men, well armed and trained, were coming to tear down everything Jannet had built. Her lizard brain struggled to process the scale of the threat, but her human memories filled in the gaps. This wasn't just a fight for survival, it was a battle against annihilation. The humans didn't come to coexist, they came to dominate, to take what they wanted and destroy what resisted. Janet's claws dug into the wooden parapet as she surveyed the bustling fort below. Rose tended to her clutch in the newly expanded nursery, her protective aura radiating strength and calm. Number 1 led a group of younger lizards in combat drills, his commanding presence inspiring confidence in even the most timid recruits. Baby Goblin stood at the center of her growing goblin tribe, her voice rising in rhythmic chants as she demonstrated new magical techniques. Despite their efforts, Jannet couldn't shake the weight of the odds against them. She turned her gaze to the flag fluttering above the walls, a crude symbol, yet one that embodied everything they had built together. We've done all we can, Jannet thought, her tail flicking with a mix of determination and anxiety. Now, it's up to us to hold the line. As night fell, the atmosphere in New Scar shifted. The hustle of the day gave way to a tense quiet, the air thick with anticipation. Fires burned low, casting flickering shadows on the walls. The lizards and goblins gathered in small groups, their conversations hushed but resolute. Jannet stood at the center of the fort, her sovereign aura radiating reassurance. She projected a wave of mimetic energy, letting it ripple through her people like a warm tide. Lizards together strong, she conveyed, her golden eyes sweeping over the crowd. We face overwhelming odds, but this is our home. We will fight for it. We will protect it. And we will show the humans that the jungle is not theirs to take. The response was immediate and powerful. Hisses, growls, and goblin cheers echoed through the fort, a collective roar of defiance. The sound carried into the jungle, a challenge to the advancing army. Jannet let the moment linger before retreating to her quarters, her mind already racing with plans. The battle was coming, and New Scar would be ready. Together, they would face the storm. Together, they would stand strong. The jungle seemed to close in tighter with every step, its oppressive heat and buzzing insects gnawing at Osric's resolve. His shirt clung to his back, soaked through with sweat, and his boots squelched in the sticky mud that clung to the army's path like a living thing. The faint smell of rot and damp earth filled his nostrils, mixing with the acrid tang of his frustration. Osric flexed the fingers of his remaining hand around the hilt of his sword, the knuckles white with tension. His left sleeve hung empty, pinned neatly against his side, a stark reminder of what had been taken from him. Just over a year ago, the jungle had claimed his arm, the venom from one of those damned lizards coursing through his veins until the surgeon had no choice but to cut it free. Garrick was dead now. The image of his friend's shrouded body haunted Osric's every step, driving him forward. He hadn't been required to return to the fight, missing an arm was reason enough to be reassigned to safer duties, but the memory of Garrick's mangled corpse had kindled something in him. A need for vengeance. A need to see these goblins and their monstrous lizard pets wiped from existence. He tightened his grip on his sword as a mosquito landed on his cheek, the itch immediate and infuriating. With a swift slap, he smeared the insect across his face, his lips curling in disgust. "This jungle is a god's forsaken hellhole," he muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible over the din of the marching column. Ahead of him, a soldier stumbled, his boot caught in a patch of concealed mud. He swore loudly as he yanked his leg free, his pants splattered with muck. Behind him, another man stepped forward to help, only to trigger a hidden trap. A crude spike lashed out from the foliage, striking the man in the thigh. He collapsed with a scream, clutching at the bloody wound as the column ground to a halt. Osric clenched his jaw as the soldiers around him broke formation to tend to the wounded man. These damned goblins. Their traps were everywhere, spikes, pits, even venom-laced tripwires that turned minor wounds into festering nightmares. The front of the column bore the brunt of the dangers, but even here, further back, Osric felt the tension of every step. The heat, the bugs, the constant threat of ambush. It was enough to fray even the hardest nerves. He gritted his teeth, his anger bubbling just beneath the surface. "Dragging us out here for no reason," he spat. "They don't even belong here. This jungle isn't theirs, it's ours to tame." The Duke had made the right choice, Osric told himself. The goblins, and whatever bizarre lizard pets they had enslaved, were a stain on this earth. Creatures of filth and cruelty. They lived in squalor, festering in holes like the vermin they were. The gods didn't favor them, that much was clear. Why else would they be condemned to this wretched jungle, scraping by on scraps and filth? Ahead, the column began to move again, the wounded man dragged to the side as the march resumed. Osric fell into step with the others, his boots sinking into the mud with each step. The road, if it could even be called that, was little more than a trail of trampled vegetation, its surface slick and treacherous. Every now and then, a soldier would slip, their curses adding to the cacophony of the march. A soldier to his right swatted at a cloud of gnats, his face twisted in frustration. "This place is cursed," he muttered. "It's like the jungle itself is trying to kill us." Osric didn't reply, his focus fixed on the path ahead. The thought of Garrick's final moments played over and over in his mind. The panic, the pain, the way his friend's body had convulsed before going still. It had been those lizards. Those soulless, cold-eyed monsters. They had torn Garrick apart, limb by limb, while the goblins watched from the shadows. Osric had been too far away to help. He wouldn't let it happen again. The Duke had to be swift, Osric thought. Swift and ruthless. These creatures didn't deserve mercy. They were an abomination, an affront to the gods themselves. And now they were emboldened, declaring themselves a nation with their ridiculous flag and their crude walls. It was madness. Goblins weren't meant to have walls. They weren't meant to have flags. They were scavengers, nothing more. Osric's lip curled in disgust as he thought of the lizards, those scaled monstrosities that seemed to haunt his nightmares. The way they moved, their tongues flicking out as if tasting your fear. The way their cold eyes bore into you, calculating, unfeeling. And now they were wearing clothes. It was unnatural. As another bug landed on his neck, Osric slapped it away with a growl. He tightened his grip on his sword, his steps quickening as his anger burned hotter. He would kill them. Every last one of them. He would make them pay for Garrick and for the hell they had brought to the Borderlands. The column trudged onward, the oppressive heat and unrelenting bugs doing little to temper Osric's resolve. The Duke's plan was sound, he reminded himself. The spring brought new strength to the army, the men's spirits bolstered by the change in season. They had the numbers, the weapons, the will. The goblins and their lizards might think they were clever, but they couldn't stand against the might of a united human force. This ends here, Osric thought, his gaze fixed ahead. No more traps. No more games. No more Garricks. The jungle pressed in around them, its shadows deep and full of menace, but Osric's rage burned bright. The goblins had made their stand. Now it was time to break them. Chapter 20, The Calm Before the Storm. Current status level, 12. Stage 3, Sovereign Apex Variant. Species, Sovereign Komodo Dragon, Primordial Sovereign Variant. Age, approximately 8 years since reincarnation. Size, length, approximately 18 feet, from snout to tail. Weight, estimated 1,200 pounds. Combat skills: venomous bite, tail sweep, enhanced physical strength, crushing jaw, bone shatter, strike, leadership. And sovereign skills: mimetic command, sovereign presence, architect of prosperity, passive, right of legacy, passive, civic order, passive, tactical and logistical skills, strategic insight, architectural memory, trap engineering, fortification planning, natural abilities, hyper-enhanced senses, rapid healing, scale reinforcement, enhanced environmental adaptation. Jungle camouflage, memories of a soul, utility skills, ring of identification, inspiration through mimetics, animal whisperer, environmental manipulation, survival instincts. Title: Keeper of Remembrance. Title: Sovereign Architect. Title: City Founder. The pale light of dawn filtered through the dense canopy, casting shifting patterns across the sturdy walls of New Scar. A humid breeze carried with it the mingled scents of wet earth and distant blooms, the jungle waking slowly to the new day. But this morning, the air carried something heavier, an unspoken tension that rippled through the lizards and goblins who moved with purpose throughout the fort. Jannet stood atop the battlements, his massive form a commanding presence against the backdrop of the rising sun. His obsidian black scales glinted faintly in the light as his golden eyes scanned the horizon. The humans were close now. The jungle, normally alive with sound, felt muted, as though holding its breath. From his vantage point, Jannet could see the patrols returning. The lizards moved with urgency, their tails flicking as they delivered their reports. The humans were coming, slow, cumbersome, but relentless. Their heavy wagons and armored soldiers cut a noisy path through the jungle, their numbers vast enough to crush New Scar if the defenses faltered. Yet for all their might, the humans were predictable, encumbered by their own ambition. Jannet flicked his tongue, tasting the air. He could almost feel the humans' presence now, their sweat, the iron tang of their weapons, the oppressive weight of their intent. They had left their nest days ago, and their progress had been marked by destruction, snapped branches, trampled undergrowth, and the distant sound of shouted orders. The humans were coming to claim what they saw as their right, to crush and conquer as they always had. But Jannet was not like them. Janet's mind turned inward as he gazed out over his thriving fort. He remembered Earth, Richard, and Walter, the humans he had once called family. They had been given so much power, so much potential to shape their world, and yet they squandered it. Walter, wasting away in idleness, and Richard, consumed by greed and selfishness, had taught Jannet what leadership should not be. He had strived to be better in this life. As a sovereign apex variant, Jannet had built New Scar not on fear or subjugation but on unity and respect. The lizards and goblins were not slaves or soldiers, they were family. Every wall, every trap, every innovation had been crafted with shared purpose. Lizards together strong, Jannet whispered, the words carrying the weight of years of determination. They were more than a motto, they were a promise. Together, they had faced predators, starvation, and now the threat of annihilation. Together, they would endure. The humans would never understand this. They only respected power, and Jannet would show them a power born not of cruelty but of solidarity. This jungle was his home, the home of his people, and he would defend it, not with hatred, but with the knowledge that his way was better. The fort buzzed with activity as the day unfolded. Goblins darted between stations, ferrying supplies and reinforcing defenses. Randall oversaw the construction of additional spear-launching platforms, his frills flaring with pride as he tested their tension. Baby Goblin, now a respected shaman among the goblins, chanted softly as she directed her followers to coat spear tips and arrowheads with venom. Her bond with the lizards, once viewed as a quirk, had become a cornerstone of their survival. The muddy moat surrounding New Scar was nearly complete, its depths lined with sharpened stakes. The drawbridge, a crude but functional design, could be raised quickly to cut off access. Above it all, the flag of New Scar fluttered in the breeze, a crude but defiant symbol of their unity. Jannet moved through the fort, his massive frame commanding attention wherever he went. He stopped to inspect the fortifications, rumbling his approval as he passed. Goblins and lizards alike responded to his presence with hisses of respect, their morale bolstered by his confidence. Despite their best efforts, the odds weighed heavily on Janet's mind. The humans outnumbered them 10-1, their armor and discipline unmatched by the ragtag defenders of New Scar. Yet Jannet knew that sheer numbers would not decide this battle. The jungle was their ally, its secrets known only to the lizards and goblins who called it home. Every trap, every ambush, every drop of venom would tip the scales in their favor. The sharp clang of makeshift alarms, metal pots tied with vines, relics of Janet's first encounters with the humans, echoed across New Scar. The noise snapped every lizard and goblin into action. The drawbridge creaked as it was hauled up, locking the fort in tight defense. The perimeter was sealed. They had prepared for this day. Jannet moved to the walls, his massive form blending into the stone and wood defenses as he peered through a slit in the parapet. His golden eyes narrowed as he caught sight of the first human soldiers emerging from the jungle. The men stepped cautiously into the open, their formation methodical and calculated. Their movements betrayed their disbelief as they gazed upon the towering walls of New Scar. They didn't expect this, Jannet thought, his tongue flicking in satisfaction as he tasted the sweat and fatigue radiating from the humans. Row after row of soldiers unfolded into the clearing, their numbers staggering. From his vantage point, Jannet could see the metallic glint of their armor and weapons, their banners snapping in the breeze. The humans were armed to the teeth, their ranks disciplined and their purpose clear. They were here to destroy. As more soldiers poured into view, they began to form a loose ring around New Scar. Their numbers swelled, filling the clearing with a sea of humanity. Commands barked from their officers reached Janet's ears even through the jungle's din. The humans, as they always did, had brought overwhelming force. Janet's eyes roamed over the enemy ranks, noting the wagons loaded with supplies and the tents being hastily erected at the rear. His confusion deepened. The humans weren't rushing into an attack as he had anticipated. Instead, they were setting up camp. "They're waiting," Jannet hissed softly, his thoughts laced with irritation. He had prepared his people for an immediate assault, but the humans, ever methodical, were planning something else. Below the walls, the jungle seemed to bristle with unease. The humans' presence was an affront to the natural order, their foreignness grating against the wild harmony of the jungle. Birds remained silent, and the underbrush quivered as smaller creatures fled the oppressive weight of so many men. From the parapet, Jannet watched the humans in stillness, his reptilian patience holding him in place. He saw their sweat glisten in the sunlight, tasted their exhaustion on the air. They had marched far today, that much was clear, and their formation showed signs of strain. Yet for all their weariness, their discipline was unnerving. The front lines remained steady, shields locked and spears angled toward the walls. Behind them, campfires began to sputter to life as soldiers at the rear broke ranks to prepare for the night. "What are they doing?" Jannet thought, his claws tapping lightly against the wooden frame of the parapet. The humans were unpredictable in their predictability, a frustrating contradiction that set his instincts on edge. The sight of the human camp filling the clearing stirred a mixture of emotions in Jannet. Anger burned brightest. These men had come, unprovoked, to destroy what he had built. New Scar had done nothing to deserve this aggression, yet here they were, surrounding his home with cold determination. A flicker of doubt wormed its way into Janet's mind. Could New Scar truly hold against this many? He shook it off with a growl, reminding himself of the jungle's strength and the family he had forged here. They had prepared for this moment, they would not falter. Jannet turned to the lizards stationed along the walls. They moved silently, their scales blending seamlessly with the shadows. From their vantage points, they held their positions, still and watchful. Goblins moved among them, whispering instructions and checking the readiness of weapons. "We wait," Jannet conveyed through mimetics, his thought rippling through the minds of his people. Let them tire themselves with their own plans. The lizards, ever patient, understood. They would conserve their energy, ready to strike when the time was right. The humans might be creatures of fire and fury, but the jungle favored those who knew how to endure. Hours passed, and the humans continued their preparations. The ring around New Scar grew tighter, their encampments spreading like a slow disease across the clearing. Fires crackled, the sound carried faintly to the walls. The rhythmic clinking of metal echoed as soldiers sharpened their weapons and hammered stakes into the ground. From his perch, Jannet could see the officers gathered near the center of the camp, their gestures animated as they discussed their strategy. He strained to catch their voices, but the distance made it impossible. Still, their body language was clear. This was not a haphazard operation. The humans were planning something deliberate. The sight sent a chill through Jannet. He had faced predators before, but this felt different. This was not an attack born of hunger or desperation. It was calculated, clinical, a methodical attempt to uproot everything he had built. Jannet descended from the parapet, his heavy frame landing with a thud on the wooden platform below. He called for number 1 and Rose, who joined him quickly, their expressions grim but resolute. Through mimetics, Jannet relayed what he had seen and what he suspected. "They're not attacking tonight," he conveyed. "They'll wait until they're rested. They'll test our walls, our defenses. We need to be ready." Rose's frills flared in silent agreement, her maternal instincts sharpening her focus. She would defend her young, her home, with everything she had. Number 1 nodded, his massive frame radiating confidence. His scars, old and new, were a testament to his resilience. Jannet turned to the rest of New Scar, his golden eyes sweeping over the lizards and goblins gathered below. "Stay hidden," he commanded through mimetics. "Stay silent. Let them think we are afraid. When the time comes, we will strike like the jungle itself, unseen and unstoppable." The response was immediate, a wave of understanding and determination rippled through the group. They had faced threats before. This would be their greatest challenge yet, but they were ready. As darkness fell, the fires in the human camp burned brighter, their glow casting eerie shadows across the walls of New Scar. The jungle seemed to retreat from the light, its edges shrouded in impenetrable black. Jannet returned to the parapet, his gaze fixed on the enemy below. The humans had brought war to his doorstep, but they had underestimated what they faced. The jungle was not theirs to conquer. And New Scar would stand. In the stillness of the night, Jannet whispered the words that had become their mantra, the promise that bound them together. Lizards together strong. Duke Pharaon surveyed the imposing walls of the goblin fortress from his elevated position near the command tent. The flickering light of the campfires illuminated the rough-hewn fortifications, their uneven surfaces lined with salvaged metal, sharpened stakes, and dense jungle wood. The walls loomed higher than expected, stretching across the clearing in a way that mocked the usual disorganized chaos of goblin construction. The drawbridge, hastily raised when the humans had approached, hung over a muddy moat. The occasional gleam of metal pots tied to the walls suggested alarms, though no goblin had been foolish enough to attack their approach. It was unsettling. There was no chatter, no howls, no taunts. Goblins were known for their savagery, their erratic skirmishes, and their near-mindless raids. Yet here, they waited in absolute silence. The commanders huddled near a large table, a crude map of the jungle and fortress spread across its surface. The Duke strode toward them, his armor glinting in the firelight. His presence commanded immediate attention, the commanders standing to acknowledge him before returning to their discussion. "This is far more elaborate than the report suggested," the Duke began, his tone calm but edged with doubt. "What else might our scouts have failed to notice?" One of the younger commanders, Sir Garin, scoffed as he traced a line on the map. "With all due respect, my Duke, goblins are not known for their foresight. They've built themselves a stronghold and grown reliant on their walls. That's all this is, a facade." The older commander, Sir Elwyn, nodded in agreement. "It's a fortress, yes, but it's still a goblin tribe. They have no true discipline, no real strategy. They'll break the moment we breach the walls." The Duke narrowed his eyes, his gaze shifting to the fortress. "And you believe they'll let us breach those walls so easily? What if there's more to this than we've considered?" The commanders continued to lay out their plan. The morning assault would focus on the eastern wall, where they believed the goblins had fewer defenses. Archers would provide cover fire as the main force pushed forward with ladders and battering rams. Once inside, they'd overwhelm the goblins with superior numbers and cut down any resistance. The plan was sound, but Duke Pharaon felt a deep unease. The walls of New Scar were not merely the result of desperate goblins scrambling for survival. They had been built with intent, with care, and with a level of craftsmanship that defied the typical goblin norm. He couldn't ignore the meticulous placement of traps along the perimeter, nor the eerie silence that hung over the fortress like a shroud. Several hundred goblins, at least, Sir Garin estimated, leaning over the map. Likely with a noble shaman or a goblin king to rally them. Maybe both. But even that won't save them. The other commanders laughed, their voices filled with confidence. They spoke of goblins as pests to be exterminated, their fortifications as little more than a temporary annoyance. Pharaon couldn't share their optimism. His gaze lingered on the fortress, where the shadows seemed to shift unnaturally, as if the jungle itself were alive and watching. "They've prepared for us," he said finally, his voice cutting through the laughter. "Do not underestimate them. Whatever lies within those walls is not the work of ordinary goblins." The commanders exchanged uneasy glances but nodded in reluctant agreement. Sir Elwyn cleared his throat. "Of course, my Duke. We will proceed with caution." The rest of the evening was spent refining the details of the assault. Ladders and rams were inspected, and squads were assigned their positions. The Duke listened but said little, his mind preoccupied with the troubling silence of the fortress. When the meeting adjourned, he returned to his personal tent, where he removed his armor and sank into a chair. The weight of his responsibility pressed heavily on him. This was supposed to be a simple operation, a routine purge of a troublesome goblin tribe. Yet nothing about this felt routine. He poured himself a cup of wine and stared at the map on his table. The clearing, The walls, the ominous silence, it all felt wrong. The jungle, usually so full of life, had grown unnervingly quiet since their arrival. Even the camp, bustling with soldiers and wagons, seemed muted. "They're watching us," he muttered, the thought gnawing at his mind. Waiting. A chill ran down his spine as he considered the possibility that they had been lured here, that the silence was not fear but strategy. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Goblins weren't capable of such foresight. They were brutes, savages. This was simply a desperate attempt to hold on to what little territory they had. As the camp settled into an uneasy quiet, the Duke stepped outside his tent. The fires burned low, casting long shadows across the clearing. The walls of New Scar loomed in the distance, their jagged outlines silhouetted against the faint glow of the stars. He walked among the soldiers, his presence a silent reassurance. Many of them were young conscripts, their faces pale and tense in the firelight. They whispered among themselves, their fear barely hidden. The sight filled him with a mix of pity and resolve. These men would look to him for strength, and he could not falter. The Duke approached the edge of the camp, where the sentries stood watch. He stared at the fortress, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The silence from within was absolute, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves and the faint calls of night creatures. "You're out there," he murmured, his voice low. "Watching. Waiting." A sudden gust of wind rustled the leaves, and for a moment, he thought he saw movement along the walls. He squinted, his eyes narrowing as he tried to focus. But the shadows remained still, and the walls remained silent. With a heavy sigh, he turned back to the camp. The first assault would begin at dawn. For better or worse, the fate of this campaign would be decided within those walls. Duke Farron stood at the edge of the command platform, a hastily erected wooden structure that gave him a clear view of both the fortress and the surrounding jungle. The sun was just beginning to crest the horizon, casting long, golden beams through the dense canopy. The light glinted off the polished armor of his soldiers and the jagged, makeshift walls of the goblin stronghold. He took a deep breath, savoring the coolness of the morning air. It would be hot and humid soon, the jungle's oppressive atmosphere adding yet another layer of discomfort to an already taxing campaign. But for now, the dawn felt like a reprieve, a fleeting moment of calm before the storm. It was then he noticed them, small flocks of birds, rising from the trees in the distance. They weren't close, miles away, perhaps, but they moved with an odd rhythm, bursting upward like little puffs of smoke. He watched as one flock scattered and disappeared into the sky, only for another to rise moments later, further to the north. Farron's brow furrowed. The patterns weren't random. There was a precision to the timing, a strange beauty in the way they moved across the treetops, as if choreographed by some unseen hand. It reminded him of smoke signals, the way they used to send warnings or messages across great distances during wars in the kingdoms past. But this was no human signal. It was the jungle. He called over one of his commanders, Sir Elwyn, who had been pacing nearby. "Do you see that?" Farron asked, pointing toward the distant horizon. Elwyn squinted, his scarred face hardening as he focused on the rising flocks. "Birds," he said dismissively, though there was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "Probably startled by a predator." Farron didn't respond immediately. He continued to watch, his sharp eyes tracking the flocks as they rose and fell, always to the north, always in a pattern. "If it's predators," he said finally, his voice low, "then they're moving in a line. A deliberate line." Elwyn frowned but said nothing, his gaze shifting uneasily between the distant treetops and the Duke's face. The silence between them grew heavy, the weight of the moment pressing down like a stone. The Duke's thoughts turned inward. From the moment they had entered the clearing, he had felt the jungle's gaze. It was not the indifferent, chaotic wildness he was accustomed to. No, this jungle was alive with purpose, its every rustle and shadow charged with meaning. It watched them, studied them, waited for them to act. He had dismissed his unease the night before as simple nerves, the natural tension that came before a battle. But now, as he stood in the rising light of dawn, he couldn't shake the feeling that the jungle itself was against them, that it was preparing to strike in ways they couldn't yet comprehend. "Sound the morning bell," Farron ordered abruptly, his voice sharper than he intended. "Wake the men. I want our forces ready within the hour." Elwyn nodded and moved to relay the order, but not before casting one last glance at the distant horizon. The flocks of birds had ceased now, the jungle falling back into an eerie stillness. As the camp came alive with the clang of armor and the murmur of soldiers rousing themselves, the Duke remained on the platform, his gaze fixed on the fortress. Its walls, though crude and jagged, seemed almost regal in the golden light, their shadows stretching long and foreboding across the clearing. The quiet unnerved him. He had expected taunts, drums, the clamor of goblins preparing for battle. Instead, the fortress stood silent, its gates shut, its drawbridge raised. The only sound was the faint rustle of leaves and the occasional chirp of birds that now seemed much closer than before. "They're waiting," Farron murmured to himself. "And so are we." He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, the leather wrapping creaking under the pressure. The first assault would begin soon, and with it, the answers to the questions that had plagued him since they arrived. Chapter 21, The First Wave. Jannet stood on the walls of Newscar, his black-scaled form blending into the shadowy parapet. His tongue flicked the air, tasting the sweat, iron, and fear of the advancing humans. They were moving just as he had anticipated, slowly, methodically, their sights set on the eastern wall. He could see their formation clearly now, a column of soldiers with shields raised and a battering ram at the ready, flanked by archers preparing to provide covering fire. The eastern wall had always been the bait, its smaller appearance and deceptively weak defenses designed to draw them in. The humans approached cautiously, their boots sinking slightly into the jungle floor. They clearly expected resistance but underestimated just how much. As the sun pierced the canopy, illuminating the battlefield in shafts of golden light, Jannet gave the signal. Randall's hiss carried the sharp command across the wall. From hidden stations, the lizards and goblins unleashed their first volley. Hardened wooden spears flew from the Y-shaped sling stations, a dozen projectiles slicing through the air. The assault struck true, piercing armor and sending several men to the ground with screams of pain. Panic rippled through the human ranks, but their disciplined formation pressed on. The spears were swiftly reloaded as goblins on the walls manned slingshots and crude catapults. Each projectile carried a deadly payload, venom-coated shards of obsidian and sharp stones designed to pierce flesh and spread their toxins. The air filled with the sound of snapping wood and the heavy thuds of impacts. Many of the projectiles were deflected by shields, but not all. Screams erupted as shrapnel found its marks, embedding in exposed necks, faces, and gaps in the humans' armor. Still, the humans pushed forward, their archers raising their bows in unison. The first volley of arrows descended like a storm. Shafts slammed into the walls, striking wood, stone, and flesh alike. Not every lizard or goblin escaped unscathed. Cries of pain mingled with defiant hisses as arrows pierced scales and hide. Jannet hissed a warning to the defenders: more arrows would come. The humans weren't deterred by the jungle's lethality. They were resolute, and their discipline was deadly. Below, Lil Guy and his goblin team sprang into action. Mounted on swift lizards, they darted between the wounded, pulling arrows free and applying makeshift poultices of venom and herbs. The goblins' swift hands and calm coordination kept the wounded fighters alive, even as the chaos raged. Janet's golden eyes tracked the humans as they reached the eastern moat. It had been disguised with sticks, moss, and leaves, making it appear like solid ground. The first ranks discovered the deception too late. Men screamed as they fell into the water, impaled on the sharpened stakes hidden below. The moat turned crimson as the unlucky soldiers thrashed, their cries rising above the din of battle. But the humans weren't deterred. The survivors shouted for planks, and a second wave moved forward, laying crude walkways across the moat to bridge the gap. The battering ram advanced, groaning as it was pushed onto the planks. Jannet flicked his tongue, tasting the panic and determination of the humans. They were resolute, but so was he. The battering ram's presence over the moat presented a perfect opportunity. He hissed a mimetic command, reverberating through the lizard defenders. "Fire the packages." Goblins and lizards hauled out the specially prepared projectiles, bundles of sharp gemstones and magical stones gifted by the gem gnomes, each wrapped in venom-coated leaves. The stones were fragile, prone to cracking and releasing bursts of energy when damaged. Jannet had carefully crafted this countermeasure, and now it was time to see it in action. With a synchronized effort, the defenders launched the parcels. They arced through the air, striking the ram and the soldiers clustered around it. The first explosion sent shards of stone and venom flying, tearing through armor and flesh. A chain reaction followed as other stones cracked, their stored magic erupting in bursts of fire and force. The battering ram splintered under the onslaught, its remains crashing into the moat. Soldiers were thrown backward, screaming as the energy tore through their ranks. Panic overtook the humans at the front, and they retreated in disarray, their formation broken. Jannet's eyes scanned the battlefield. The humans had withdrawn from the immediate wall assault, but the remnants of their battering ram now served as a makeshift bridge over the moat. The defenders had stopped the first wave, but at a cost. Arrows still rained and littered the walls, and several lizards lay wounded or dead. Jannet spotted number 1 among the injured, his massive form bleeding from several deep cuts. Despite his wounds, number 1 stood tall, hissing defiantly at the enemy. His resilience inspired the others, and Jannet felt a surge of pride in his most loyal companion. But the fight was far from over. The humans had hundreds of soldiers, and their commanders wouldn't be deterred by a single setback. Jannet could feel the weight of their numbers pressing against his mind. His reptilian instincts screamed at him to retreat, to find safety in the depths of the jungle. But he ignored them. This wasn't just about survival anymore. Newskar was their home. It was their sanctuary, their proof that lizards could build something greater. He would defend it to his last breath. The lizards hissed in defiance from the walls, their tongues flaring as they readied themselves for the next attack. Jannet took a moment to assess their situation. The magical stones were depleted, and many of their defenses had been revealed. The humans would adapt, but so would they. He hissed orders to the goblins and lizards below, directing them to reinforce the walls and reset the traps. The drawbridge remained raised, but the humans would find another way to breach the fortress. Jannet's golden eyes narrowed as he gazed at the human camp. They were regrouping, their commanders shouting orders and reorganizing their ranks. Jannet's golden eyes scanned the battlefield, narrowing as he watched the humans regroup. Their lines shifted as commanders barked orders, forming ranks with brutal efficiency. The first wave had faltered, but they weren't retreating. They were adapting. His tongue flicked out instinctively, tasting the air thick with sweat, blood, and the faint, acrid scent of burning wood. His mind whirred with possibilities, each scenario grimmer than the last. Around him, the Komodos and goblins of Newskar turned their gazes to him, their eye lenses flaring with uncertainty. They needed leadership, strength, and resolve. For a moment, doubt crept into Jannet's mind. He wasn't a warrior. He wasn't born to lead. He was just a housewife, a creature of routine and care, thrust into a position he'd never sought. But as the whistle of arrows filled the air, one finding its mark in his foot, the doubt dissolved into something sharper, determination. Pain flared as the arrow struck, a sharp point breaking through the hardened scales of his foot. His HP dropped slightly, a small but jarring reminder of his mortality. Jannet let out a low hiss, snapping the shaft off with his powerful jaws and pulling the arrow free with his claws. The pain fueled his resolve. He wasn't just a housewife anymore. He was Jannet, sovereign of Newskar, and his family, the lizards, the goblins, and even the eggs nestled deep in the nursery, depended on him. He wouldn't falter. Not here, not now. Jannet climbed to the top of the parapet, his massive form silhouetted against the jungle canopy. His scales glistened with rain and sweat as he reared back, releasing a deafening roar that echoed through the jungle. The sound carried a mimetic pulse, rippling through the minds of every Komodo within the walls, and the goblins followed instinctively. It was a call to arms, a rallying cry that silenced doubt and ignited defiance. Below, number 1 roared in response, his bellowing hiss rallying the ranks. The lizards filed into their positions with precision born of relentless training. Goblins scrambled to their posts, their small hands clutching spears and slingshots, eyes wide with determination. The defenders of Newskar stood ready, united in their purpose. Jannet watched as the humans brought forward new weapons of war. A team of mages strode into the clearing, their cloaks shimmering with arcane energy. Fire flickered at their fingertips, and with a synchronized chant, they hurled flaming projectiles toward the walls. The wooden supports splintered and groaned under the assault, smoke rising as flames licked at the defenses. "Pull back from the walls," Jannet hissed through memetics, the command carrying urgency. The defenders obeyed, retreating from the parapets to avoid the inferno. They wouldn't waste lives on a hopeless defense of the outer wall. Their strength would be in the breach. The humans surged forward, emboldened by the sight of retreating defenders. Ladders slammed against the smoldering walls, and soldiers began their ascent, shields raised to protect against the occasional arrow or stone still falling from above. But the real defense waited below. Jannet moved to the base of the eastern wall, where the breach would soon come. The moat was a quagmire of mud and blood, its spikes hidden beneath a layer of churned muck. The battering ram from the first wave had left a crude bridge across the moat, and the humans would use it. Jannet hissed to number 1 and Rose, who flanked him like sentinels. "We hold the breach. No human crosses alive." They nodded, their forked tongue flaring as they took their positions. Behind them, Randall and Baby Goblin prepared their teams. Randall's Y-stick spear stations were reloaded and repositioned, while Baby Goblin's goblin riders waited in reserve, their mounts ready to strike when the moment was right. As the goblins' riders held their positions in the rear, their mounts twitching with pent-up energy, a different kind of ritual began to unfold behind the defensive lines. Randall and a group of goblin crafters, some with hastily bandaged wounds from the earlier skirmish, approached Jannet with purposeful reverence. The goblins carried with them the sovereign's armaments, crafted painstakingly over the winter. The helm, a gleaming artifact of salvaged breastplates and jungle vines, had been reforged and polished, now adorned with jagged patterns reminiscent of scales. The claw blades, fashioned from reforged human swords, were strapped with reinforced leather and vine bindings. They gleamed with a deadly edge, their tips honed to perfection. The defenders nearby paused in their tasks to watch, their gazes filled with awe. The goblins, their small frames bowed under the weight of the armaments, moved with almost religious reverence as they approached their leader. Randall stepped forward first, holding the helm. His frills flared with pride as he looked up at Jannet, who knelt slightly to allow the goblin to place it atop his head. The fit was perfect, the helm settling into place with a satisfying finality. The goblins murmured among themselves, their voices a mix of admiration and gratitude. Next came the claw blades. 2 goblins stepped forward, each holding one of the deadly implements. They knelt before Jannet, presenting the weapons like sacred relics. Randall directed the bindings, ensuring they were secure but flexible, allowing Jannet full mobility. As the final adjustments were made, Randall stepped back and bowed deeply, his frills dipping low in a gesture of utmost respect. The other goblins followed suit, their small forms lowering in unison. The lizards, too, watched in reverence. Their tongues flared and tails flicked, a silent acknowledgement of Janet's authority. Even Rose and number 1, standing nearby, tilted their heads in approval. This was not just a moment of preparation, it was a moment of transformation. Jannet, now fully armed, rose to his full height. The helm caught the light, its jagged edges glinting like the teeth of a predator. The claw blades, strapped securely to his powerful forelimbs, radiated menace. He was no longer just a leader. He was a symbol, a sovereign, a force of nature. A low, collective hiss spread through the defenders, a sound that carried both fear and admiration. The goblins whispered among themselves, their voices trembling with awe. "The sovereign," one said. "Our sovereign," another corrected, her tone reverent. Though the meaning of the words did not reach Jannet, the idea was conveyed. Jannet stood for a moment, his gaze sweeping over his people. The weight of the armaments was nothing compared to the weight of their trust, their belief in him. He flicked his tongue, tasting the air thick with anticipation and determination. "Lizards together strong," Jannet hissed, the mimetic pulse carrying through the ranks, igniting their spirits. The defenders roared their approval, their voices blending into a cacophony of unity and resolve. For a brief, shining moment, fear was forgotten. They would fight, Not just for survival but for Newscar, for the future Jannet had promised them. The humans breached the wall with a thunderous crash, flaming debris raining down as the mage's final volley hit its mark. Soldiers poured through the opening, their shields raised as they charged into the fortress. Jannet met the first wave head-on. His massive body surged forward, tail whipping with bone-crushing force. His claws, reinforced with leather and steel by the goblin crafters, tore through armor like paper. The humans screamed as they fell, their ranks faltering under the sheer ferocity of his assault. Number 1 and Rose were close behind, their movements a blur of primal strength and speed. Number 1's jaws snapped shut on a soldier's arm, the sickening crunch followed by a roar of pain. Rose spun, her tail lashing out to knock another soldier into the muddy moat. Behind them, the defenders unleashed their own fury. Goblins fired their slingshots and bows, their projectiles tipped with venom that seeped through armor. Randall's spear stations launched deadly volleys, the hardened wood piercing shields and bodies alike. Baby Goblin stood atop a platform, chanting in her high-pitched voice as she summoned a new plague of toads. The poisonous creatures hopped into the fray, their secretions burning through armor and skin, sowing chaos among the attackers. For a moment, it seemed as though the defenders might hold. The relentless assault from the lizards and goblins had slowed the humans' advance, their lines faltering under the barrage of venomous projectiles, crude traps, and well-placed strikes. Jannet stood at the breach, a towering force of muscle and scales, his helm glinting with the blood of his enemies. The defenders rallied behind him, their resolve bolstered by the Sovereign's indomitable presence. But then came another volley of arrows, their deadly points raining down with unrelenting precision. Jannet snarled as one struck his side, its tip embedding between his scales. His status flickered in his mind, his HP ticking down incrementally. HP 612,800. The status bar was a constant reminder of his mortality, but Jannet barely registered the pain. Another wave of soldiers surged forward, their sheer numbers pressing against the defenders and threatening to overwhelm them. The eastern wall echoed with the clash of steel and the hissing roars of the Komodo dragons. Jannet surged forward, his claws gleaming as he swiped with his augmented sword claws. The devastating slash tore through the ranks, sending soldiers flying with screams of agony. Blood spattered across the breach, staining the ground as more enemies fell to his wrath. His muscles burned with effort, and the air around him seemed to thrum with raw, reptilian power. Despite his towering form and vicious attacks, the humans pressed on. Arrows zipped through the air, several striking Janet's hide. He hissed in frustration as another notification flashed in his vision. HP 570,800. Each wound chipped away at him, but there was no time to falter. Jannet lashed out with tail sweep, the force of his attack sending a cluster of conscripts crashing into the moat. Their screams were silenced as the spikes claimed them, but the breach continued to fill with more soldiers. Nearby, Rose fought with primal fury, her claws and teeth a blur of motion. A particularly large soldier broke through the line, his blade raised high and aimed at Janet's throat. Jannet tensed, his stamina waning, but before the blade could fall, Rose intercepted. Her claws raked across the man's face, tearing through flesh and sending him sprawling to the ground with a scream. Jannet hissed a brief note of gratitude to her before returning his focus to the onslaught. His claws glinted as he attacked, carving through a knight's armor as though it were paper. Another notification ticked up his growing kill count. Kill count +1 mage. Kill count +1 knight. The humans' fear of Jannet was evident in their hesitations, the way they stumbled or faltered when their eyes met his. Yet, fear wasn't enough to stop them. The barrage of arrows and spells from the rear ranks bore down relentlessly, and the sting of magic seared through the air. Jannet roared as a fireball exploded near his flank, the heat licking at his scales. HP 500,800. His stamina waned further, each movement feeling heavier than the last, but he refused to yield. Sovereign presence radiated from him, bolstering the lizards and goblins around him. They hissed and roared in defiance, their strikes growing more ferocious with each passing moment. Time seemed to slow for Jannet as the chaos of battle raged on. His mind flicked through every moment that had brought them here. The building of Newscar, the loss of Spotted Eye, the first eggs hatching in their nursery. The weight of it all pressed against him, but with it came a surge of resolve. This was his family, his home. He wouldn't let the humans destroy it. A blade sliced across his forelimb, another notification flashing as blood dripped to the ground. HP 450-800. The sting was distant, barely registering as adrenaline coursed through him. He lashed out with his tail rending the front ranks, striking down another wave of soldiers as they charged into the breach. Their bodies crumpled like reeds before a storm, but still, more came. The ground trembled beneath the press of their numbers, and Janet's golden eyes widened as he saw them trample through the grave of Spotted Eye. The crude cairn of stones was scattered beneath their boots, a symbol of their disrespect and disregard. Something in Jannet snapped. His eyes glowed with a furious light as he let out a roar that shook the walls of Newscar. Rage surged through his body, drowning out the pain and exhaustion. His claws flexed, digging into the earth as he prepared to launch himself back into the fray. The humans thought they could destroy everything he'd built, trample the memory of the fallen, and take his home. They were wrong. This was Newscar. And Jannet would hold the breach, or die trying. As his vision blurred with fury, the notifications continued to tick away. HP 425-800. Kill count, +1 knight. Kill count, +1 mage. The sovereign of Newscar would not fall. Chapter 22, The Roar of Survival. Janet's vision blurred as he felt his body teeter on the brink. His instincts screamed at him to keep moving, keep fighting, but his HP counter flashed ominously in his mind. HP 298-800. 262-800. 225-800. The warning alert flared, its red glow casting a disorienting haze over his already dimming reality. Blood slicked his claws and scales, both his own and the humans. The battlefield around him was a hellscape of fallen lizards, goblins, and humans alike. Their cries of pain, rage, and fear blended into a cacophony that echoed across the jungle clearing. Janet's claws raked through another soldier, attacking with his sword claws one more time. The weapon carved deep gashes through the man's armor, and he crumpled to the ground with a scream. The claws, however, were now broken, and for every enemy he felled, another stepped forward to take their place. The lizards and goblins were fighting valiantly, but even they were beginning to falter. The tide of human soldiers seemed endless, an unyielding wave crashing against Newscar's defenders. Janet's vision swam as his stamina waned. His limbs felt heavy, his movements sluggish, and the pain from countless wounds was beginning to seep through his adrenaline-fueled haze. For a brief, haunting moment, the battlefield shifted in his mind's eye, transforming into a memory. He was back in the small, suffocating house from her human life. Walter loomed over her, shouting, his hands gripping her arms hard enough to bruise. She had shrunk away, her voice silenced by years of fear and submission. That old, haunting weakness bubbled up, threatening to drag her under again. But not this time. Janet's roar tore through the battlefield, shaking his enemies and allies alike. This was not the housewife who had cowered in the shadow of others. This was Jannet, the sovereign of Newscar, and the world would remember her name. The humans hesitated, their formation wavering for a moment as the thunderous sound echoed through the jungle. But the respite was brief. The archers loosed another volley, and the relentless tide surged forward once more. Janet's HP continued to tick down. HP 190-800. 154-800. 138-800. His body moved on instinct, his claws slicing and his tail smashing as his mind drifted between sharp clarity and a dark, encroaching void. Around him, the lizard line was faltering. Even number 1, stalwart and unyielding, bore numerous wounds, his movements slower than usual. Rose fought nearby, her body battered but her determination unbroken. Janet's stamina was nearly gone, and his resolve stretched thin, when the sounds of battle were interrupted by something new. Boom! A low vibration rippled through the earth, sending tremors beneath the feet of every combatant. Janet's head snapped toward the source, his golden eyes narrowing. In the distance, birds took to the skies in frantic flocks, their movements like black smoke rising against the jungle canopy. Boom. Another tremor, closer this time, accompanied by the sharp crack of a massive tree trunk splitting and crashing to the forest floor. The vibration sent waves through the battlefield, momentarily halting the human advance. Every head turned toward the source of the disturbance, unease rippling through the soldiers' ranks. Then, it emerged. The creature towered above the treetops, its enormous bulk lumbering into view. Covered in ancient, gnarled scales that gleamed like blackened steel, its form radiated a primal, terrifying presence. Rows of jagged teeth lined its maw, far too many to count, and its tail lashed behind it with destructive force, flattening anything in its path. Jannet activated his identification ring, his mind racing as the system's text scrolled into view. Ancient Noble Crocodile. Level 184. A cold dread seeped into his chest. He glanced at Baby Goblin, who was standing atop a smaller lizard mount, her wide eyes filled with recognition and terror. She pointed frantically at the creature, shrieking in her squeaky voice, seemingly gesturing something like Jannet. "It's the monster from my picture." Janet's mind flashed to the crude drawing Baby Goblin had shown him months ago, the beast that had driven her and the other goblins south. It wasn't a hedgehog. It was this, a crocodilian titan, an unstoppable force of nature. The humans scrambled to reposition, their commanders barking orders as they shifted their ranks to face the new threat. Panic spread through their lines, their careful formation dissolving as soldiers broke off to prepare for the incoming behemoth. Jannet took the momentary distraction to assess the state of Newscar's defenders. The eastern wall was battered, and the defenders were battered with it. Too many lizards and goblins lay unmoving on the ground, their blood soaking into the earth. Even if the humans were delayed by the ancient noble crocodile, Newscar's defenses were at their limit. This was not a victory. Not yet. Jannet hissed mimetic orders to retreat to the inner den, the last defensive line. His tail lashed the air as he directed number 1, Rose, and Randall to lead the retreat, ensuring the wounded were carried back. The goblin riders worked in teams, ferrying injured lizards to safety. "Pull back," Jannet roared, his mind voice a mix of command and urgency. "The humans are distracted, but we don't have time. Move." The defenders retreated in an organized chaos, the inner den fortified but not invincible. As Jannet backed away from the breach, he cast one last glance at the battlefield. The humans, for all their overwhelming numbers, were scrambling. The ancient noble crocodile let out a guttural roar, a sound that reverberated through the jungle and seemed to shake the very air. Trees splintered beneath its weight as it advanced, and Jannet could see the humans' fear. The Duke of Faeron stood tall on his command dais, his face grim as he surveyed the battlefield. The breach at the eastern wall, the apparent weak point in the goblin fortress, had become a hellish meat grinder. What should have been an easy path into the heart of the enemy's defenses was now a blood-soaked choke point. His soldiers pressed forward, wave after wave, only to be met by the towering figure of the sovereign, a colossal black-scaled Komodo dragon. Each charge broke against its hulking form like waves on a cliff, the sovereign's claws, tail, and teeth carving through men with devastating efficiency. Even the fireballs from the mages, which would send most beasts scattering in terror, seemed to barely faze it. The wall of black scales and sheer determination was a sight to behold, and it sent a ripple of unease through the Duke's seasoned heart. "This isn't normal," the Duke muttered to himself, his gauntleted hand gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. His commanders, less composed, scrambled to explain away the scene. "The breach is secured, my lord," one of the commanders said confidently, though his voice wavered. "The defenders are faltering. They've taken heavy losses, look at how many lie dead. It's only a matter of time before we push through." The Duke gave the man a sidelong glance, his skepticism evident. Yes, the breach was piled high with fallen bodies, both human and lizard. But the defenders, those massive Komodo lizards and their sparse goblin allies, held with an almost unnatural resolve. They didn't break ranks. They didn't flee. They fought like something more than mere beasts. "These aren't goblins," the Duke said, his voice low and cold. "Not like any we've faced before. There's something different here." The commanders exchanged uneasy glances. "Perhaps a noble goblin king or a powerful shaman, my lord," one suggested. That sovereign beast must be their pet. Pet? The Duke cut him off with a sharp tone. That is no pet. That is a leader. The commanders faltered, their words catching in their throats. Before they could respond, a faint rumble began beneath their feet. It was subtle at first, easily dismissed as the vibrations of the battlefield. But it grew steadily stronger, and the noise of the battle began to change. The cries of soldiers and the clash of weapons were joined by the frantic calls of birds taking flight in great flocks, their wings a dark cloud rising against the jungle canopy. What's that? One of the commanders asked, his voice tinged with confusion and unease. The Duke's eyes narrowed as he scanned the horizon. Far to the north, the treetops swayed unnaturally, parting as if pushed aside by an unseen force. The rumbling grew louder, rhythmic, and the ground itself seemed to tremble beneath its weight. Then, they saw it. The creature emerged from the jungle like a living nightmare, its massive form dwarfing even the tallest trees. Covered in ancient, gnarled scales that glinted like iron, the ancient noble crocodile moved with a lumbering grace that belied its immense size. Its maw opened to reveal countless jagged teeth, each as large as a man's arm. Its tail swung behind it, snapping trees in half as though they were twigs. The Duke's breath caught in his throat. He had heard of such creatures before, myths and rumors whispered among the adventurers who occasionally passed through the Borderlands. This was no mere beast. This was a remnant of the primordial world, a creature from the deep monster lands far to the north. The kind of monster that would require an army of platinum-ranked adventurers from the capital to fell. The commanders stood frozen in place, their faces pale. One finally found his voice. What? What is that? Something far worse than a goblin, the Duke replied, his voice heavy. The ancient noble crocodile let out a guttural roar, the sound so deep it felt like a physical force, rattling the very bones of those who heard it. The human soldiers faltered, their ranks breaking as fear rippled through them. Form ranks. One of the commanders shouted, his voice cracking. Archers, loose? Mages, fire at will? The soldiers scrambled to obey, but their fear was palpable. Arrows peppered the creature's hide, bouncing harmlessly off its armored scales. The mages conjured fireballs and lightning bolts, hurling them with desperation, but the massive beast barely seemed to notice. We're not equipped to fight this, another commander said, his voice barely above a whisper. The Duke's mind raced. His army had been bloodied in the assault on the goblin fortress, their strength sapped by the traps, the relentless defenders, and now this. Infection would spread among the wounded by nightfall, and morale was already crumbling. This creature wasn't something his conscripts and knights could handle, it was an extinction-level threat for his army. The Duke turned to his commanders, his voice sharp and commanding. We cannot hold against this creature. Begin a controlled retreat. The vanguard will hold the line and delay it as long as possible while the main army regroups. The commanders hesitated, clearly unwilling to send men to what was effectively a death sentence. But the Duke's gaze left no room for argument. Now. This creature is drawn by the scent of blood and the noise of battle. If we can scatter, we may lose it. The commanders nodded reluctantly and began barking orders. The soldiers broke into smaller units, retreating toward the tree line in a disorganized shuffle. The vanguard, a mix of seasoned knights and conscripts too slow to pull back, formed a desperate line between the ancient noble crocodile and the retreating army. The Duke remained on his dais, his eyes fixed on the monstrous creature. So much blood, he murmured to himself. It may not stop even after we're gone. He glanced back at the goblin fortress, its defenders visibly pulling back into their inner defenses. He couldn't be sure if they were retreating out of fear or regrouping for another counterattack. Either way, the jungle had become a battleground far more dangerous than he had anticipated. As the ancient noble crocodile roared again, its massive form bearing down on the vanguard, the Duke turned his horse toward the retreating army. The weight of the battle and the consequences of his decisions pressed heavily on his shoulders. The den of Newscar was heavy with silence, broken only by the distant, guttural roars of the ancient noble crocodile as it wreaked havoc on the retreating human army. Jannet stood at the entrance, his massive frame silhouetted by the dim light filtering through the jungle canopy. His black scales glistened with blood, some his own, most not. His wounds, while numerous, were superficial compared to the toll the battle had taken on his people. In the breach, the battlefield was a scene of carnage. Around 30 Komodo lizards and 7 goblins lay motionless among the corpses of the seemingly countless human soldiers they had fought so valiantly against. Their sacrifices had held the line, had protected Newskar, but the cost weighed heavily on Jannet's mind. He glanced down at his claws, still smeared with gore, and flicked his tongue. The bitter tang of death hung in the air. Inside the den, the survivors gathered in clusters. The goblins, normally a lively and mischievous group, were subdued, their faces marked with grief and exhaustion. The lizards huddled together, their tails entwined in silent solidarity. Even the hatchlings in the nursery were quiet, as though they, too, could sense the gravity of the moment. Jannet turned to face them, his golden eyes scanning the crowd. The room felt impossibly full yet achingly empty, the absence of the fallen leaving an unfillable void. He stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, his towering presence commanding attention. Through his sovereign mimetics, he conveyed a message of calm and unity. We mourn today, for we have lost many who stood with us. Good lizards. Good goblins. They gave their lives not for conquest, but for home, for family, for the future we are building together. The wave of sorrow and pride that rippled through the group was almost palpable. Jannet felt it in the flick of tails, the tightening of goblin fists, the quiet, reverent hisses that filled the space. He continued, his tone resonating with solemnity. We will honor them. Their sacrifices will not be forgotten. Let us have a moment of silence for the fallen. Let us remember their courage, their loyalty, their love for Newskar. The den grew still. Even the jungle outside seemed to pause, the sounds of distant birds and rustling leaves fading into an eerie quiet. Jannet closed his eyes, his reptilian mind flickering through memories of the day. The sight of Spotted Eye's grave being trampled by human boots. The cries of wounded comrades. The rage he had felt as the breach was assaulted. He opened his eyes, exuding a quiet resolve through his mimetics. The silence lasted a moment longer before he let the hum of his presence ease the tension, encouraging his people to rise from their sorrow. We survived because of them, Jannet said finally. And we will survive what comes next. The ancient noble crocodile is here now, a force of the jungle as primal as the soil beneath us. This is our home, but we must tread carefully. The jungle has many faces, and not all are kind. The crowd shifted uneasily. The presence of the massive creature was a threat they could not ignore. It had routed the human army, but its motives were unknown. Would it move on? Would it attack Newskar? The possibilities loomed over them like a storm cloud. Baby Goblin stepped forward, her small frame radiating determination. She let out a soft, guttural series of sounds, her hands gesturing animatedly. Jannet caught the meaning through her actions and the subtle resonance of her bond with the lizards. We will be ready. Whatever it does, we will be ready. The sentiment spread through the crowd, emboldening the lizards and goblins alike. Randall, his frills drooping with exhaustion but his eyes sharp, stepped up beside Jannet and let out a confident hiss. Number 1, still bleeding from a gash along his side, stood tall, his presence alone a reassurance to the others. Rose lingered at the back of the group, her maternal instincts keeping her close to the hatchlings, but her gaze was fierce, her claws flexing in readiness. Jannet nodded to them all, a sense of pride swelling in his chest despite the grimness of the day. We will rebuild. We will grow stronger. The crowd dispersed slowly, the goblins and lizards returning to their tasks. Some began tending to the wounded, others set about repairing the damage to the den's defenses. The atmosphere was heavy but resolute. This was a family, a nation, and they would endure. Jannet remained at the entrance, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon where the ancient noble crocodile's roars still echoed. For now, it was hunting humans. But soon, it might turn its attention to Newskar. Jannet flicked his tongue, tasting the air, his mind turning over strategies and possibilities. They had survived one battle, but the war was far from over. Chapter 23, The Voice of the Ancient. The air was still heavy with the acrid stench of blood and smoke as the survivors of Newskar huddled in the den's depths. Outside, The muffled crunching of bones and metal reverberated like thunder. The ancient noble crocodile, a primordial beast from the deep wilderness, was feasting upon the remnants of the human army, swallowing soldier and sword alike as if they were no more than insects. The once formidable invaders, who had threatened to wipe out Newscar, were reduced to scattered corpses and broken armor. Jannet's massive frame blocked the entrance to the den, his obsidian black scales dull from exhaustion and injuries. His health bar flickered in his mind's eye, still hovering dangerously low after the brutal battle. The faint trickle of regeneration provided little solace. He knew he couldn't stop the beast if it turned its ire on them, but his sovereign instincts demanded he act. This was his home, his family, and his duty. The ground trembled with every movement of the crocodile, its bulk crushing the eastern wall and leaving deep furrows in the earth. Despite the fear coursing through his mind, Jannet rose slowly, lowering his massive body into a posture of deference. His tongue flicked nervously as he stepped from the shadows of the den, his golden eyes locking onto the beast's massive, slitted pupil. The crocodile paused its feast, a grotesque mix of human flesh and shattered armor dripping from its jaws. Its gaze fixed on Jannet, and for a terrifying moment, time seemed to freeze. Then, a cold, foreign voice rasped into Janet's mind, a voice ancient and steeped in the wisdom of countless ages. "Back, little one," the voice hissed. "This meager snack is mine and mine alone. I see no qualm in adding you to it as well. My hunting grounds grow barren to the north, and my hunger drives me south." Jannet suppressed the instinct to recoil, instead projecting his thoughts with a calmness he didn't entirely feel. "The feast is yours, Great One. I only ask that you leave our humble den untouched. The humans have already taken much from us today." The crocodile's eyes narrowed, the massive creature leaning in closer until its head filled Janet's vision. The air around it reeked of decay and power. Its voice rasped again, amused yet curious. "Interesting. This is not what I had expected to hear from one so young, sovereign. In all my years, I have not encountered one of your kind." Its colossal bulk shifted, crushing debris beneath it as it returned to its meal, swallowing a mangled night whole. "I found this meal pleasing and you, intriguing. I have decided not to eat you. But now, we must talk." The creature's words carried the weight of untold years, and Jannet felt an odd mix of terror and fascination. He had no choice but to listen. The crocodile's voice continued as it devoured the battlefield. "I had grown tired of the goblin flesh scraps to the north. These humans are far more filling, though their numbers here are too few. I will need to eat more before the creatures flee too far." Seizing the opportunity, Jannet projected an image into the creature's mind, a vivid memory of the human nest he had scouted months ago. The bustling streets, the towering walls, and the vast numbers of humans within. His thoughts were steady, though his heart raced. "Your largeness, are you aware of the human nest to the south of us? It would surely provide sustenance worthy of a creature such as yourself." The crocodile paused, a deep chuckle rumbling through the jungle like distant thunder. "A human nest, you say? Intriguing. You have given me much to consider, little sovereign. I will visit this nest. Thank you." The beast's eyes gleamed with a dangerous amusement as it lifted its massive body. The ground trembled as it began to move, crushing trees and debris in its path. Its voice echoed in Janet's mind one final time. "You must grow, sovereign. What comes from the north eats everything. I have been moving south to find new hunting grounds, and these humans. I had forgotten how satisfying they are. Use the system, young one. Seek adventure, danger. Gain levels. It is the only way you will survive." As the crocodile lumbered away, its colossal form disappearing into the jungle, the ground quaked with its every step. The human scent trail was its guide, and the beast moved with an ancient purpose, following the path of the retreating soldiers. For a moment, the jungle was eerily silent, save for the fading tremors of the crocodile's departure. Slowly, the survivors of Newscar emerged from the den, their movements tentative and their eyes scanning the battlefield for any remaining threats. The eastern wall was a shattered ruin, its defensive integrity reduced to splinters and rubble. The smell of blood and death was overwhelming, and carrion birds circled above, their cries harsh against the oppressive silence. Jannet stood at the breach, his massive frame silhouetted against the wreckage. His golden eyes flicked across the battlefield, taking in the carnage. Around him, 30 lizards and 7 goblins lay dead, their lifeless bodies now mere scraps mingled with the remains of the human army. The sight sent a pang of sorrow through him, but he pushed it aside. This was war, and the fallen deserved more than grief, they deserved remembrance. With a deep, resonant hiss, Jannet called the survivors to him. The lizards and goblins gathered in a solemn circle, their scales and faces marked with dirt, blood, and exhaustion. Jannet projected a wave of mimetic energy, his thoughts heavy with loss and resolve. "We honor the fallen," he conveyed, his voice steady despite the weight in his chest. "Their sacrifice has allowed us to stand here today. Let us hold a moment of silence for those who gave everything for Newscar." The group fell silent, their collective mourning palpable. Even the youngest among them seemed to understand the gravity of the moment. Jannet bowed his head, his massive body lowering slightly as he stood in reverence. The lizards' tails flicked in unison, a silent gesture of respect, while the goblins placed small tokens near the bodies of their fallen comrades. When the moment passed, Jannet raised his head, his golden eyes burning with determination. "The jungle is not yet done with us," he conveyed. "The great crocodile has gone south, but we must remain vigilant. What lies to the north is coming, and we must be ready. We will rebuild, we will grow, and we will honor the memory of those we lost by surviving." The survivors hissed their agreement, their resolve solidifying in the face of the uncertain future. As they began to clear the battlefield, salvaging what they could and preparing for the challenges ahead, Jannet stood guard at the breach. His body ached, his health bar still far from full, but his mind was clear. The ancient noble crocodile lumbered through the dense jungle, each step shaking the ground and crushing vegetation beneath her immense bulk. Her massive tail dragged through the underbrush, leaving a path of destruction in her wake. Her yellowed eyes gleamed with a cold intelligence, the flickers of memories surfacing like ripples across still waters. It had been 1,000 years since she had ventured this far south, 1,000 years since humans had fled before her as they were doing now, scattering like frightened insects into the jungle's depths. The faint scent of their sweat and terror filled the air, a seasoning she had almost forgotten. She let out a low, guttural rumble, her fanged maw curling into something resembling a smile. Primal devourer. That's what they had called her the last time she came to these lands. A name whispered in reverence and fear, shouted by doomed soldiers as they tried and failed to halt her rampage. She had outlasted their empires, their kingdoms, their fleeting moments of glory. She remembered their screams as if they were yesterday's hunt, and now, she would remind these humans why they had given her that name. The crocodile moved with deliberate slowness, her ancient mind savoring the moment. She had grown since her last visit to this region, her form even more massive, her scales harder, and her hunger deeper. The deep north had been her hunting ground for centuries, a wild expanse where prey was plentiful, and rivals were few. But even in her vast experience, nothing had prepared her for the plague beasts. Her reptilian mind churned with fragmented images of the swarm-like creatures that had driven her south. They had come like a tide of death, consuming everything in their path, plants, animals, even the land itself. Tiny beetle-like creatures with glowing, chitinous shells that seemed to shimmer in and out of existence. She had encountered them first at the edges of her domain, devouring an ancient forest that had stood for centuries. At first, she had thought them no threat. A single sweep of her massive tail had crushed thousands of the tiny invaders into dust. But the relief was short-lived. The dust reformed almost instantly, coalescing into new swarms that surged forward with relentless hunger. When they reached her, she had learned what true pain was. The memory made her shudder involuntarily, her massive body rippling with emotion. The swarm had attacked her scales, their tiny mouths seeking out gaps that didn't exist, gnawing at her as if they could consume the very essence of her being. The pain was unlike anything she had ever felt, not physical but something deeper, a searing agony that struck at her very core. It was a new kind of predator, one she couldn't fight in the traditional sense. Her only choice had been to leave, to abandon the hunting grounds she had ruled for centuries and move south in search of safety and sustenance. Adapt or die. It was the lesson she had learned over countless centuries, and it was the reason she had survived when so many others had not. The swarm had taken her home, but it would not take her life. Now, as she neared the human nest, the scents and sounds of the jungle gave way to something more artificial. Smoke and sweat, steel and leather, the clinking of armor, and the hurried, panicked movements of men. Her keen eyes caught sight of the wooden palisades and stone walls rising in the distance. Prey. The word echoed in her mind, a simple and primal truth. The humans had built their nest here, filling it with food, noise, and fear. Her vast hunger gnawed at her insides, and her tongue flicked out to taste the air. The scent of blood still lingered, a reminder of the battle she had left behind at Newskar. The humans in this nest wouldn't know what was coming for them. The memory of their kind fleeing before her so long ago filled her with a grim satisfaction. These new humans would scream just as sweetly, their fear just as intoxicating. She moved closer, her bulk causing the trees to creak and snap as she passed. Her sharp mind calculated her approach, assessing the fortifications with a cold, predatory intelligence. The walls would fall, just as they had before. The humans could scream and fight all they wanted, but it wouldn't matter. Snacks, she thought with a reptilian chuckle, her maw curling once more. Plenty of snacks to keep me moving south. Her focus sharpened as she neared the nest. She could hear the frantic shouts of humans on the walls, their voices rising in alarm as they spotted her massive form. Torches flared to life, and arrows began to fly, their tiny points bouncing harmlessly off her armored hide. Delicious seasoning, she mused, relishing the panic in their voices. The vibrations of her movements shook the ground, and she felt the prey within the nest scurrying like ants. This was her purpose, her place in the world. She was the apex predator, the devourer of civilizations, and these humans would learn that lesson anew. As she reached the outskirts of the nest, the primal devourer paused, her ancient eyes narrowing as she took in the scene. The humans had gathered their forces, a pathetic but determined line of soldiers and mages standing ready to defend their home. It was laughable, almost endearing in its futility. With a low, rumbling growl, she surged forward, her massive body crashing into the walls like a living battering ram. Wood splintered, stone cracked, and screams filled the air. The feast had begun. The chaos was overwhelming. The jungle erupted with the sounds of snapping branches and guttural roars as the ancient noble crocodile barreled through the army. Men screamed in terror, some fleeing in disorganized panic while others stood frozen, transfixed by the monstrous creature's sheer size and ferocity. Horses bucked and reared, their terrified cries mingling with the cacophony as the beast snapped them up in its massive jaws, armor and flesh alike vanishing into its maw. Duke Pharaon spurred his horse onward, his heart pounding with adrenaline. His commanders flanked him, their expressions grim as they struggled to maintain order amid the chaos. The jungle canopy provided little cover, the creature's immense form crashing through trees and brush with terrifying ease. Every rumble of its movements felt like an earthquake, shaking the ground and throwing men and horses off balance. Faster! The Duke bellowed, his voice cutting through the din. Keep moving, or we're all dead. Behind him, the beast let out a deafening roar, its massive tail whipping through the undergrowth and flattening everything in its path. Soldiers screamed as they were caught in its wake, their bodies crushed beneath the enormous weight. Even the horses, normally swift and sure-footed, were no match for the crocodile's relentless pace within the dense jungle. One of the Duke's commanders, a grizzled veteran named Commander Elwyn, shouted over the noise, his voice tinged with desperation. "Sire. It's not just the beast, the traps. The jungle is riddled with them. We'll lose more men trying to escape than staying put." The Duke shot him a glare, his face pale but resolute. "Then we must choose the lesser death. This thing will devour us all if we stop. Keep moving, Elwyn." The group pressed on, forging their way through the tangled undergrowth. The traps left by the defenders of Newskar, spike pits, swinging logs, and concealed snares, claimed more lives as the fleeing soldiers stumbled blindly into them. The jungle itself seemed to conspire against their escape, its dense foliage slowing their progress and offering no clear path. After what felt like an eternity, the relentless sounds of the crocodile's pursuit began to fade. The ground ceased its trembling, and the distant echoes of its guttural roars grew fainter. The Duke slowed his horse, his breath ragged as he looked around. The men who had managed to keep pace gathered in a ragged circle, their faces pale and their eyes wide with fear. Many were bloodied and bruised, their armor dented and their weapons clutched tightly in trembling hands. The commanders joined him, their expressions grim as they surveyed the scattered remnants of the once proud army. It was Commander Elwyn who spoke first, his voice barely more than a whisper. "Sire. The creature." He paused, his face pale as realization dawned. "It's headed directly for Old Scar." A heavy silence fell over the group as the weight of his words sank in. The Duke's jaw tightened, his mind racing. Old Scar, his city, his people. If the beast reached it, the destruction would be unimaginable. "We can't stop it," another commander said, his voice shaking. "Not with what's left of our forces. We need reinforcements, heroes, adventurers, someone who can fight this thing." The Duke's face hardened, his resolve unshaken despite the mounting despair around him. "Then we must warn the South," he said firmly. "We ride for the ducal palace. From there, we will summon the king and call for aid. We need every hero, every blade, every spellcaster this kingdom can muster if we are to stop this creature." He turned to his men, his voice rising above the fearful murmurs. "Bring forth our fastest runners. They must carry word to the palace and beyond. The kingdom must be warned, this is no ordinary threat. If we fail to act, our kingdom may fall." The commanders exchanged uneasy glances but nodded, their faces grim as they set about rallying the scattered troops. The Duke surveyed the remnants of his army, his heart sinking at the sight. What had begun as a force of hundreds was now reduced to a fraction of its size, the survivors battered and demoralized. Yet they were still soldiers, and their duty was clear. "Men," the Duke called out, his voice strong and commanding. "This is not the end. The jungle has tested us, but we are not beaten. We will return to the palace, regroup, and bring the full might of our kingdom to bear against this monster." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the weary faces before him. "You are not just soldiers, you are defenders of this land, protectors of its people. Do not let fear rule you. Stand tall, and let the world know that we will not falter in the face of this beast." The men straightened, some finding renewed determination in his words. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep them moving. The commanders began organizing the troops, forming smaller groups to navigate the treacherous jungle more effectively. As the group forged their way through the jungle, the Duke couldn't shake the weight of the realization that this creature was beyond anything they could handle. The scars it had left on the land were a testament to its destructive power, and the thought of it reaching Old Scar was a nightmare he couldn't afford to dwell on. But one thought lingered in his mind, gnawing at him like a festering wound. This creature, this primal devourer, was not the only threat. The defenders of that fortress had proven to be far more formidable than anticipated, their walls and tactics a stark contrast to the chaotic, disorganized goblins he had expected. What other dangers lurked in this jungle, waiting to strike? "We will survive this," he thought grimly, clenching the reins of his horse. "But this jungle holds more than just one monster. We must be ready for whatever comes next." The march southward continued, the men's spirits bolstered only by the hope of reaching safety. But in the back of his mind, the Duke worried. Chapter 24. A Desperate Ritual and the Costs of Hope. Jannet stood at the mouth of the den, his golden eyes tracking the ancient crocodile's retreating form. The tremors of its massive body faded into the distance, leaving only a stillness that blanketed the jungle. The devastation left behind was staggering, trees felled, corpses strewn about in chaotic disarray, and the heavy scent of blood and damp earth lingering in the air. For a moment, Jannet allowed himself to exhale, but the relief was fleeting. Newscar was battered, its defenses breached, and the weight of the losses bore heavily on him. The survival of Newscar depended on his leadership and resolve now more than ever. Turning, he lumbered back into the den, his bulk casting long shadows over the gathered survivors. The familiar sounds of the community, soft hisses, goblin chatter, and the rhythmic patter of claws, greeted him. Yet something was wrong. The usual energy, even after hardship, was absent. The air was thick with tension and grief. As Jannet approached, the scene before him unfolded with agonizing clarity. At the center of the gathering lay Lil Guy, his scales dull and his breathing ragged. Baby Goblin knelt beside him, her small form racked with sobs as she pounded the dirt with her fists. Around them, the other goblins and lizards watched in silent mourning, their eyes wide with sorrow. Janet's heart sank. Lil Guy, the mischievous, glowing-eyed lizard who had been a beacon of vitality even in the darkest moments, was dying. How had he hidden his injuries so well? Jannet cursed himself for not noticing, for not acting sooner. Lil Guy's tail twitched weakly, brushing against Baby Goblin's arm as if to comfort her. She froze at the touch, her sobs momentarily stilled. Then, with a frantic determination, she began clawing at the ground around him, her tiny fingers working feverishly. The ground scratched and scraped under Baby Goblin's relentless efforts, her fingers digging furrows in the dirt. Between her sobs, a chant emerged, guttural, raw, and tinged with desperation. The goblins around her gasped softly, some covering their mouths, while the lizards tilted their heads, their tongues flicking as if tasting the magic gathering in the air. Jannet lowered his head, watching the intricate lines and symbols Baby Goblin etched into the ground. What is she doing? He wondered, his instincts conflicted between hope and despair. He could sense the shift in the air, the faint buzz of energy building around her as the scratches began to glow faintly with green light. Lil Guy's breathing grew shallower, his once bright eyes dimming further. The den was silent save for Baby Goblin's chants and the soft scratching of her fingers against the earth. Janet's heart ached as he saw Baby Goblin's face, streaked with tears and dirt, her determination unwavering despite the hopelessness of the situation. A flicker of green light sprang from the scratched lines. Janet's identification ring pulsed faintly, highlighting the energy. He focused, the system text confirming what he suspected, life-weaving magic. A rare and unstable form of healing drawn from the natural vitality of the earth and the user. The lines on the ground erupted with vibrant green moss, tiny white jungle flowers blooming along the edges. The energy surged upward, wrapping around Lil Guy's prone form like ethereal vines. His scales, dulled to a pale gray, began to regain their luster, the deep gashes across his body knitting together. His breathing steadied, no longer the labored gasps of moments before. Jannet felt his own breathing hitch. Could this really work? Baby Goblin's chanting grew strained, her small body trembling with the effort. Sweat poured down her face as her mana and health reserves drained visibly. The identification ring displayed her rapidly depleting energy, her vitality pouring into the ritual. Janet's claws dug into the dirt, the helplessness gnawing at him as he willed her to succeed. The green light intensified, wrapping tighter around Lil Guy as the flowers and moss spread outward. His breathing grew stronger, his chest rising and falling with renewed vigor. A soft, collective gasp echoed through the den as his eyes fluttered open, their golden glow returning with surprising brightness. The tension broke in an eruption of cheers and hisses of joy. Goblins clapped their hands, some hugging each other, while the lizards flicked their tails in celebration. Baby Goblin, however, collapsed onto the mossy ground, her strength utterly spent. Her system tag now reading an additional year older. Jannet rushed forward, his massive form surprisingly gentle as he nudged her with his snout. She was alive, her breathing shallow but steady. With a satisfied grunt, he turned his attention to Lil Guy, who was now sitting up, his tail twitching with newfound energy. Lil Guy met Janet's gaze, and for a moment, the bond between them felt almost tangible. He raised his head high, letting out a small, defiant hiss that spoke volumes. He was back. The den buzzed with relief and elation, the earlier grief replaced with a renewed sense of hope. Jannet stood over Baby Goblin's slumbering form, his mind racing. She had saved him. Against all odds, her connection to the jungle and her indomitable will had defied death itself. Through mimetic resonance, Jannet conveyed his gratitude and pride to the entire den. The lizards and goblins responded in kind, their collective emotions swelling into a wave of unity. They were stronger together. They always had been. Janet's gaze shifted to Lil Guy, who was now surrounded by admiring goblins and lizards alike. His glowing third eye pulsed faintly, a reminder of the strange and unique gifts he brought to their family. But even as hope filled the den, Jannet couldn't shake the crocodile's warning: what is coming from the north eats everything. For now, they would celebrate their survival. Tomorrow, they would prepare for the unknown. Far to the north, the barren expanse stretched endlessly in all directions, a desolate wasteland shrouded in an eerie gray haze. The land was lifeless, devoid of the vibrant greens of forests or the blues of rivers. Ash coated the ground, and what little remained of the ancient jungle was blackened and skeletal, the remnants of trees reduced to jagged, charred silhouettes. The air carried a metallic tang, biting at the senses like a cold knife, and the silence was so profound it pressed heavily on the ears. Amid the desolation, a group of robed figures moved with deliberate precision, their forms cloaked in heavy, blackened fabric. The fabric shimmered faintly as if alive, an ever-shifting texture that seemed to absorb the dim, unnatural light that filtered through the haze. From beneath their robes, small beetles scuttled in and out, some glowing faintly blue with pulsing energy while others exuded a black, void-like substance that seemed to distort the air around them. The figures gathered in a circle atop a platform of cracked stone, etched with ancient runes that pulsed faintly in rhythm with the glow of the beetles. One of them raised a hand, long and gnarled, with fingers that seemed almost skeletal. A beetle crawled to its fingertips, glowing blue as it vanished into the folds of the robe. "This wasteland grows tiresome," one rasped, their voice dry and brittle as if carried on the wind. "The energy here is diluted. Too much time has passed since the jungle's vibrancy gave way to this emptiness. The siphoning will take longer than anticipated." Another figure tilted their head, emitting a low hum of acknowledgement. "The reserves are adequate for a partial movement, but for the clan to mobilize fully, we must remain longer. The energy to the south remains unripe. Siphoning it prematurely would be wasteful." They shifted slightly, the faint rustle of their robes accompanied by the clicking and skittering of beetles. The ground beneath them pulsed faintly, the runes glowing brighter with each beetle that deposited its darkness into the stones. The figures moved like a single organism, their movements eerily synchronized. "The south. The jungle still thrives there," another figure hissed. "It is flourishing. Too much life, too much power. It will make an adequate feast, but we must wait until the balance tips further. When the humans weaken, then. Perhaps then." A faint ripple of agreement passed through the circle, the figures nodding almost imperceptibly. "Patience," one figure whispered, their voice colder than the wasteland wind. "The drain is slow, but necessary. The plan requires precision. The jungle is resilient, yes, but nothing can withstand entropy forever. The north was once verdant, thriving. And now it is ours. The south will follow." A beetle emerged from the ground, larger than the others, its carapace glistening with a deep, void-like black. It crawled up the stone platform and vanished beneath the robe of one of the figures. The runes beneath them surged with a sudden burst of light, illuminating the desolate surroundings in a stark, unnatural glow before fading back to a faint pulse. One figure stepped forward, their movements unnervingly fluid. "The scouts in the south report the humans are stirring. Driven forth by the beast that once ruled these lands." For a moment, the circle was silent, save for the faint hum of energy and the scuttling of the beetles. Then, almost in unison, the figures raised their hands, their voices blending into a low chant that resonated through the wasteland. The runes beneath them flared once more, and the beetles began to glow with renewed intensity, their movements frenetic as they scurried between the figures and the ash-laden ground. The circle seemed to smile almost imperceptibly, a crackle in the air more than any form of expression. This meeting wasn't a waste of energy after all. One figure intoned, their voice a whisper carried on an unnatural wind. "In order to break the natural laws that govern, to spread ourselves through the walls of existence, to harness that forbidden power and become like the hypocrites of heaven, we strive for power. And now the nuance of humanity has been weakened for us. You all know what we must do." The chanting subsided, and the figures dispersed, their forms blending into the haze like shadows swallowed by the ash. Behind them, the pulsing runes dimmed, leaving the wasteland as lifeless and silent as before, save for the faint trails of darkness left by the beetles as they burrowed back into the earth. The ruins of Newscar were quiet save for the faint rustling of the wind through the shattered remains of what had once been a thriving community. The air hung heavy with the mingled scents of ash, blood, and damp earth. Jannet stood amidst the devastation, his massive form casting a shadow over the rubble. His golden eyes flicked to the flag of Newscar, still fluttering stubbornly in the breeze, though its pole leaned precariously against a pile of debris. It was battered, torn, but still there, a symbol of their resilience, even in the face of overwhelming odds. The lizards and goblins worked silently around him, salvaging what they could. The gardens were trampled beyond recognition, their carefully cultivated plants reduced to mush under the boots of the human army and the crushing weight of the ancient crocodile. The moat had been obliterated, its stagnant water now filled with debris and churned mud. Even the walls, painstakingly fortified over months, were shattered, leaving the den vulnerable and exposed. Janet's gaze moved to the survivors. They bore wounds, some visible, others buried deep beneath scales and skin. Yet they worked with purpose, gathering what little remained of their fallen kin. Pieces of shattered scales, scraps of broken weapons, and remnants of the goblins' woven clothes were carefully brought to the center of the clearing, where Spotted Eye's cairn now stood rebuilt amid the chaos, a quiet sentinel watching over them. Jannet moved to the cairn, his steps slow and deliberate. The other lizards and goblins followed, their movements subdued. Together, they rebuilt the monument, placing the collected remains of their dead, both lizard and goblin, before it. The cairn grew taller, the added stones and scraps a testament to their shared loss. Sitting before the cairn, Jannet lowered his head, his claws digging into the soft earth. The weight of the day bore down on him, a crushing reminder of the cost of survival. Around him, the survivors gathered, their eyes on their sovereign. They waited, seeking guidance, comfort, something to hold on to in the wake of devastation. Jannet exhaled slowly, letting his mimetic resonance spread through the group. He conveyed feelings of mourning, but also something more, a sense of connection, of continuity. The idea that the fallen were not truly gone, but remained with them in spirit. He shared a vision of an afterlife, a place where their lost kin waited, watching over them with pride. They are still with us, Jannet conveyed through a deep, resonant hiss. They hear us, feel us. We carry them in our hearts and our memories. And through prayer, through thought, we can still speak to them. The lizards and goblins absorbed his message, their heads lowering in solemnity. Jannet thought of his own human mother, the one person who had been there for him in his past life. He wondered if he would one day have the chance to speak to her again. Would she be proud of him now? Of what he had built? Of the lives he had protected? He clenched his claws into the dirt, holding on to that thought like a lifeline. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting the ruins of Newscar in shadows. As darkness crept in, the survivors gathered closer, their mournful cries and low hisses filling the air. Even the goblins, with their shrill voices, joined the shared grief. It wasn't the chaos of earlier, it was a united, somber acknowledgement of loss. They cried as much as their reptilian forms could, and in their way, they prayed for the lost. When the time came, the survivors dispersed, returning to what little shelter remained. Jannet lingered by the cairn, his eyes fixed on the stones. He stayed until the last light faded, then made his way to the den. The den was quieter than usual. Rose and the babies were huddled together, their small forms nestled close for warmth and comfort. Jannet moved to them, his body heavy with exhaustion. Number 1, ever loyal, had chosen to sleep alone tonight, his wounds bandaged but his presence still steady. Jannet felt a pang of guilt. It didn't feel right for them to be separated after such a day, but he knew they needed space to grieve in their own ways. As he lay beside Rose and the clutch, the warmth of their bodies pressing against him, Janet's mind swirled with thoughts of the future. What would come next? The humans were scattered, the massive crocodile gone for now, but the jungle still held dangers, and the scars of the battle would take time to heal. Sleep came slowly, creeping up on him in fits and starts. When it finally took him, it came with vivid clarity. Jannet found himself adrift in a strange, cosmic space. Stars and swirling nebulae surrounded him, their colors vibrant and alive. Before him floated an egg, massive and radiant, its surface glowing with an otherworldly light. Jannet blinked, realizing how small he was in comparison to the egg. It was as though he had shrunk to a fraction of his size. The egg pulsed faintly, and then a voice, ancient and echoing, filled his mind. "Hello there, little sovereign," the voice said, deep and resonant. "I suppose I should thank you for your help in creating this new form." Janet's eyes widened, his thoughts racing. He tried to respond, but the dream began to blur, the egg's glow intensifying. The voice chuckled softly, its presence filling Janet's mind like a tide rising to the shore. "You and I have much to discuss." The voice within the egg lingered, its ancient cadence echoing in Janet's mind like the ripple of a stone cast into an endless pond. "You and I have much to discuss," it began again, its tone deep and resonant, layered with the weight of millennia. "Though, as you may have noticed, this form is unusual. I am the reptile god, but I have never been quite like this. This egg you see. It is new to me, as much as it is to you." The glowing surface of the egg pulsed faintly, a soft shimmer of cosmic energy radiating outward. "This form has limbs of thought," the god continued. "New limbs I am still learning to flex, friendship, love, alliances. Such strange and novel things. Before, I was bound to the simplicity of the hunt, the stark clarity of predator and prey. But now..." The egg paused as if contemplating itself. "I am more. I am becoming something I do not yet understand. And that, little sovereign, is exhilarating. And dangerous." Jannet, though overwhelmed by the vast presence before him, could feel the reverence in the being's tone. It was as though the egg marveled at its own existence while sharing its uncertainty with him. "However," the god continued, its voice dropping into a somber tone, "this unplanned growth is likely to upset the order of heaven and hell. The divine mandate that binds the natural order, the angels, the other gods, and the demons, will not take kindly to such unsanctioned advancement. They are beneficiaries, not owners, of this cosmic game, but they will see this as a threat." The egg dimmed slightly, the cosmic energy within swirling like a gathering storm. "I have hidden this form here, in this space between spaces, but I cannot bring you here often. Even now, this act risks much. We must speak quickly." Janet's mind reeled, trying to comprehend the gravity of what he was hearing. The egg's next words carried both reassurance and urgency. "The great crocodile you encountered," it said, "is one of my oldest and most powerful creatures. She is the embodiment of patience, strength, and adaptation. Creatures like her do not need to worship me, for their very existence honors my purpose. But I wonder, what might real worship do to a god like me?" The egg chuckled faintly, a deep, rumbling sound that seemed to shake the space around them. "But we digress. You must heed the advice the crocodile gave you, for it is the same I have always driven into my creatures. Gain strength, little sovereign. Grow, level up, and evolve." Janet's mind buzzed with the weight of these words, and he felt a sudden shift in the egg's energy. It was as if the being inside smiled, a predatory, gleeful expression that sent a shiver down his spine. "The natural order," the god continued, "is nothing more than a power game. A line of territories where only the strong may pass. The divine mandate serves to maintain this structure, but why, I ask, should lizards like us adhere to their rules? Strength, little sovereign, is the key to breaking their order. Strength is freedom. Who says lizards cannot make the rules?" Jannet felt a surge of primal energy course through him, the god's conviction igniting a fire within his reptilian soul. The weight of its words settled into his consciousness, a challenge and a promise intertwined. But then, the cosmic space around him quaked violently, a sound like a tidal wave crashing against reality itself reverberating in his mind. The egg's glow flickered as the god's voice grew hurried and strained. "Ah, a cosmic splash. I am out of time. Listen well, little sovereign. Do not go north. Not yet. The plague beasts there are beyond you and yours, and I can only shield you from their gaze for so long. I will do what I can to bless your kind, to ward them off your path. But my power is not infinite." The voice faded as the egg's glow dimmed to a faint shimmer. "Grow strong, Jannet," the god whispered, its final words tinged with both hope and command. For one day, the jungle will not be enough. And when that day comes, we will make our own rules. With a sudden, jarring force, Jannet felt himself shunted back into his lizard body. His senses flooded with the physical pain of his healing wounds, the stinging bite of reality reasserting itself. The den's dim light greeted him, and he lay there, chest heaving, his mind spinning with the enormity of what he had just experienced. Chapter 25 The First Step to New Newscar. Jannet awoke to the gentle, weighty tugs of tiny claws scrabbling over his back. The laughter of little Komodo hatchlings filled the air as they clambered across his scales, chirping in delight at their game. Their play was a balm to the chaos and sorrow that had engulfed Newscar, a flicker of hope amid ruin. Despite their innocence, Jannet could feel the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. He would not let them grow up in a broken world. A familiar ping interrupted his thoughts, and words floated before his eyes. Achievement, whisper of the divine. Description. In a moment that transcends mortality, you have bridged the gap between the earthly and the divine. As the first of your species to speak to a god, you have opened a path to wisdom, reverence, and unimaginable possibilities for your people. Requirements. Successfully initiate and complete a dialogue with a god or divine entity. This could involve deciphering ancient rituals, surviving divine trials, or earning the god's favor through unique feats of strength, wisdom, or compassion. Achievement rewards. Title unlocked, Speaker of the Divine. Grants a +10 boost to wisdom and charisma. Increases the success rate of religious or spiritual interactions by 20%. Jannet blinked, the title settling into his status as naturally as breathing. Something about it felt monumental, but there was no time to dwell. As he stretched, the hatchlings scattered, chirping indignantly before darting back to their mother, Rose, who watched with a gentle but sharp gaze. The den's atmosphere had shifted since the battle. Among the ruins of Newscar, some lizards gathered in silence before Spotted Eye's monument, their eyes lowered in reverence. Jannet felt the stirrings of something deeper, belief, devotion, or perhaps the seeds of a culture he hadn't realized he was planting. The sight gave him pause. What had started as simple survival was growing into something much more profound. Jannet approached the group, his movements slow and deliberate. Through mimetics, he conveyed encouragement and a sense of unity. "They watch over us still," he murmured into their minds, strengthening the sense of connection between the living and the fallen. The lizards nodded, some closing their eyes as though in prayer. As the sun rose higher, Jannet gathered Rose and number 1. The den was secure for now, but questions loomed. What had happened to the human forces? What of the human nest to the south? These questions needed answers, and the 3 largest and strongest of Newscar's defenders were the ones to find them. Jannet gave a series of low hisses, instructing the remaining defenders to maintain order and protect the young. Then, with the trio's movements as fluid as shadows, they slipped into the jungle. The jungle was alive with the sounds of life and death. Birds cawed warnings, insects buzzed angrily, and the underbrush whispered with secrets. Janet's senses were on high alert, his tongue flicking out to taste the air. Every so often, they came across the remnants of the human forces. Small groups of soldiers, their wounds festering and armor stained with sweat and blood, stumbled aimlessly. Infection and exhaustion had already claimed many, and the rest were easy prey. Jannet, Rose, and number 1 dispatched them swiftly, Jannet taking note of the lack of system notifications for these kills. These humans were too weak to be considered threats now. A sobering realization hit Jannet. Besides a few knights and mages yesterday, the humans now were seemingly too weak to be considered a fight. This was unfortunate, as Janet's thoughts now focused on the ideas of leveling up. He remembered video games from his life on Earth, something Jannet regretted letting Walter and Richard dissuade her from in Janet's time there. It would have been extremely helpful now to have been, what did they call it, a gamer? Each encounter was a grim testament to the battle's toll. A pair of soldiers leaned against a broken tree trunk, their armor rusted with dried blood. One clutched a shattered sword, his trembling hands too weak to hold it steady. His companions had lolled, unconscious or worse, his chest rising in uneven gasps. Jannet moved swiftly, his claws slicing cleanly through exposed throats before either man could react. Their bodies slumped, lifeless, into the mud. Further on, a group of 3 stumbled along a faint trail, their path marked by discarded weapons and makeshift bandages. One soldier, his leg cruelly splinted with a snapped spear, hobbled forward, leaning heavily on his comrades. They muttered softly to one another, desperation thick in their voices. Janet's approach was silent, and the last thing the man heard was the rustle of leaves before Rose lunged, her claws rending him apart. His companions barely had time to scream before number 1 descended, his jaws closing around one soldier's neck with a sickening crunch. The encounters grew increasingly macabre. Some soldiers were too weak even to stand, lying prone in shallow puddles or beneath the scant cover of trees. One man, feverish and delusional, reached out a hand as Jannet approached, his cracked lips forming inaudible words. The sovereign hesitated for only a moment before dispatching him with a swift bite. There was no cruelty in the act, just cold, calculated efficiency. The deeper they moved into the jungle, the more scattered and broken the remnants became. One group had made a feeble attempt to set up a defensive position, stacking their shields in a crude barricade. Their exhaustion was evident in their sagging postures and the unsteady way they held their weapons. Rose circled wide, her movements drawing their attention, while Jannet struck from the other side. The fight was brief, over before it began, their cries muffled by the dense canopy. Janet's mind churned as he moved from one skirmish to the next. The lack of resistance from these humans, while practical, gnawed at him. The system's silence was damning. These men weren't a challenge, not anymore. His sovereign instincts urged him to grow stronger, to level up, but the prey before him offered nothing of value. The knights and mages from the battle, those had been worth something. These were scraps. Each kill was efficient, precise, and detached. Jannet watched as Rose and number 1 carried out their roles with a grim determination that mirrored his own. They moved as a unit, their coordination honed through countless hunts and battles. But as the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the jungle floor, Jannet couldn't shake the nagging thought that this wasn't enough. Their path to the human nest was marked by the aftermath of their slaughter. Broken bodies lay strewn in their wake, their blood seeping into the jungle floor. Carrion birds circled overhead, their cries adding to the eerie stillness. Jannet flicked his tongue, tasting the air heavy with death and decay. This was survival, raw and brutal, but it wasn't growth. By the time they reached the outskirts of the human nest, the trio was slick with sweat and blood, their muscles aching from the unrelenting march. Night had fallen, cloaking the jungle in shadow. The once bustling settlement was a smoldering ruin. Fires crackled in the remains of wooden structures, their glow casting eerie shadows across the stone walls that had once encircled the town. Jannet and his companions surveyed the devastation from a concealed vantage point. The massive crocodile's handiwork was unmistakable. Trees had been uprooted, buildings crushed, and the air reeked of death. Yet, the walls remained largely intact, a valuable asset. The nest was nearly deserted. The few humans Jannet could see were either scavenging for supplies or too wounded to flee. The destruction was complete. Jannet felt the pull of his sovereign instincts stronger than ever. Newskar was no longer just a den, it was an idea, a movement. The human nest presented an opportunity. Its location, nestled against a cliff with defensible walls, was perfect for their expansion. The thought of basking on the sunlit stones while hatchlings played in safety filled Jannet with resolve. His thoughts churned. Was this the reptile god's doing? Did it send the crocodile his aid, or was this simply survival of the fittest? The timing was too coincidental. The egg's cryptic words echoed in his mind, leaving him both awed and uncertain. Newskar will rise here, Jannet declared to Rose and number 1 through a series of low hisses and mimetic pulses. They responded with affirmations, their eyes glinting with shared purpose. The trek back to Newskar was filled with tension and hope. They moved with urgency, cleaning up human stragglers and retracing their steps carefully. When they returned to the den, Jannet immediately called a gathering. Standing tall amid the ruins, his obsidian scales glinting in the moonlight, Jannet conveyed his vision. Through vivid mimetics, he showed them the human nest transformed, a safe haven for their kind, with sunlit cliffs, vast hunting grounds, and secure walls. The lizards and goblins listened intently, their eyes shining with determination. They were battered and bruised, but the sovereign's vision ignited something within them. With Rose and number 1 at his side, Jannet gave the final directive. We move at dawn. Newskar will rise anew. The jungle echoed with hisses and chirps of agreement as the survivors began their preparations. Tools were gathered, plans discussed, and a renewed sense of purpose filled the air. As the night deepened, Jannet stood alone, staring at Spotted Eye's monument. He flicked his tongue, tasting the mingled scents of ash and hope. His journey was far from over. The plains stretched out before Duke Phaeron and his battered army, a stark contrast to the suffocating chaos of the jungle they had fought their way through. The open expanse should have brought relief, but instead, it amplified the emptiness left in the wake of their devastating losses. The remnants of his once proud force limped across the grasslands, a disorganized throng of weary men, shattered weapons, and hollow faces. The Duke sat astride his horse, its coat slick with sweat and foam, its steps faltering under the strain. The animal's weariness mirrored his own. His throat was parched, his head pounded, and his body ached from days of sleepless nights and rationed provisions. Yet the weight that bore down on him most heavily was not physical. It was the crushing guilt of his choices. When the commanders had first estimated the losses, Phaeron had refused to believe them. But the cold numbers didn't lie. Only a third, of his original force had emerged from the jungle alive. The others were lost to a relentless gauntlet of traps, relentless lizard assaults, disease, or that monstrous crocodile. The battle at the so-called goblin stronghold had been a disaster, but it wasn't goblins they had fought. Not really. The Duke clenched his jaw, his grip on the reins tightening as he replayed the harrowing images in his mind. The lizards, Komodo dragons, his men had called them, were far more coordinated and lethal than any simple beasts. They had come in waves, each more fearsome than the last, from smaller, darting reptiles to massive, scaled juggernauts. And at the heart of it all was the sovereign, the helmed creature with its bladed claws and tail, carving through men as though it were a force of nature itself. It wasn't a mere animal. It was a leader, and its presence had turned the tide against his men. I was wrong, Phaeron muttered under his breath, the admission bitter. He had been so sure he could handle this threat alone. To call on the king for aid would have been a political and financial burden, one the kingdom could ill afford. He had hoped to resolve the matter swiftly, to emerge as a hero. But his hubris had led to this: scores of dead soldiers, a routed army, and a kingdom left vulnerable to an ancient terror from the deep north. The fleeing remnants of Old Scar had only added to the chaos. The civilians who had escaped the crocodile's morbid feast brought little in the way of supplies, their panicked tales of the beast chilling even the most hardened of his men. The creature had not merely passed through, it had devoured its way southward, consuming everything in its path. Horses, soldiers, villagers, it spared nothing. The Duke's forces had managed to reunite with these refugees, but the strain of supporting so many on limited rations had only worsened their plight. Now, 2 days without food and 1 without water, the army was a shadow of its former self. The men staggered forward, their faces gaunt, their eyes sunken. Even the Duke's commanders, once so full of confidence, looked defeated. Phaeron had made the decision to distribute the last of the reserves to his men, sharing in their suffering as a leader should. But the gesture felt hollow in the face of their collective misery. Through the haze of his splitting headache, Phaeron called for riders. His voice was hoarse, but the command was clear. Send word to the local villages. Beg for aid. We need water, food, anything they can spare. The riders saluted weakly and spurred their weary horses forward, disappearing into the distance. The Duke watched them go, a flicker of hope warring with the grim reality of their situation. The villages might provide relief, but it wouldn't be enough to undo the damage. They needed time to recover, regroup, and prepare. But time was a luxury they no longer had. Phaeron's thoughts turned to the crocodile. How far south had it gone? The beast had been unstoppable, its massive frame moving with terrifying speed and precision even through the dense jungle. If it reached the heartlands of the kingdom, there would be no stopping it without the intervention of the capital's most powerful heroes and mages. Perhaps they'll finally listen, Phaeron muttered bitterly. The kingdom's adventurers' guild would need to muster its best, platinum-ranked heroes, battle-hardened warriors, and sorcerers of great renown. The thought brought little comfort. Even with their combined might, the devastation the creature could cause in the interim was unthinkable. As the sun dipped lower on the horizon, casting long shadows across the plains, the Duke rallied what strength he had left. He turned to his commanders, their faces pale and drawn. "We march for the ducal palace," he said, his voice firm despite the tremor in his hands. "Someone must reach the capital, warn the king of what we face. We need to summon the greatest of our kingdom's champions, or this creature will lay waste to everything in its path." The commanders exchanged uneasy glances but nodded in agreement. The Duke raised his head, scanning the scattered remnants of his army. They were battered, broken, and demoralized, but they were alive. And as long as they drew breath, they could fight. "Send the fastest runners ahead," Pharaoh ordered. "We cannot be sure the last made it through the jungle. They'll carry the message. Tell them we need heroes. Not just for the kingdom's sake, but for all of us." As the remnants of the army began their slow march toward the palace, the Duke's thoughts remained heavy. He had gambled and lost, and now the stakes were higher than ever. The survival of the kingdom rested on whether or not they could rally before it was too late. Jannet stood atop the highest point of the cliff, the golden light of the afternoon sun warming his black scales as he surveyed the transformed town below. 2 weeks had passed since the chaotic retreat from Old Scar's den and the battle that nearly destroyed them. The human nest was no longer a shattered ruin, it was New Scar's sovereign domain. The flag, now freshly stitched and vibrant, billowed in the wind, a symbol of resilience and growth. The transition had been swift yet grueling. The remaining humans in the nest were no match for Jannet, Rose, and Number 1. Dispatching them had been a grim necessity, but their meat provided much-needed sustenance for the weary and wounded survivors. The larger lizards like Jannet, Rose, and Number 1 required substantial food to maintain their strength, and the human corpses helped ease the strain on their hunting resources. Janet's claws tapped against the warm stone of the cliff as he turned his gaze toward the bustling town below. The fires that had once raged through the nest had been extinguished, leaving behind the skeletal remains of buildings and charred debris. Under Janet's guidance, the goblins and lizards had set to work clearing the rubble and rebuilding. The goblins, led by Baby Goblin and Randall, proved invaluable with their dexterous hands and knack for construction. The cliff itself had become a cornerstone of the settlement. Its natural incline made for an excellent sunning bank, and it provided a defensible position that overlooked the surrounding jungle. Jannet often found himself here, basking in the sunlight while his golden eyes scanned the horizon for movement. The jungle was theirs now, or at least this part of it, but vigilance was a necessity. Jannet had spent much of the past 2 weeks venturing into the jungle with Rose and Number 1, seeking out stray lizards to join their ranks. The scars of the winter migration still lingered, and the jungle's population of Komodo dragons was not as abundant as before. Yet, Janet's mimetics worked wonders. His ability to impress upon other lizards the ideas of family, safety, and strength resonated deeply. Though the recruits came in smaller numbers than during the winter, each new arrival was a welcome sight, their presence a balm for the wounds left by the battle. The newly expanded walls of the human nest offered a tangible sense of security. The thick, human-crafted barriers had been reinforced by the goblins, who added spikes, barricades, and makeshift traps to deter intruders. Lizards now patrolled the walls in shifts, their sharp eyes scanning for any movement in the jungle. The occasional wandering human who stumbled upon the town was swiftly dealt with, their futile hope for sanctuary dashed by Newscar's vigilant defenders. Despite the progress, grief still hung heavy over the settlement. The loss of so many in the battle weighed on everyone. The cairn for the fallen, rebuilt with reverence, had become a place of quiet reflection. Lizards and goblins alike visited it regularly, paying their respects and leaving small tokens, bones, scales, and carvings, to honor the dead. Janet's mimetics had planted the idea of an afterlife, a connection to those they had lost, and it took root deeply in the hearts of the survivors. Jannet himself found solace in the steady rhythm of rebuilding. His instincts as a sovereign drove him to plan and organize, ensuring that the settlement was not just repaired but expanded. The humans' remaining structures were repurposed for the needs of lizards and goblins alike, while new spaces were constructed to accommodate their growing population. The sunning bank became a communal space, and the jungle beyond their walls was methodically scouted and mapped. The sense of purpose helped ease the pain of loss, but Janet's thoughts often wandered to the battle and its aftermath. The crocodile's devastating presence still lingered in his mind, as did the cryptic warnings from the egg god. His dreams had been plagued with flashes of cosmic space, whispers of strength and survival, and the looming shadow of what lay to the north. Jannet knew that the time to grow stronger was now. Newscar would have to be more than a sanctuary, it would have to be a bastion of strength. Lizards together strong, Jannet muttered to himself, his voice low but firm. The phrase had become a mantra, a rallying cry that echoed through the minds of every member of Newscar. They were no longer just survivors. They were builders, defenders, and warriors. And soon, they would be conquerors. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows over the jungle, Jannet descended from the cliff to join the others. Baby Goblin and Randall were huddled over a new project, their hands busy with intricate carvings on a massive slab of stone. Lizards moved purposefully through the town, some hauling debris, others patrolling the perimeter. Jannet paused by the cairn, his golden eyes lingering on the small tokens left by the others. He lowered his head in a gesture of respect, a silent promise that their sacrifice would not be in vain. The jungle was theirs, and Newscar was rising from the ashes. But this was only the beginning. Chapter 26, Trade never changes. Jannet flicked his tongue lazily, the warmth of the midday sun soaking into his scaled hide. The jungle around Newscar was alive with the hum of spring, the buzz of insects, and the rustle of leaves as the wind swept through. What was once a human nest was now a bustling center for Newscar's inhabitants. Komodo dragons and goblins worked in unison, rebuilding the structures to fit their needs. The walls, once formidable for humans, had been reinforced and adapted to accommodate the strength and size of their new residents. The sounds of hammering, carving, and hissing communication filled the air. Even the goblins had begun to adopt the Komodo way of industriousness, their smaller hands ideal for detailed work. Around the cliff face at the rear of the town, the sunning stones were occupied by lizards of all ages, their basking forms a testament to their newfound prosperity. Jannet felt a swell of pride as he surveyed the town from his vantage point. Newscar was thriving despite the odds. Eggs were being laid in abundance, and with every hatchling, their numbers grew stronger. Rose and Number 1 had been busy in their roles as leaders and guardians, and the other mated pairs in the den were contributing to the growing population as well. The nursery, newly dug and strategically placed over warm earth, was bustling with activity. The tiny chirps of young Komodos and the care given by their elders were proof of their survival. Still, Jannet couldn't help but feel a pang of longing for the hot springs of First Scar. The memory of soaking in the natural warmth after a long day brought a hiss of wistful amusement to his throat. He made a mental note to figure out how to recreate such a luxury here. If the humans could bring warmth to their water, surely the lizards could find a way as well. Upgrades, people, upgrades, he thought with a touch of humor, the phrase from his human life amusingly out of place in his reptilian one. Today, however, his mind was on other matters. The rapid expansion of their settlement and the increasing need for trade meant it was time to solidify their relationship with the gemstone gnomes. Their trade route had already proven invaluable, and Jannet had questions for the crafty little creatures. He had ideas for projects that required their skill and resources. He left Rose and Number 1 in charge, their combined leadership keeping Newscar steady in his absence. Randall, ever industrious and clever, was his chosen companion for this trip. With a flick of his tail and a hiss of farewell to the gathered lizards and goblins, Jannet began his journey. The trek to the gemstone gnomes' territory was familiar yet different. The jungle had shifted subtly with the arrival of spring. The air was rich with the sense of blooming flowers and the musky undertones of damp earth. Randall moved beside him, his frilled head tilting every so often to inspect a curious insect or rustling bush. Jannet appreciated the younger lizard's presence. Randall's intelligence and creativity made him an ideal companion for this venture. As they moved deeper into the jungle, Jannet's mind wandered. He thought about how far he had come. Once a timid housewife who cowered in the shadow of Richard and Walter, now he was leading an entire settlement. The transformation still amazed him, and the thought of what Richard and Walter would say if they could see him now brought a flicker of satisfaction. Housewife to lizard mayor, Jannet mused aloud, his voice a low hiss. Not bad for someone they used to push around. Randall flicked his tongue in response, a gesture Jannet took as agreement. The jungle around them grew denser as they neared the gemstone gnomes' territory. The faint glint of sunlight reflecting off hidden crystals marked their approach. The gnomes had made their home in a network of caves that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. As Jannet approached the shimmering entrance to the gemstone gnomes' home, the atmosphere felt different. The guards at the entrance shifted uneasily, their polished armor catching the faint light filtering through the jungle canopy. Unlike the accountant-looking gnome from Janet's previous encounters, these guards appeared less refined, their gemstone helmets duller, and their weapons simpler. Their unease was palpable, and Jannet flicked his tongue to taste the air, noting a strange mix of tension and caution. The silence was broken as a familiar figure burst from the cave entrance, practically tripping over his own tiny feet. It was Dimglow, the mayor of the gnome settlement, and his scent was unmistakable. His tiny hands moved frantically, and magic shimmered around him as he completed a spell. His high-pitched voice rang out clearly in Janet's mind once the spell activated. No. This isn't good. We didn't agree to this day. No. What are you doing here? Jannet tilted his head, his golden eyes narrowing at the odd display. Dimglow's flustered demeanor was a far cry from their previous meetings. The mayor's tiny body seemed to vibrate with nervous energy, and he kept glancing over his shoulder toward the guards and the deeper recesses of the caves. The behavior set Jannet on edge. Something was off. I know it was unplanned, Mayor Dimglow, Jannet hissed calmly, his voice low and steady. But why should our arrival bother you? We are allies, are we not? Dimglow's mustache twitched uncontrollably, and he gave a high-pitched laugh that didn't ease the tension. No. It's fine, my clever lizard friend. He was cut off mid-sentence as a group of guards approached. They were flanked by a regally dressed female gnome whose presence immediately commanded attention. Janet's eyes narrowed further. The female gnome wore an intricately embroidered gown that sparkled with embedded gemstones, and her gem-adorned headdress glowed faintly with magic. Unlike the male gnomes, she lacked a mustache, her elegant features and piercing gaze clearly marking her as someone of high importance. She exuded an air of authority that even Jannet could sense from his towering height. The gnomes began squeaking rapidly at each other, their high-pitched voices overlapping in a chaotic cacophony. Jannet could only pick out a few words: Mayor, Venom, and Cousin's Restaurant before Dimglow fell to his knees, bowing and placating himself before the regal figure. His babbling was a mixture of excuses and apologies, his nervous energy practically vibrating off him. Ah no, my lady, simply speaking to a friend. Yes, he is an odd friend. No, it's not why my cousin's restaurant is the talk of the nation. I don't know anything about Venom. My lady, Janet's tail flicked in irritation, his hissing voice cutting through Dimglow's rambling. What are we discussing, Mayor Dimglow? The regal gnome turned her sharp gaze to Jannet, her gemstone headdress glowing brighter as she muttered a spell. Suddenly, her words became clear to Jannet, her magic far more potent than the spells Dimglow could muster. Where are my manners? She said, her tone calm but commanding. I am Lady Dark Diamonds, the ruling diamond monarch of this gemstone mine. And these two, she shot a glare at Dimglow, owe us all a conversation. Dimglow shrank under her gaze, muttering incoherently. Lady Dark Diamonds motioned to one of the guards. Fine sharp right. I expect his explanation alongside his brother's. Turning her attention back to Jannet, she continued, her demeanor softening slightly. I would invite you in, friend, but I'm afraid you are far too large for our minds. Oh dear, I'm getting ahead of myself. How should I refer to you? I don't even know your name yet, large friend. Janet's golden eyes flicked with annoyance to Dimglow before returning to Lady Dark Diamonds. Lowering his head slightly in what he hoped conveyed respect, he began to introduce himself. I am Jannet, Sovereign of Newskar. Lady Dark Diamond's gemstone gleamed as she studied him intently. Sovereign of Newskar, she repeated thoughtfully. It has a nice ring to it. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Sovereign Jannet. I sense there is much we can discuss. Janet's tail flicked again, his unease at the situation warring with his desire to maintain diplomacy. I look forward to that discussion, Lady Dark Diamonds. But perhaps we should start with why my arrival has caused such excitement. Lady Dark Diamond's lips curled into a small smile, though her sharp eyes betrayed nothing. Indeed, she said. Let us shed some light on this matter. She turned her gaze to the increasingly nervous Dimglow, her voice dropping to an icy tone. Shall we, Minor Dimglow? Jannet couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of absurdity as Lady Dark Diamonds motioned for him to follow. Really? Dark Diamonds? What's next, werewolves? The Sovereign of Newskar flicked his tongue in amusement, a soundless laugh rumbling in his chest. Whoever had pieced this world together had clearly been a fan of the 80s. Between the sparkling gemstone aesthetic and the over-the-top names, it was as if someone had mashed up Labyrinth with a high fantasy RPG. Still, Lady Dark Diamonds carried herself with a grace and authority that quickly dispelled the humor from the situation. She led Jannet and Randall away from the bustling mine entrance, down a sloping pathway that opened into a secluded garden nestled within the glittering walls. It was not the tight, cramped space Jannet had expected. The garden was meticulously arranged with small flower beds and mossy stone pathways. Vibrant gemstone formations jutted up like natural sculptures, their colors catching the filtered light that shone through cleverly placed mirrors. Janet's sharp eyes noted the level of care and sophistication. Not tiny for the gnomes, he thought with mild respect. The garden was clearly meant as a retreat, and while Jannet and Randall had to crouch awkwardly to avoid crushing anything underfoot, the space felt like an oasis of calm amid the bustling mine. At the center of the garden was a charming little patio, complete with a columned roof and a gnome-sized tea table set for two. Lady Dark Diamonds took a seat, her posture regal yet relaxed. She gestured toward the soft, mossy ground nearby. "Please, make yourselves comfortable," she said, her voice calm yet commanding. Jannet settled onto the lawn with as much dignity as a massive Komodo dragon could muster, his claws sinking slightly into the soft ground. Randall mimicked him, his frills flaring briefly in curiosity as he scanned the intricate details of the garden. The whole scene reminded Jannet of dolls from Earth, the miniature table and chairs feeling absurdly delicate in comparison to his bulk. Lady Dark Diamonds poured herself a cup of tea from a gleaming crystal teapot, her every movement precise and deliberate. "Now," she began, her gaze flicking to Dimglow, who lingered awkwardly near the patio, "let's address this situation properly." Jannet tilted his head, taking the opportunity to recount his initial dealings with the gnomes. "We ran into Dimglow during our early days," he began, his hissing voice low but steady. "He claimed to be the mayor of your settlement. Sharpbright, as you may know, presented himself as an accountant. They offered us tools, gemstones, and enchanted materials, which proved invaluable in defending my home not long ago." Lady Dark Diamond's gemstone headdress shimmered faintly as she listened, her expression unreadable. When Jannet finished, she turned her sharp gaze to Dimglow, her eyebrow arched with unmistakable authority. "This is where the missing mana stones have gone?" Dimglow visibly shrank, his mustache twitching as he muttered incoherently. "Tools we could overlook," Lady Dark Diamonds continued, her tone like tempered steel. "But mana stones? We've been tracking their gradual disappearance for weeks." Janet's tongue flicked, sensing the shift in the air. He interjected carefully, "It was never my intention to take anything that wasn't freely offered. The trades we made were agreed upon, and the stones were vital to our survival. I only hope we can continue to build on the relationship we've established." Lady Dark Diamonds softened slightly, her stern demeanor relaxing as she nodded. "I do not hold you responsible, Sovereign Jannet. You are a customer, not a thief. However," she fixed Dimglow with another piercing stare, "certain individuals here may have been overstepping their authority." Dimglow's face flushed as he stammered, "It was for the benefit of all, my lady. The lizards and goblins, valuable allies. Their venom, their resources, their—" "Enough," Lady Dark Diamond said sharply, cutting him off. She sighed, her irritation giving way to a measured calm. "We will discuss your actions later, Dimglow. For now." She turned her attention back to Jannet. "The trades will continue, but they will be overseen more closely from this point forward." Jannet nodded, satisfied with the outcome. "I would also like to discuss the possibility of custom projects," he added. "Your people's craftsmanship is unmatched, and there are ideas I have that could benefit us both." Lady Dark Diamond's expression brightened slightly, her interest piqued. "Custom projects? You have my attention, Sovereign. What did you have in mind?" Jannet tilted his massive head slightly, his golden eyes fixed on Lady Dark Diamonds with a curious intensity. "This form of communication, my lady," he began, his voice a low, rumbling hiss. "It is a magical spell, is it not? Speak with animal?" Lady Dark Diamonds nodded, her gemstone tiara catching the light with the movement. "Indeed, Sovereign Jannet. It is a refined spell we employ for diplomacy and trade with non-gnomish entities." Janet's tongue flicked thoughtfully. Then, if I may propose an idea, my ring, he said, raising a clawed limb to display the enchanted band that shimmered faintly even in the soft light of the garden. This is a form of identification magic imbued within it. It aids me in understanding the world, but it is limited in scope. Would it be possible for your craftsman to create something similar? A speak with person's ring, perhaps, that allows communication between my kind and others, as your spell does. Lady Dark Diamond's brow arched slightly, intrigue flickering in her expression. A fascinating request, Sovereign. Are you suggesting that this enchantment be embedded into wearable items for your people? Yes, Jannet affirmed with a deliberate nod. Not only for myself but for my companions, and potentially for the growing population of Newskar. Communication is key for growth and diplomacy, and your gnome's craftsmanship could bridge the gap between our species. Additionally, he paused, his gaze sharp but thoughtful. Other magical effects could aid in the growth of our hatchling nation. Rings or items imbued with enhancements for defense, strength, or even productivity. Your gemstones have already proven invaluable. Lady Dark Diamonds leaned back in her small chair, her fingers steepled thoughtfully. You aim to elevate your people, not merely through strength but through innovation and cooperation. I must admit, Sovereign, I find your vision for a lizard compelling. Randall, who had been quietly observing, flicked his frills in excitement, his claws kneading at the mossy ground. Janet's proposal seemed to spark something in him, his calculating mind no doubt racing with ideas for how these enchanted tools could be integrated into Newskar's evolving society. It is more than vision, my lady, Jannet said, his tone steady but resolute. It is necessity. The events of late have shown us the strength of the jungle, and its dangers. If Newskar is to thrive, we must adapt, innovate, and grow. Your people's skills align perfectly with that goal. Lady Dark Diamond's expression sharpened, her gemstone tiara catching the filtered light as she leaned forward. Your proposal is bold, Sovereign Jannet. But such advancements do not come without cost. My people's skills, especially in the creation of magical artifacts, are not easily given away. If Newskar wishes to benefit from our expertise, there are terms to be met. Janet's golden eyes narrowed slightly, his instincts on edge but his demeanor calm. And what would those terms be, my lady? Dark Diamond's lips curled into a small smile, her gemstone glinting as if with its own inner light. First, a mining branch shall be established within Newskar. My miners will require access to resources that only your territory provides. This branch will serve as both an extension of our trade and an assurance of mutual benefit. Jannet flicked his tongue thoughtfully. And these miners, they would work under your oversight? Naturally, she replied, her tone cool but firm. The branch will answer to the Palace of Diamond. To ensure its prosperity and safety, diplomatic visits from my representatives will be a necessity. I trust that you would welcome such visits. Her gaze slid pointedly to Dimglow, who shrank visibly under her scrutiny. And since our dear Mayor Dimglow seems so keen on your partnership, he shall oversee this mining branch as part of his rehabilitation. Her voice dripped with subtle amusement, though her eyes left no room for argument. Should anything untoward happen to my miners, Sovereign Jannet, the deal will be null and void. Jannet inclined his head slightly, his mind already calculating the implications. Your people will be safe within Newskar's walls. You have my word. Dark Diamond's expression softened slightly, but the glint in her eyes revealed a streak of greed. Good. But there is another matter. Payment, Sovereign. The creation of magical artifacts requires resources and labor, and my people must be compensated fairly. Name your price, Jannet replied, his voice steady. The water buffalo, she said simply, her gemstone glimmering as if it shared her enthusiasm. Your hunter's supply of this legendary giant meat has already stirred an uproar among my people. One restaurant alone has caused a sensation with its steady deliveries. I wish to make such delicacies a common luxury for my miners. Hardworking gnomes deserve to indulge, do they not? Jannet felt a flicker of amusement at her undisguised foodie tendencies. You wish for a steady supply? Exactly, she said with a small nod. The meat, in addition to the venom and herbs your people collect, will be tightly controlled. All such resources will be handled directly by the Palace of Diamond. Randall, who had remained silent until now, hissed softly in thought. Jannet caught the younger lizard's cautious glance but gave a subtle flick of his tail to signal his agreement. "Very well," Jannet said, his tone carrying the weight of his sovereignty. "Your terms are fair. Newscar will provide these resources, and your miners will find our lands hospitable." Lady Dark Diamond's smile widened, the satisfaction in her expression evident. "Excellent. Then let us move forward. Tell me, Sovereign, what ideas do you have for these magical rings? My craftsmen will need clear direction to begin their work." "Enhancements for my people's strengths," Jannet continued, his voice thoughtful. "Rings that increase stamina, speed, or healing. Perhaps tools that aid in construction, hunting, or even defense. Newscar is growing, and with it, the demands on its citizens." The Gnome Queen's eyes gleamed with interest. "Such ambitions," she murmured. "These are not simple enchantments, Sovereign. They will require time, effort, and resources." "And you will be compensated," Jannet replied smoothly. "Our partnership benefits us both, does it not?" Dark Diamonds chuckled softly, a sound like the chiming of distant bells. "Indeed it does, Sovereign Jannet." As they continued to discuss the details, Jannet couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. The terms were steep, but they were fair, and the rewards would strengthen Newscar in ways that few could imagine. Lady Dark Diamonds was a shrewd negotiator, but she was also a visionary, and together, they were laying the foundation for something extraordinary. Chapter 27, New Experiences. The trek back to Newscar was a surreal experience for Jannet. With over 20 gemstone gnomes perched on his back, their belongings secured with vines and improvised straps, he felt more like a jungle caravan than a sovereign leader. Randall bore the rest of the tiny passengers, his frills flaring occasionally in annoyance as the gnomes chirped and squeaked in their high-pitched voices. They were not ungrateful passengers, on the contrary, their wide-eyed wonder at the speed and height of their journey was apparent. It was just loud. Janet's claws dug into the soft jungle earth as he pushed forward, keeping a steady pace despite the added weight. The gemstone gnomes, accustomed to their cavernous homes, were clearly unused to this level of motion. They clung to his back like startled birds, their glowing gemstones flickering faintly with every bounce and shift. Their awe, however, was unmissable. Some gnomes leaned precariously over Janet's shoulders to catch glimpses of the passing jungle, their mustaches fluttering with excitement. Others whispered and giggled among themselves, speculating about the sights and sounds they were experiencing for the first time. Jannet flicked his tongue in irritation, reminding himself of the importance of this mission. Despite their diminutive size, the gnomes brought immense value to Newscar. Their craftsmanship and magical knowledge would strengthen his settlement, and their presence would solidify the trade relationship he had fought so hard to build. But none of that made the noise any less grating. Dimglow and Sharpright rode near the front, their glowing gemstones bobbing with every step. Jannet couldn't help but keep an eye, or rather, an ear, on their chatter. Though Lady Dark Diamonds had ensured their oversight, Jannet wasn't inclined to trust them completely. Both had proven resourceful, but their resourcefulness had also caused complications. It would take time to see if they could redeem themselves under stricter supervision. By the time the group reached Newscar, the sun was rising, casting a golden glow over the settlement's thick walls. The gates creaked open, and Jannet pushed forward, his exhaustion tempered by the sight of his thriving domain. The lizards and goblins inside erupted in a mix of hisses and cheers, the commotion drawing every able-bodied citizen to the gates to see the newcomers. The gemstone gnomes dismounted awkwardly, their tiny hands patting Jannet and Randall's scales in what could only be described as gratitude. The lizards and goblins stared in fascination at the newcomers, their glowing gemstones and ornate little tools captivating the crowd. Even the hatchlings ventured close, chirping curiously as the gnomes unloaded their belongings. Jannet exhaled deeply, lowering his head to address the gathered crowd. His mimetics pulsed across the assembly, ensuring his words were understood by all. "These are the gemstone gnomes," he conveyed, his tone measured but firm. "They are our allies and trade partners. Their work will strengthen Newscar and secure its future. Treat them as you would the hatchlings, protect them, respect them, and learn from them." The lizards hissed in acknowledgement, and the goblins nodded eagerly. The gnomes, though nervous at first, quickly began to mingle, their glowing gemstones drawing the curious closer. To Janet's relief, the gnomes cast their Speak with Animals spell almost immediately, bridging the language gap and allowing for smoother introductions. The sudden fluency seemed to fascinate both parties, and soon the courtyard buzzed with animated conversations. As the gnomes set to work integrating themselves into the settlement, Jannet felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He had been moving nonstop, and now, at last, he could rest. He slunk away from the gathering crowd, his massive frame weaving through the familiar pathways of Newskar. A warm sunning stone near the cliff called to him, and as he settled onto its surface, he let his mind wander. The sight of his citizens welcoming the gnomes brought a sense of pride he hadn't expected. This wasn't just a settlement anymore, it was a growing, thriving community. Goblins, lizards, and now gnomes, all working together for a shared future. Newskar was becoming something extraordinary, and Jannet was determined to see it flourish. For now, though, the warm sun and the soft hum of the bustling town lulled him into a much-needed rest. The plains and rivers outside Daunting lay eerily quiet in the wake of weeks of devastation. What had once been a patchwork of fertile farmlands and bustling villages was now a wasteland of churned earth, toppled buildings, and gnawed bones. The land bore scars of relentless destruction, the devastation etched deep into the soil and the souls of those few who had survived. At the center of the desolation, the massive form of the ancient noble crocodile lay still, its colossal body sprawled across what had once been a lush riverside. The beast's maw, lined with countless serrated teeth, hung open in a final snarl, now motionless. Its emerald hide, once shimmering with the sheen of ancient power, was scorched and torn in a dozen places. Its death was a feat few could have imagined, but it was not the kingdom's armies that had brought it down. Standing over the felled beast were four figures, their postures a mix of weariness and triumph. Blood, ichor, and sweat streaked their forms, and the ground around them bore the marks of their furious battle. The first was a towering man wielding an enormous two-handed sword. He stood shirtless, his muscled torso glistening with the remnants of battle and his head wrapped in a weathered bandana. His weapon was still embedded in the crocodile's neck, the blade shimmering faintly as if imbued with power. He leaned on it slightly, catching his breath, his eyes scanning the horizon as though expecting another fight to come. To his left stood a mage, their delicate hands gripping a wand that emitted faint wisps of smoke. A floating tome hovered beside them, its pages flipping of their own accord. The mage's sharp eyes studied the massive creature before them, their expression one of focused calculation. They wore robes that shimmered faintly with protective enchantments, and the tip of their wand still glowed faintly, the aftermath of a spell powerful enough to subdue the primordial beast. A young girl knelt nearby, her hands clasped around a small, intricate book. She whispered a prayer, her voice calm yet commanding, as a soft white light emanated from her hands and enveloped her companions. Their wounds closed, their fatigue eased, and the air around her seemed to hum with divine energy. The insignia of a Valkyrie-like god gleamed on her shoulder armor, and her serene face belied the ferocity of the battle she had just endured. Lastly, a figure cloaked in shadow stood apart from the others. They wore a long, tattered cloak and a mask that hid their face, save for the faint glimmer of eyes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. A dark aura surrounded them, and even in victory, their presence exuded a sense of foreboding. Their hands, gloved and still faintly smoking with void-like energy, were clasped loosely at their sides. "It's done," the swordsman said, his voice rough but satisfied as he yanked his weapon free from the beast's corpse. The massive blade dripped with dark blood, and he gave it a flick, spraying the ground. "Took long enough." "Don't get too comfortable, Greth," the mage replied, their voice calm but tinged with exhaustion. This was no ordinary beast. Its presence here was a warning, a sign of what's to come. The young girl looked up from her prayer, her soft eyes clouded with concern. "The gods have been whispering of stirrings in the north," she said quietly. "Something is moving, something ancient and powerful. This beast may have been driven here by forces even greater than itself." The void-cloaked figure, Rhys, tilted his masked head slightly, his voice cold and deliberate. "This beast would not have fallen so easily if it had not already been marked by what is to come." Greth, the towering swordsman, yanked his weapon free from the felled crocodile's neck with a grunt. He sheathed it in one smooth motion, his eyes narrowing at Rhys. "You're always so damn cryptic. Speak plain for once, would you?" Rhys chuckled, the sound low and devoid of mirth, like the faint echo of a void itself. "The gods are calling their heroes to Signarnia as well. You think we came here for the reward alone? This beast was a test, Greth. The real trial waits ahead." Greth snorted, crossing his thick arms over his chest. Yeah, no. I came here for the reward. You might like all your spooky god whispers and ominous trials, but me? I like coin. He jabbed a thumb toward the fallen crocodile. The kingdom is paying good coin for this thing. Have either of your gods ever once paid us good coin? Huh? I didn't think so. The mage, still standing near the massive carcass with their floating tome hovering beside them, snapped the book shut with a flick of their wrist. The north, they murmured, their sharp eyes distant and contemplative. If the gods are involved, it's more than just rumors. We'll need to prepare. Greth's broad shoulders slumped, and he groaned theatrically. Drinking is preparing. Do you two hear yourselves? The north, gods, trials. You're making me tired just listening to it. We're heroes in Daunturia now. Heroes. The capital of one of the 7 major kingdoms. Do you know what that means? Free drinks. Fancy rooms. Crowds chanting our names. And best of all, spending coin. The young girl raised a brow, her clasped prayer book dropping slightly as she cast a questioning look at Greth. You can't be serious, she said softly. This isn't about. Greth cut her off with a booming laugh. Oh, but I am. Look, kid. You're all very noble with your gods and your holy books, and I respect that. Really, I do. But me? I've been dragging this damn sword through muck and blood for weeks. I say we go, enjoy our month of being famous, and then we can talk about whatever end-of-the-world nonsense is stirring up north. The mage pursed their lips, their floating tone vibrating faintly as though mirroring their annoyance. We can't afford to waste time, Greth. If the gods, Greth interrupted, holding up a calloused finger. If the gods have a big bad beastie waiting for us up north, we'll deal with it when we get there. But right now? We've earned a little break. If you two don't follow me to Daunturia to bask in our well-earned glory, I swear on this big ol' sword of mine, I'll drag you both there myself. The young girl exchanged a glance with the mage, her expression caught somewhere between exasperation and reluctant amusement. You're impossible. Greth flashed a grin. And you're welcome. Now come on, eggheads. Let's go. Drinks won't pour themselves. Rhys remained still for a moment, the void-like energy radiating faintly from his cloaked form, before muttering, if the gods didn't intend us to rest, they wouldn't have invented ale. The mage groaned, tucking their wand away. Fine. But if you even think about making a fool of yourself at court, Greth, I'll enchant that sword of yours to weigh as much as that crocodile. Greth smirked, gesturing for the group to follow as he began striding confidently away from the battlefield. Let's see them try to lift it for my statue then. The young girl sighed, clasping her book and offering a final silent prayer over the massive corpse. Please give me patience, she whispered, before joining her companions on the trek back to Daunturia. The plain stretched before them, the shadow of the slain crocodile slowly fading behind them as they walked. Even with the promise of coin and glory ahead, the north loomed heavily in their thoughts, a distant yet undeniable pull toward something greater, and far more dangerous, than any of them could yet understand. Jannet flicked his tongue lazily as he reclined on the sun-warmed stones of Newscar's new sunning cliff. The memory of his meeting with Lady Dark Diamonds lingered, sharp and vivid. The strange, regal gnome had been as impressive as she was irritating. Her commanding presence had practically demanded respect, but her shrewd negotiation tactics had left Jannet both admiring her cunning and begrudging her audacity. It was during their departure, as she stood at the entrance of her glittering domain, that curiosity had gotten the better of him. The ring of identification had become one of Janet's most reliable tools, and as Lady Dark Diamonds offered a final flourish of a bow, her gemstone crown catching the light, Jannet had activated its ability. The familiar pulse of the system rippled through his mind, the words forming clearly in his vision. Identification, gemstone noble variant. Name, Lady Dark Diamonds. Title, ruling diamond monarch of the Glitterstone Depths. Class, monarch of mines. Level, 23. Description, a rare and powerful leader among gemstone gnomes, Lady Dark Diamonds embodies elegance and mastery over her kind. Her deep connection to her domain makes her a formidable ally or opponent. Jannet had hissed softly in amusement. Monarch of mines, he thought to himself, watching her regal demeanor as she waved him off. The system's description confirmed what he'd already suspected, this wasn't just some high-ranking gnome. Lady Dark Diamonds was a force in her own right, as deeply tied to her people and their glittering caves as Jannet was to his growing kingdom. It also explained her unrelenting drive to control the trade of gemstones and mana stones. Her title, her power, her very essence seemed rooted in her domain. Any threat to it, intentional or not, would likely result in consequences Jannet didn't care to explore. Still, the experience had left him wondering. The system was meant to categorize and quantify everything, but even with all the data it offered, there was something about Lady Dark Diamonds that felt deeper, more complex. He had seen glimpses of it in her measured words, the way her gemstone crown seemed to shimmer with a light that pulsed to her emotions. She's clever, I'll give her that, Jannet thought, flicking his tongue as the memory faded. He stretched out on the warm rock, his massive frame casting a long shadow over the other sunning lizards. Her cryptic warnings and sharp bargaining would stay with him for some time. Lady Dark Diamonds wasn't just a trade partner, she was a player in the greater game of power that Jannet had only just begun to grasp. And as the breeze ruffled the flag of Newscar above him, he resolved to tread carefully where the Diamond Monarch was concerned. Chapter 28, The Tools and the Call. The warmth of late spring into summer settled over the jungles of Newscar, bringing with it a transformation in both land and inhabitants. Jannet had watched the change unfold like an observer from above, marveling at the growth of his people and the resilience of his domain. First Scar had become a bustling hunting lodge, its original importance preserved not only as a source of sustenance but also as a sacred place. The cairn of Spotted Eye stood steadfast, a symbol of loss and unity, tended to by each hunting party that passed through. Jannet himself had insisted on this tradition, making it clear through mimetic hisses and body language that respect for the fallen was as important as survival. The sight of young hunters pausing to leave offerings or scratch tributes into the dirt near the cairn gave Jannet a sense of pride and sorrow. Spotted Eye, and all who had been lost, were still part of their growing story. The expansion of hunting grounds was a necessity. Newscar's population grew at an astonishing rate, with eggs hatching almost daily and the denizens of the city rapidly outgrowing their human-made structures. Komodo dragons, once solitary creatures, now worked together with a precision that amazed even Jannet. The industrious goblins, guided by baby goblins' leadership, had adapted to their new roles seamlessly. Together, they tore down crumbling human houses and raised Komodo-centric buildings, sprawling dens and basking platforms that suited their needs. The gemstone gnomes were another unexpected success. They had settled in quickly, enjoying the steady supply of meat Newscar offered. Watching the gnomes crunching on non-magical gemstones with obvious delight was a peculiar sight, but Jannet had grown used to their strange ways. Their contributions to the trade network were invaluable, and shipments of both food and magical stones moved steadily between Newscar and the mines. Jannet found himself restless, despite the prosperity. He was acutely aware of his role as the apex predator of the jungle. The kills he made no longer provided the system's coveted notifications, proof that his prey was no longer a challenge. This left him with a deep unease. His power as sovereign had grown, but without further leveling, he knew his ability to protect his people might stagnate. The words of the ancient crocodile and the egg god echoed in his mind. To grow stronger, he would have to venture beyond the jungle and seek adventure. Returning to Newscar after a successful hunt, Jannet surveyed the transformed town. The walls were thick and well defended, patrolled by sharp-eyed lizards and goblins. The gemstone gnomes' workshops hummed with activity, their tools and enchantments slowly improving the town's infrastructure. Jannet flicked his tongue thoughtfully as he moved through the bustling streets, his massive frame commanding respect and awe from all who crossed his path. He paused at the nursery, where hatchlings darted playfully around Rose and a few other nurturing adults. The sight brought a rare warmth to Janet's chest. His sovereign instincts told him he had succeeded in creating a thriving community, but they also whispered of the dangers that still loomed. If the events of the past year had taught him anything, it was that prosperity could invite predators, human or otherwise. Jannet knew he could not stay here indefinitely. The jungle was his domain, but it was not the world. The borders between Newscar and the human lands had been defined only by conflict and fear. That needed to change. He would journey into human lands, establish himself as sovereign, and make it clear that if the humans wanted the jungle's bounty, they would pay for it with respect and resources. The gemstone gnome's magic would allow him to communicate directly with the humans, bypassing the barriers of language and misunderstanding. But first, Newscar needed to be self-sufficient. Jannet spent the next weeks training the younger lizards, imparting mimetic lessons on hunting, defense, and leadership. He worked closely with Rose and Number 1, ensuring they could handle the day-to-day responsibilities of running the town. Baby Goblin proved invaluable, rallying the goblins with her high-pitched authority and strengthening the bond between the two species. Late one evening, Jannet rested atop the sunning cliffs, gazing out over his domain. The jungle stretched endlessly before him, alive with the sounds of insects and nocturnal creatures. Newscar's flag fluttered in the moonlight, a symbol of their resilience and unity. Jannet felt the pull of the unknown beyond the trees, the call to grow stronger, to lead not just a town but a nation. The journey ahead would be perilous, but it was one he had to take. For now, though, he would remain silent about his plans, focusing on preparing Newscar to thrive in his absence. With the strength and determination of his people behind him, Jannet knew they would endure. Together, they would rise, no matter what challenges the world threw their way. As the days turned into weeks, Jannet immersed himself in preparing Newscar for a future without him at its center. He worked tirelessly alongside Rose and Number 1, ensuring every lizard, goblin, and gnome understood their role in the growing community. The gemstone gnomes had adapted their magic technology for the lizards' everyday life. The gnomes' workshops churned out tools, enchanted objects, and intricate carvings, their talents enhancing every aspect of life in Newscar. One humid evening, as the moonlight bathed Newscar in silver, Jannet gathered his closest allies. Rose, her sleek form coiled protectively around their hatchlings, looked at him with quiet understanding. Number 1, ever stoic, stood at his side, his frilled head tilted in curiosity. Lil Guy and Baby Goblin perched on a stone, their high-pitched chatter silenced for once as Baby Goblin sensed the gravity of the moment. "I will not always be here," Jannet began, his voice low and resonant. The lizards and goblins leaned closer, their collective attention focused entirely on him. "Newscar is strong, but strength must grow. I have taught you everything I know, but there is more out there, beyond this jungle, beyond what we have seen." Rose's gaze softened, and she rested her chin on her claws. Number 1 rumbled in agreement, his tail flicking with resolve. "I will venture into the human lands," Jannet continued, his golden eyes gleaming in the moonlight. "I will speak to them, show them that we are not prey. We will demand respect for our borders, and if they want the bounty of the jungle, they will pay for it." The group exchanged glances, the gravity of Janet's words sinking in. Baby Goblin broke the silence with a determined chirp, her small fist raised in solidarity. "You will lead here," Jannet said, his gaze shifting to Rose and Number 1. "Newscar is yours to protect while I am gone. I will return stronger, and when I do, we will carve our place in this world." The following days were a blur of preparation. Jannet worked tirelessly to ensure the community could function in his absence. He spent hours with the hatchlings, teaching them mimetic lessons on hunting and survival. The older lizards took on leadership roles, guiding the younger ones with patience and authority. The goblins, inspired by Baby Goblin's fiery determination, continued to innovate, creating new tools and traps to protect their home. The gemstone gnomes proved invaluable in this effort. Their enchanted tools and magical enhancements gave Newscar an edge, allowing the settlement to grow at an unprecedented pace. Jannet watched with satisfaction as the walls were reinforced, the nursery expanded, and the hunting parties became more efficient. As spring gave way to summer, Jannet stood at the edge of Newscar, his massive frame silhouetted against the rising sun. The jungle stretched out before him, alive with the sounds of birds and insects. His journey into the human lands would be fraught with danger, but he was soon to be ready. Janet's golden eyes scanned the horizon as he stood on the outskirts of Newscar, the jungle's vibrant life teeming beneath the rising sun. His massive frame cast a long shadow over the dense foliage as he prepared for his journey to the gnome mines once more. The goods strapped to his back rattled slightly with his movements, the now familiar burden of trade goods secured carefully for transport. The last trade visits had been productive, but Janet's mind was focused on something far more valuable than the meats or herbs he carried. It had been the reason he had taken to transporting the goods himself. Lady Dark Diamonds had promised progress on the magical rings, and again today, Jannet intended to see if her promise had come to fruition. He needed those tools for what lay ahead. The ability to communicate effectively with other species, especially humans, was essential for the survival of his hatchling nation. The journey to the gnome mines was brisk and uneventful. Jannet moved with practiced ease, his powerful limbs propelling him through the undergrowth with quiet efficiency. The familiar glint of sunlight reflecting off crystal formations signaled his arrival, and the sight of the gemstone gnomes bustling near the mine entrance brought a flicker of amusement to his reptilian lips. Today, however, something was different. Lady Dark Diamonds herself stood waiting at the mouth of the mine, her gem-encrusted headdress gleaming in the sunlight. Her regal presence was unmistakable, and the entourage of gnomes flanking her only added to the weight of the moment. "Ah, Sovereign Jannet," she greeted, her voice laced with a blend of formality and satisfaction. "It is always a pleasure to see you. I believe you will find today's visit particularly rewarding." Jannet inclined his head, his massive tail curling slightly behind him. "Lady Dark Diamonds," he hissed softly, "I trust your people have been well and productive?" Her gemstone eyes glinted with pride as she stepped forward, holding a polished wooden box in her small hands. "Indeed. Allow me to present to you the fruits of our labor." Jannet lowered his head to better see the contents as she opened the box with a flourish. Inside were 3 rings, each glimmering with an intricate array of runes etched into their surfaces. Though large for the gnomes, they were perfectly sized for Janet's massive claws. Lady Dark Diamonds delicately lifted the first ring, the faint hum of magic emanating from it. "This," she began, "is the ring of comprehend languages. With it, you will understand any spoken language around you. A boon for a leader such as yourself." Jannet flicked his tongue thoughtfully, the idea of such a tool sparking visions of smoother interactions with other species. The second ring followed, its gold band inlaid with a faintly glowing crystal. "This is the ring of tongues," she continued. "It will allow you to speak in any language understood by those you address, so long as the creature has a language. Combined with the first, it should make you quite eloquent, Sovereign." Jannet couldn't hide the small huff of amusement that escaped him. The gnomes truly were masters of their craft. Lastly, Lady Dark Diamonds presented the final ring, a band of silver etched with swirling patterns. "And this," she said, her voice carrying a note of pride, "is the ring of warming. It will ensure you remain at a comfortable temperature regardless of the environment. I understand that maintaining your body's heat can be a challenge in certain climates." Jannet rumbled his approval, the practicality of the rings striking him as invaluable. He slipped each onto his massive claws, marveling at how naturally they fit. The faint hum of magic as they activated sent a shiver through his scales, a reminder of just how far his hatchling nation had come in forging alliances. "These are remarkable," Jannet said, his deep voice resonating with gratitude. "Your people's craftsmanship is unmatched, Lady Dark Diamonds. I trust you have plans to produce more?" She nodded, though her expression turned serious. "We do, though the enchantments required are complex and time-consuming. Additional rings can be supplied, but naturally, there will be costs." Jannet flicked his tongue, sensing where the conversation was headed. "More meat?" Her gemstone eyes gleamed with a hint of hunger. "Indeed. The recent influx of water buffalo has caused quite the stir among my miners. If you can ensure a steady supply, we can continue to produce these rings for you and your companions." Janet's tail flicked in agreement. "It will be done. The trade routes will remain strong, and your miners will not want for meat." Lady Dark Diamonds smiled, the deal sealed with mutual benefit. "Then we are aligned, Sovereign. I look forward to seeing how these rings aid in your endeavors." Jannet inclined his head once more, his mind already turning to the possibilities the rings would open. Communication, diplomacy, even trade would become infinitely more manageable. The path ahead was treacherous, but with tools like these, the journey would be far more navigable. As the trade goods were unloaded and the gnomes busied themselves with their usual industriousness, Jannet allowed himself a rare moment of satisfaction. Newscar was growing stronger every day, and with allies like the gemstone gnomes, the possibilities for their future seemed boundless. The journey back to Newscar, however, would mark only the beginning of the next chapter in their story. Jannet knew the jungle was just the start. The human lands awaited, and with these new tools, he would ensure that Newscar's voice was heard far and wide. Jannet flexed his massive claws, the glint of the enchanted rings catching the dappled sunlight filtering through the jungle canopy. Each ring hummed faintly with magic, their combined power a tangible weight on his limbs. For the first time since his hatching into this strange, savage world, Jannet felt truly equipped for something beyond mere survival. These tools, these trinkets of incredible craftsmanship, marked him as a beast that defied nature, a creature straddling the line between primal instinct and calculated ambition. The rings had changed something within him. The ring of comprehend languages allowed him to understand the nuances of speech he had previously dismissed as human noise. The ring of tongues ensured his voice could bridge the divide between species, making his thoughts understood beyond the reptilian hisses of his kin. The ring of warming, while more practical, added a subtle comfort, a reminder of his growing dominion over the challenges of this world. And then there was the fourth ring, the ring of identification that Jannet's friend Greensker Scale had found, and though he was gone now, a valiant defender by Jannet's side in the breach until his end, he was not forgotten. Jannet was no longer just the sovereign of Newskar. He was a symbol of something new, a creature breaking free of natural constraints and forging a path that nature itself could not have predicted. His golden eyes scanned the horizon as his thoughts stretched outward, past the borders of Newskar, beyond the jungle's dense tangle. The egg god's cryptic words reverberated in his mind, and the memory of the ancient crocodile loomed like a shadow. There was something larger at play, something vast and unknowable that had begun to stir in the corners of this world. The ancient crocodile's parting words, gain strength and level up, felt less like advice and more like a warning. The system's influence, the leveling mechanics, the divine mandate of heaven, it all hinted at a world ruled by forces far greater than the jungle he called home. For the first time, Jannet yearned to understand it all. The dream with the egg god had been a spark, but his encounter with the crocodile had fanned that flame. The jungle had been his domain, but now his ambition stretched to the greater world. Jannet's tail flicked with resolve as he turned his thoughts back to the humans. They had come once, their arrogance and numbers overwhelming. They would come again, of that Jannet had no doubt. But the next time, Newskar would not be caught off guard. He would ensure that his people were not merely survivors but contenders. And if the humans could not be deterred, they would learn the hard way what it meant to face the sovereign of Newskar. The faint sound of activity in the town behind him drew Jannet's attention. The lizards and goblins of Newskar were hard at work, reshaping the once human settlement into something uniquely theirs. The walls were reinforced, the buildings adapted to their needs, and the population steadily grew with each passing day. Eggs hatched in abundance, and the nursery bustled with life. It was a sight that filled Jannet with pride and responsibility. It was nearly time to announce themselves to the world. The humans needed to understand that Newskar was not a place to conquer but a nation to respect. Diplomacy, backed by strength, was the key. The gemstone gnomes had already proven the value of alliances. If Jannet could establish similar relationships with other factions, Newskar could thrive without constantly teetering on the brink of war. But first, he needed answers. The jungle was no longer enough. Jannet needed to venture into the wider world, to learn about the system that governed their lives, to seek out those who might offer knowledge or challenge his growing strength. The very thought stirred a primal excitement within him. For all his instincts, Jannet was no longer content to be a predator confined to a single hunting ground. He would be a sovereign in truth, uniting strength, wisdom, and strategy to carve a place for his people in this world. Jannet turned back toward Newskar, his massive frame casting a long shadow over the bustling settlement. His time here was not over. He still had to prepare the younger lizards and goblins to manage in his absence, but the call to venture outward was growing louder in his mind. Soon, the jungle would no longer be the only home to the sovereign of Newskar. Soon, the world would know his name. Chapter 29, The Path Forward. Jannet lounged on the sunning rocks overlooking Newskar, his massive frame warming in the midday heat. The summer jungle was alive with the hum of insects and the rustling of leaves in the warm breeze. Below him, Newskar thrived like never before, a bustling sanctuary of lizards, goblins, and gemstone gnomes working together. For the first time since the battle at First Scar, the settlement had regained its momentum, its growth fueled by trade, industry, and the unyielding determination of its inhabitants. The cliffside, once the proud foundation of a human nest, now teemed with life. The gnomes had tapped into the untapped veins of the rocky escarpment, their excavations revealing a treasure trove of resources. Beneath their careful guidance, the settlement expanded further into the natural riches hidden below. Jannet marveled at how efficiently the gnomes worked, their diminutive forms belying their ability to extract value from the earth with precision and expertise. The most exciting discovery, however, had been something the gnomes stumbled upon purely by chance. Deep beneath Newskar, in the network of tunnels they carved, lay a warm spring. Its heat was a stark contrast to the cool pool of water the humans had used for their well. The gnomes, always eager to share knowledge when it aligned with their interests, explained to Jannet that the entire jungle rested on a volcanic rock formation. It was a region uniquely rich in geothermal activity, which explained the abundance of hot springs scattered throughout the area. The revelation sent Jannet into a daydream of recreating the soothing luxury of the hot springs at First Scar right here in Newskar, a dream he tucked away for the time being. The gnome's knowledge of the land and its geology impressed Jannet, but it also highlighted a gaping void in his understanding of the wider world. Janet's curiosity grew with each passing conversation. Sharpbright, the most knowledgeable and meticulous of the gnomes, became a source of insights that were as intriguing as they were incomplete. Jannet listened intently as the gnomes sketched out a fragmented map of the world as they knew it. "The world is vast, Sovereign Jannet," Sharpbright had explained, his small, glittering eyes darting between a sheet of parchment and the gemstones he seemed to use as markers. "We sit in the northernmost wilds of the human lands, far from the heart of their kingdoms. There are 7 kingdoms in total, though to us gnomes, they've always been more of an abstraction than a reality." Jannet flicked his tongue thoughtfully, considering this. "Why abstraction? Surely they matter, even to you?" Sharpbright shrugged, the motion barely perceptible on his tiny form. "Perhaps to those who dwell closer to their seats of power. To us, buried deep in the stone, the humans' quarrels and ambitions rarely touch our minds. What we know comes from trade routes and stories carried by merchants, and those tales, Sovereign, are often outdated. Our kind moved northward during the Great Mining Schism of 7312. Janet's brow furrowed. "If the year is 12,399 now, that makes your information more than 5 millennia old?" Sharpbright had only divulged the year a few weeks ago. "Precisely," Sharpbright said, nodding. "And in that time, the human lands have grown barren compared to the richness of other regions. There's the Beastlands to the south, home to creatures of extraordinary power. The High Elves dwell far to the southeast in their shimmering citadels, and the spirit lands beyond them are said to touch realms beyond mortal comprehension. Then there are the Demon Island kingdoms to the west, chaotic and ever-changing." The gnome paused, letting the weight of these words settle. "But our knowledge is fragmented. The gnomes who remained in the mainland mines have grown complacent, and their records are incomplete. It is possible, likely, even, that much has changed since our ancestors ventured north. Also between us, I wouldn't trust a southern gnome to know everything, so more yet remain unknown to us." Jannet absorbed this information in silence. The thought of such a vast and varied world thrilled and intimidated him. The dream of the egg god and his encounter with the ancient noble crocodile had ignited a spark in his mind, a yearning to see more of this world and understand it on a deeper level. He had become a sovereign, yes, but there was so much more to learn, and so much more to protect. As the summer wore on and the first hints of fall began to creep into the air, Jannet made his decision. Newskar had rebloomed, its citizens adapting to the challenges of rebuilding and expanding after their harrowing battles. The trade with the gnomes flourished, providing the resources they needed to sustain their growth. The discovery of the hot spring was a boon, and the fertile jungle provided ample food to meet the demands of their burgeoning population. Yet Jannet knew this life of relative peace could not last. The humans would return, of that, he had no doubt. And when they did, they would come in greater numbers, with stronger forces. If Newskar was to survive and thrive, he needed to prepare, not just by fortifying their walls and training their warriors, but by understanding the broader dynamics of the world. He needed allies, knowledge, and, above all, strength. One crisp morning, as the sun rose over the jungle, Jannet gathered the citizens of Newskar in the main square. Lizards and goblins alike stopped their tasks to listen, their curious eyes fixed on their sovereign. Randall and Rose stood at his side, their expressions solemn but supportive. Janet's gaze swept over the crowd, and he began to speak, his voice low and steady. "My friends," he said, "we have come far since the days of First Scar. We have faced challenges that would have broken others, and we have emerged stronger. Look around you, Newscar thrives because of your determination, your resilience, and your unity. A ripple of pride passed through the crowd, and Jannet continued. But we cannot grow complacent. The humans will not forget us, and we cannot afford to ignore the world beyond our borders. To protect Newscar, I must venture into the human lands. I must learn their ways, their weaknesses, and their intentions. And I must show them that we are not to be trifled with. The crowd murmured, their reactions a mix of concern and understanding. Jannet raised his head, his golden eyes gleaming. While I am away, Newscar will be in your capable hands. Trust in each other as I trust in you. This is not an end, it is a beginning. Together, we will carve our place in this world. The crowd erupted in hisses of agreement and cheers of support, the sound echoing through the jungle. Jannet felt a swell of emotion as he looked at his people. They had come so far, and he would do everything in his power to ensure their future. In 2 weeks' time, as the air grew cooler and the jungle began to prepare for the coming winter, Jannet would set out. His rings of enchantment glinted in the morning light, a reminder of the resources and allies he had already gathered. His thoughts turned to the road ahead and the challenges he would face. The sovereign of Newscar was ready to take his first steps into the wider world. Duke Feyran stood stiffly among the ranks of nobles and courtiers in the grand hall of Donturia's royal palace. The dauntless monarch's capital was as imposing as ever, its marble columns and gilded tapestries designed to inspire awe and reverence. Yet for all the pomp and fanfare surrounding the throne, the air in the palace was heavy with a grim tension. The echoes of recent calamities hung over the court like a storm cloud, and no amount of polished armor or ceremonial procession could banish it. Feyran shifted uneasily, his polished boots scuffing against the floor as he cast his eyes toward the gilded throne at the far end of the chamber. King Theodred sat with all the regal bearing expected of a monarch, his crown gleaming under the light of 100 chandeliers. Yet even the king, who normally exuded confidence and strength, wore the weight of the kingdom's recent hardships on his furrowed brow. The duke's failure at Newscar had not only tarnished his reputation but plunged the kingdom into chaos. What was supposed to have been a swift and decisive victory against an isolated goblin tribe had become a catastrophic disaster. The lizard sovereign and its fortress had defied every expectation, and the arrival of that monstrous crocodile had devastated their forces in ways no one could have foreseen. It's true that the duke was marginally related to the king, but bloodlines centuries old were no balm to the reputational wounds he suffered from the loss. And now, months later, the aftermath of his failure still rippled through the kingdom. Villages left defenseless had been wiped off the map by the beast's insatiable hunger. Defense forces, already thinly spread, were decimated. The massive creature's rampage had torn through the kingdom's heartlands, leaving a trail of destruction that drained their resources and morale alike. This wasn't just a military failure, it was a disaster that threatened the kingdom's stability. Feyran clenched his fists at his sides, his gaze flickering between the king and the 4 figures kneeling before him. These were the adventurers who had finally succeeded where his armies and even the guild's platinum-ranked heroes had failed. Brought in at great expense from Cathay, the distant land of towering walls and unimaginable dangers, they had killed the ancient noble crocodile and earned their promised reward. The king's voice rang out, clear and measured, as he addressed the adventurers. You have rid this kingdom of a terror that no mere mortal could face alone. For this, we are indebted to you. Name your price, and the crown will see it paid. The 4 figures remained kneeling, their heads bowed as the court watched with rapt attention. Feyran studied them from his vantage point near the back, granted out of politeness but stripped of any honor he once held. Each of these so-called heroes carried an air of immense power, and though they seemed human, there was something about them that unsettled him. The swordsman, Greth, rose first. His bare chest gleamed with sweat despite the cool hall, and the bandana tied around his head did little to tame his wild mane of hair. His sword, enormous and battered, hung easily at his side as though it weighed nothing. His movements were casual, but Feyran could see the restrained strength behind them. The mage Bailey, a tall figure clad in flowing robes, stood next. Their floating book and still smoking wand added an otherworldly quality to their presence. Their face was partially obscured by a hood, and their piercing eyes seemed to flicker with an inner light. Even from across the room, Feyran could feel the air hum faintly with latent magic. Then there was the girl Tifa. Young, fresh-faced, and clad in simple white robes, she seemed out of place among such battle-worn companions. Yet when she clasped her book to her chest, a soft white light bathed her and the others, a calming radiance that seemed to wash away the fatigue of their journey. Feyre knew better than to underestimate her. And finally, there was the dark mage Rhys. Draped in a tattered cloak that seemed to drink in the light around him, he knelt silently, his face obscured by a mask that emitted a faint void-like shimmer. Feyre shivered involuntarily as his gaze lingered on the figure. There was something profoundly unnatural about him, something that made Feyre's skin crawl. He couldn't put his finger on it until he saw it, a tiny black beetle scuttling out from under the mage's cloak, only to vanish back into the folds of darkness. The king's voice broke Feyre's trance. Your deeds will be remembered for generations. Speak now, and claim your reward. Greth was the first to answer, his voice brash and confident. Gold, your majesty. Enough to last us a lifetime. No offense to your gods and whatever schemes they're spinning, but coin gets us what we need, and a lot of ale to wash it all down. The mage crossed their arms, clearly less enthused by Greth's blunt request. The North, they murmured, their tone almost absent. If the gods are stirring, there's more at stake than mere gold. Rhys, the Void Wielder, chuckled, the sound low and unsettling. The gods' whispers and the stirrings of the North. This beast was marked by what is to come. A harbinger, nothing more. Greth turned to him with an irritated grunt. You're always so damn cryptic, Rhys. Can't you speak plainly for once? Rhys's mask tilted slightly, as though he were smiling beneath it. The god is calling their heroes to the wilds. You think we came here for the reward alone? This was a test. The real trial waits ahead. Greth snorted, his annoyance clear. Yeah, well, I came for the reward. And I'm damn well going to enjoy it while it lasts. You two can ponder the gods and their games all you want. Me? I'm going to be a hero in Daunturia for at least a month, and I intend to drink my weight in ale while I'm at it. The mage Bailey shook their head, clearly unimpressed. Drinking is hardly preparation, Greth. Greth grinned, clapping the mage on the back with enough force to make them stagger. Drinking is the best preparation, egghead. Now come on, let's collect our gold before Rhys starts brooding again. The adventurers turned to leave, their dynamics a strange mix of camaraderie and tension. Feyre watched them go, his unease deepening. The kingdom had paid a steep price to bring these heroes here, but what had they truly invited into their lands? Though he couldn't see them, the Duke felt the Void User's eyes under the mask lock with his as the group departed. As the adventurers departed, the Duke's gaze returned to the king. Theodred's face was grave, his eyes fixed on the throne room's massive doors. Feyre could almost feel the weight of his thoughts, the struggles ahead, the losses yet to come. The court murmured around him, oblivious to the storm brewing on the horizon. The grand hall of the Daunturia Palace, adorned with opulent banners and glimmering chandeliers, now buzzed with an undercurrent of unease. The nobles stood in clusters, their finery a stark contrast to the grim realities beyond the palace walls. Whispers and quiet grumbles filled the air as they discussed the departure of the foreign heroes, their boasts of victory and exorbitant reward leaving a bitter taste in the mouths of those gathered. At the head of the hall, King Arender the Dauntless sat on his ornate throne, his grip tight on the armrests. His face, usually a mask of composed authority, was taut with barely restrained fury. His golden crown caught the light, but even its brilliance seemed dimmed by the somber atmosphere that hung over the court. The heavy doors slammed shut, silencing the murmurs. All eyes turned to the king as he rose abruptly from his seat, his crimson cloak billowing behind him like a banner of wrath. His voice, sharp and cutting, echoed through the chamber. Enough, he bellowed, his tone slicing through the gathered nobles' conversations. I will not stand for this cowardly whispering. Do you think I cannot hear your murmurs, your complaints, your scheming? The nobles froze, their faces pale. Duke Feyre, standing near the back of the room, swallowed hard, his posture stiffening. The king's gaze swept across the room, his piercing blue eyes landing on each noble in turn, making them flinch. The summer has been stolen from us. King Arender continued, his voice thunderous. The harvests, gone. The villages, empty. Fields lie fallow, workers devoured or fled. Winter comes, and with it, hunger. And who will the people look to when they starve, when their children cry for food? They will look to me. Their king. Their dauntless monarch. And what shall I tell them? He slammed his fist against the arm of the throne, the sound reverberating through the hall. Shall I tell them that the treasury is barren? That the wealth of their labor has been spent on foreign heroes to slay a single beast? Shall I tell them that their noble protectors failed them, that their dukes and lords cowered behind walls while their lands were ravaged? The room was deathly silent, the nobles shifting uncomfortably under the weight of his words. One brave voice, a younger noble near the front, dared to speak. Your Majesty, the beast was. The beast. The king interrupted, his voice a venomous growl. The beast should never have been our undoing. One creature, and yet it brought an entire kingdom to its knees. And why? Because we were unprepared. Because our coffers were drained by petty squabbles and your insatiable greed. While the monster devoured my people, you fought over scraps. His eyes bore into Duke Phaeron, who flinched under the scrutiny. And you, the king spat, his voice dripping with disdain. You, who dared to march into that jungle without consulting your king. You who promised victory and brought ruin instead. Your failure has cost us dearly, Duke Phaeron. Phaeron's mouth opened, but no words came. He bowed his head in shame, his hands trembling at his sides. The king turned his glare back to the rest of the room. And now, what remains? Villages burned. Crops trampled. Hundreds dead. The treasury bled dry. And winter looms over us like a reaper's scythe. You stand here in your silks and jewels, but when the people rise in anger, when their bellies ache with hunger, your wealth will not save you. A tense silence followed, broken only by the king's heavy breathing as he fought to contain his rage. Finally, he straightened, his voice low but no less commanding. There will be no feasts. No celebrations. You will return to your lands and do what you must to ensure your people survive the winter. You will redistribute your hoarded wealth, your stored grain. And you will not rest until the fields are sown again in spring. If you fail, you will answer to me. The nobles exchanged uneasy glances, some nodding reluctantly, others visibly bristling at the command. The king's gaze softened, but only slightly, as he took his seat once more. This kingdom stands on the brink of ruin, he said, his voice quieter but no less firm. We will not fall. Not to famine, not to rebellion, not to the chaos that spreads across the human lands. Do your duty, and we may yet see another spring. The king's words hung in the air as the nobles slowly filed out, their heads low and their spirits heavy. Duke Phaeron lingered for a moment, his shoulders slumped, before turning and leaving with the rest. As the grand hall emptied, King Arender leaned back in his throne, his face etched with exhaustion. He closed his eyes, the weight of his crown heavier than ever. Duke Phaeron, horrified by the king's words, was hurt, but he knew the king was not wrong, he had failed. What terrified him was he had no hoarded wealth, and by the looks and wary faces of some of the other nobles he was not alone. The air was crisp and still as the first light of dawn painted the edges of Newscar in shades of orange and gold. Jannet stood at the gates, his massive form silhouetted against the soft glow of morning. The jungle around him whispered and rustled, alive with the quiet movements of its inhabitants. This time, however, Jannet wasn't setting out to hunt or defend his territory. This journey was different, and the weight of it sat heavily on his shoulders. He had chosen to leave early, avoiding the fanfare and spectacle that a public departure would inevitably bring. It wasn't that he doubted the affection of his people or their respect for his role as sovereign, but Jannet didn't need more goodbyes than the ones that truly mattered. So, he gathered only the original group, the companions who had been with him since the beginning. Lil Guy chirped softly, his small frame almost hidden in the shadow of Raphael and Michelangelo. Baby Goblin clung tightly to her staff, her tiny fists trembling with barely contained emotion. Randall, ever industrious, kept his frills taut, his bright eyes betraying his own sadness despite his composed stance. Number 1 and Rose stood side by side, their powerful forms exuding the strength and confidence that had defined them as Janet's closest allies. For a moment, the group said nothing. The bond they shared transcended words, forged in battles, hardships, and triumphs. Finally, Rose stepped forward, her tail flicking gently against the earth. "Return soon," she hissed, her voice soft but firm. "Stronger. For us. For Newscar." Jannet inclined his massive head, a slow, deliberate motion that conveyed both gratitude and determination. "This isn't goodbye," he replied, his voice resonant and steady. "It's a promise. I'll come back stronger, so none of us ever have to experience another first scar. The group murmured their agreement, Baby Goblin sniffling as she wiped her eyes with the hem of her robes. Number 1 stepped closer, his bulk towering even beside Janet's, and gave a single nod. The jungle is ours. We'll hold it. With that, Jannet turned toward the gates. The walls of Newskar parted silently for him, the massive wooden doors swinging inward on their hinges. He glanced back one last time, taking in the sight of his companions standing together, the heart of everything he had built. Then, without another word, he slipped into the jungle, the gates closing behind him. The old human road stretched out before him, a path now barely recognizable beneath the encroaching greenery. Vines curled over its edges, and patches of moss softened the cracks in the stone. It was a relic of another time, a world that had once dominated this land but now seemed almost forgotten. As Jannet walked, his breath clouded the cool morning air, though his body remained warm, the enchantment of his ring of warmth keeping the chill at bay. The jungle grew quieter the further he ventured. The dense canopy above thinned gradually, the towering trees giving way to patches of open sky. The transition was slow but steady, and with each step, the world around him began to change. By the time the sun reached its zenith, Jannet could feel the jungle loosening its grip, its presence fading like a memory as he approached the edge. The first sight of the plain stopped him in his tracks. For the first time in this life, Jannet stood at the boundary of the jungle and looked out into the vast expanse beyond. The plain stretched endlessly before him, tall grass swaying like waves in the wind. The golden sea shimmered under the afternoon sun, broken only by the occasional silhouette of a tree or a cluster of distant hills. The wind carried new scents to him, earthy and dry, tinged with unfamiliar flora and the faint musk of animals he couldn't identify. It was a world entirely unlike the jungle, open and exposed, with no canopy to shield him from the sky. Jannet flicked his tongue, tasting the air as he took in the alien beauty of the landscape. For a moment, he stood still, his massive form casting a long shadow across the threshold between jungle and plain. This was the first step into a world he had only glimpsed from the edges of his domain. A world of humans and their kingdoms, of unknown dangers and untapped opportunities. The wind whispered through the grass, its soft rustling almost like a beckoning call. Jannet exhaled slowly, the warmth of his breath curling in the cool air. He adjusted the rings on his claws, their subtle glow a reminder of the gifts he carried with him. Then, with a final glance back at the jungle, his home, his heart, he stepped forward, the tall grass parting around him as he began his journey into the unknown. Chapter 30, A Shadow in the Plains. Name, Unnamed. Current status level, 12. Stage 3, Sovereign Apex Variant. Species, Sovereign Komodo Dragon, Primordial Sovereign Variant. Age, approximately 9 years since hatching. Size. Length, approximately 20 feet, from snout to tail. Weight, estimated 1,200 pounds. The plain stretched endlessly before Jannet, an undulating sea of tall grasses swaying under a crisp, autumn breeze. Compared to the dense cacophony of life in the jungle, the silence here was almost alien, broken only by the occasional rustle of a rodent scurrying through the underbrush or the faint call of a distant bird. For days, Jannet had wandered this expanse, his massive frame moving through the grass with predatory grace. The world felt open yet strangely barren, and the lack of activity gnawed at his instincts. Even his tail flicked with restless energy, his lizard mind struggling to reconcile the emptiness of the plains with the dense jungle chaos he had known. For days now Jannet had sustained on non-horned rabbits, they reminded him of fast food like little meat nuggets. He did not complain, but he began to wonder if this was the correct path to strength. But the warnings from the massive crocodile and the egg god rang still warm in his lizard mind. The north wasn't an option, not yet. It was the 5th day of his journey when Jannet finally saw the first true sign of humanity. The faint creak of wooden wheels and the rhythmic clop of hoofs reached his ears long before the caravan came into view. Flattening himself against the grass, his scales blending seamlessly into the muted greens and browns of his surroundings, Jannet observed the scene with rapt attention. Calling it a caravan was generous, Jannet thought as he watched the small group. It was a humble procession, a farmer and a handful of villagers moving a wagon loaded with goods. The horse leading the cart was no horse at all, Jannet realized with a flick of his tongue. The creature had long, rabbit-like ears that twitched with every sound. A donkey, he concluded after a moment of thought scanning his earth memories, though its peculiar traits suggested some evolution specific to this world. The group wasn't heavily armed, save for a few rudimentary weapons, a rusted sword, a farmer's scythe, and a spear that looked more ceremonial than practical. Their conversation carried faintly on the wind, aided by the gnome-crafted ring nestled around one of Janet's massive claws. The magic translated their words into something intelligible, allowing him to eavesdrop as he moved silently along the wagon's path. "They're saying old Ben's farm might have saved us all," one of the younger men said, his voice tinged with awe. "Enough grain to keep the whole village fed through winter." "Can you believe it?" "Only 'cause the beast didn't find him," another chimed in, his tone darker. "We'd all be in its belly if it had." Janet's tongue flicked, tasting the air. Beast. There was no doubt they spoke of the ancient noble crocodile. Its devastating rampage through the region had scarred the human lands and left the kingdom scrambling. At the front of the wagon, old Ben, a grizzled, broad-shouldered man with deep-set eyes and a face weathered by time, listened in silence. He held the reins in one hand, while his other arm steadied a young girl perched on his lap. Her laughter rang out as the donkey's ears twitched, and her small hands clutched at her grandfather's thick fingers. "Grandpapa's a hero," she declared, her voice bright with a conviction only children could muster. From his vantage point, Jannet studied the group with a peculiar mix of curiosity and something deeper, something almost human. The scene tugged at a part of him he rarely acknowledged, a faint echo of his old life. A grandfather, determined to protect his granddaughter. A simple farmer risking everything for the survival of his village. The dynamics were familiar, even if the players and the world had changed. The little girl's laughter reminded Jannet of moments long buried in his past life, of days spent caring for his own family even if some of them did not deserve it. He shook the thought away with a flick of his tail, his sharp claws pressing into the earth. His lizard instincts reminded him that such thoughts were a distraction, but the human remnants of his mind clung to them stubbornly. As the caravan pressed on, Jannet kept his distance, moving with predatory grace through the tall grass. He had no intention of revealing himself, not yet. The humans were perfect to observe, a window into the world beyond his jungle. And while the lizard side of him dismissed them as weak and inconsequential, the sovereign part of him, the apex predator with a mind sharper than most, knew better. These humans carried knowledge. They spoke of a village, of struggles and survival, and of a world Jannet was only beginning to glimpse. Their words were tools, and Jannet intended to use them. Ben glanced over his shoulder as the sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the plains in hues of gold and crimson. The sense of being watched hadn't faded, and now, with the long shadows stretching across the grass, it felt more oppressive. He tightened his grip on the reins, his gaze sweeping the surrounding terrain. "Everything all right, old Ben?" one of the younger men asked, his voice tinged with unease. Ben nodded stiffly. "Just stay alert," he said. "We're close to the village. Keep your eyes open." Jessica yawned against his chest, her small arms wrapping around his neck. "Don't worry, Grandpapa," she murmured sleepily. "You'll keep us safe." Ben forced a smile, his heart tightening at her trust. "That's right, Jess. I'll keep us safe." As the wagon creaked onward, Jannet lingered at the edges of their awareness, a shadow in the tall grass. His golden eyes reflected the fading light as he watched, waiting and learning. A morning sometime later Ben smiled faintly, though his eyes betrayed a heaviness that never fully left him. His senses, honed over years as a soldier, pricked uneasily at the edges of his awareness. For days, he had felt watched. Not hunted, there was no malice in the presence, no imminent danger, but something was out there, just beyond the edges of sight and sound. It trailed them with a patience he found disconcerting. But there was no point in voicing his concerns, not when the village boys accompanying him were green and jumpy. Their nervous chatter already set the donkey on edge, and the last thing Ben wanted was to frighten Jessica, his granddaughter. So he kept his worries to himself. The plains stretched wide and unbroken before old Ben and his modest caravan, a sea of tall, golden grass rippling in the late summer breeze. The vast expanse felt unnatural to Ben's aged soldier's instincts. It wasn't the usual discomfort of the wilds, the absence of trees or hills where something might leap out. No, this was a different sort of wrongness, one he couldn't quite name. It was as if the land itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. His gnarled hands tightened around the reins of the donkey, an old, stubborn beast with ears that flopped comically as it walked. Jessica, his granddaughter, giggled softly from where she sat in his lap, her tiny hands gripping the edges of the reins with determination. "Grandpapa, are we heroes now?" she asked, her voice small but laced with pride. She asked for the 10th time on this trip. Ben chuckled, though the sound came out more gruff than warm. "Not heroes, little one. Just folks doing what we should. It's important to help in times of need." Ben had repeated this idea too many times. The men walking alongside the wagon, 3 lads from the village, barely old enough to shave, grinned at the exchange. They carried simple spears and mismatched armor that marked them more as farmhands than warriors. "You're modest, old Ben," said Tom, the eldest of the 3 and their informal leader, also the one giving Jess these ideas. "If it weren't for your fields, half the village wouldn't make it through the winter." Ben grunted. "We do what we can. Ain't no glory in it, just survival." Jessica tugged at his sleeve. "But Grandpapa, heroes save people. Like in the stories." Ben glanced down at her, his grizzled features softening for a moment. "Maybe, little one. Maybe." The donkey brayed suddenly, its ears flicking back and forth in irritation. Ben's grip on the reins tightened, his eyes scanning the horizon. The grass swayed gently, undisturbed by anything but the wind. "Tom," he said quietly, his voice steady. "Keep the boys close to the wagon. No wandering off, you hear?" Tom nodded, his youthful face paling slightly. He adjusted his grip on his spear, motioning for the others to fall in line. "Something wrong, old Ben?" "Just a feeling," Ben replied, his eyes narrowing. "Keep your wits about you." But Ben felt like it, that feeling, whatever the source was, had gotten closer. The sun dipped low in the sky, painting the plains in hues of orange and gold. The long shadows cast by the caravan stretched out like dark fingers, merging with the endless grass. Ben felt his muscles ache from hours of vigilance, but he refused to let his guard down. A faint rustle caught his attention, the sound barely audible over the creaking of the wagon. His head snapped toward the noise, his sharp eyes scanning the grass. "Did you hear that?" Tom asked, his voice hushed. Ben nodded, his grip tightening on the reins. "Stay close." The rustling stopped, replaced by the eerie stillness that had plagued them for days. The lads shifted nervously, their spears clutched tightly. "Grandpapa," Jessica murmured, stirring in his lap. "What's wrong?" "Nothing to worry about, little one," Ben said, forcing a smile. "Just the wind playing tricks on us." She didn't look convinced, but she nodded and rested her head against him once more. The caravan moved steadily onward, the sounds of creaking wood and the rhythmic clop of the donkeys who's the only company in the vast emptiness. Jessica had fallen asleep, her head resting against Ben's chest as he guided the wagon. The lads walked in silence, their earlier banter replaced by a tense quiet. The sense of being watched grew stronger with each passing hour. Ben's sharp gaze darted to the edges of the road, searching for movement in the grass. Nothing. Whatever it was smart, too smart to be a simple predator. He considered stopping for the night but dismissed the idea quickly. They were close to the village now, maybe another 2 days' journey. Better to push on than risk whatever was out there catching them unprepared. Night fell, and the caravan halted to make camp. The lads gathered wood for a fire, their movements quick and nervous. Ben stood watch, his spear in hand, as the flames crackled and cast flickering shadows across the grass. The sense of unease persisted, but the presence, whatever it was, remained at bay. "Old Ben," Tom said, his voice low. "What do you think it is? Wolves? Bandits?" "Could be either," Ben replied. "Could be neither. Best we don't find out." The lads nodded, their youthful bravado tempered by the unknown. As the fire burned low, Ben sat with Jessica nestled against him, her small frame rising and falling with the rhythm of her breathing. The lads dozed fitfully, their spears within arm's reach. Ben stared into the darkness, his mind racing. He had left the life of a soldier behind for a reason. The blood, the loss, the constant threat of death, it had worn him down until there was nothing left. But now, with his granddaughter's life in his hands, he felt the old instincts returning. He would keep her safe, no matter what. The rustling began again, faint but unmistakable. Ben's eyes snapped open, his body tensing. The lads stirred, their hands reaching for their weapons. "Stay close to the fire," Ben ordered, his voice a harsh whisper. The rustling grew louder, closer. The tall grass swayed unnaturally, as if something massive moved through it. Ben's heart pounded in his chest as he raised his spear, ready for whatever came next. But the rustling stopped, and the plains fell silent once more. Ben didn't relax. He knew better. Jannet watched as the wagon creaked into the village, his massive form concealed in the tall grass at the outskirts. He had followed them for days now, moving with a predator's silent precision. Over that time, he had grown strangely attached to the small group of humans. Their struggles, their simple joys, and the way they clung to one another in this harsh world stirred something in him that was both unfamiliar and profoundly nostalgic. Old Ben, with his wary eyes and unyielding determination, reminded Jannet of the kind of steadfast protector he had wished for in his human life. Young Jessica's boundless enthusiasm and laughter tugged at a part of him he'd long buried, hope, perhaps, or the remnants of a longing for innocence. The three young men accompanying the wagon, inexperienced and earnest, were endearing in their own way, trying to prove their worth despite the fear Jannet could smell rolling off them in waves. As the wagon pulled into the village, Janet's gaze swept across the collection of thatched huts and wooden fences. The state of the place shocked him. The village was small, even by rural standards, but its condition spoke of a deeper despair. The buildings leaned precariously, their repairs patchwork and crude. Gardens that might have once been vibrant were sparse, their rows of crops withered and dry. Chickens pecked listlessly at the dirt, and the few cattle Jannet saw were gaunt, their ribs showing through thin hides. The people were no better. Their clothes were threadbare, their faces gaunt and hollowed by hunger. Yet as old Ben's wagon rolled in, a spark of life lit up their eyes. Children ran out to greet the newcomers, their small hands reaching for Jessica as she waved from the wagon. The villagers gathered quickly, their expressions a mix of relief and desperation. Janet's tongue flicked out, tasting the air. The emotions were palpable: happiness, hope, but also an undercurrent of fear and exhaustion. It was clear that this village had barely survived the aftermath of the ancient noble crocodile's rampage, compounded by the already fragile state of the kingdom. Watching them, Jannet felt a flicker of respect. These people were clinging to life with everything they had, and despite their suffering, they hadn't turned on one another. As the wagon was unloaded, Jessica's laughter rang out as she played with the other children. Old Ben supervised with a watchful eye, his stern demeanor softening as he handed out sacks of grain to eager hands. The young men from the wagon joined in, their weariness forgotten as they exchanged greetings with the villagers. Jannet allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. For all the darkness he had witnessed in this world, there was light here too. These people weren't like the ones he remembered from his previous life, those who turned a blind eye to suffering or exploited the weak. These humans, at least, seemed to care for one another. He remained hidden throughout the morning, content to observe. The village bustled with activity, a rare energy lifting the spirits of its inhabitants. It was a sight that filled Jannet with an odd sense of fulfillment. He had no connection to these people, yet their happiness felt like a victory. It was mid-afternoon when the mood shifted. Jannet had moved closer to the village, his massive form blending into the tall grass. He sensed the change before he saw it, a ripple of unease spreading through the crowd. The sound of hoofs broke the quiet hum of the village, and Janet's golden eyes narrowed as a group of mounted men rode in from the north. There were 6 of them, their armor gleaming dully in the sunlight. They wore the sigils of nobility, though Jannet couldn't and wouldn't recognize their house. Their horses were well-fed and imposing, a stark contrast to the gaunt livestock in the village. The leader of the group dismounted, his polished boots crunching against the dirt. He was a broad man, his face weathered but stern. He carried himself with the confidence of someone used to being obeyed, his hand resting casually on the hilt of his sword. "People of this village," the man announced, his voice carrying easily over the murmurs of the crowd. "By decree of the crown, the grain you have harvested will be requisitioned for the capital." A collective gasp rippled through the villagers. Old Ben stepped forward, his shoulders squared. "You can't be serious," he said, his voice steady but laced with anger. "This grain is all we have. If you take it, the village won't survive the winter." The nobleman's gaze flicked to Ben, his expression unreadable. "The capital has suffered greatly in recent months. The crown requires all available resources to stabilize the kingdom. This is not a request. A murmur of despair spread through the villagers, their earlier hope crumbling into panic. Jessica clung to Ben's leg, her wide eyes filled with fear. The young men from the wagon exchanged nervous glances, their hands tightening on the shafts of their spears. Janet's claws dug into the earth as he watched from the grass. His tongue flicked out, tasting the sharp tang of desperation and fear. The villager's anguish was a bitter reminder of the cruelty he had witnessed in his previous life, the way the powerful trample the weak without a second thought. His mind raced. He couldn't reveal himself, not yet. But the sight of these people, Jessica, old Ben, the villagers, being crushed under the weight of authority ignited a fury deep within him. He would not stand by and let this happen. The nobleman gestured to his men, who began dismounting and unloading sacks from their horses. The villagers shouted protests, but they were unarmed and outnumbered. The tension was palpable, a fragile thread that could snap at any moment. Chapter 31, Intervention. Jannet crouched behind the ramshackle house on the edge of the village, his massive frame pressed low to the ground, his dark scales blending seamlessly with the shadows cast by the afternoon sun. His golden eyes glinted with restrained fury as he watched the unfolding scene, his sharp claws digging furrows into the dirt. The air was thick with the scent of fear and desperation, the tang of sweat and unwashed bodies mingling with the faint trace of grain dust that wafted from the loaded cart. The villagers had gathered in a loose, anxious crowd around the wagon, their faces etched with panic and anger. Tom, the young man who had walked with old Ben on the road, was among them, his hand resting on the haft of his crude spear. Jannet could see the fire in the youth's eyes, the barely contained rage bubbling beneath the surface. It wouldn't be long before that anger boiled over, and Jannet knew it wouldn't end well for anyone. The man at the center of the commotion was unmistakably the leader of the intruding group. He sat atop a massive, well-fed horse, its glossy coat shining in the fading light. The rider was equally polished, his armor pristine and gleaming, what Jannet assumed was the royal sigil emblazoned on his chest plate like a declaration of authority. His face was pale and clean-shaven, his features sharp and aristocratic, a stark contrast to the haggard, sun-beaten faces of the villagers before him. As Jannet observed, the rider dismounted with practiced ease, his boots crunching against the dry, brittle earth. He exuded the kind of confidence that came from years of unchallenged dominance, his posture straight and unyielding as he surveyed the crowd before him. One of the elders, a man with hunched shoulders and a deeply lined face, stepped forward, his hands clasped in supplication. "My lord," the elder began, his voice shaking with a mix of fear and desperation, "please reconsider. The grain you take is all we have. The winter." The noble cut him off with a sharp wave of his hand, his expression twisting into a sneer. "The king has decreed it," he said, his tone cold and dismissive. "You should feel honored to serve your monarch in such a necessary way." "But..." The nobleman's armored hand lashed out, the backhanded slap cracking against the elder's cheek with brutal force. The old man stumbled back, clutching his face, his eyes wide with shock. A murmur of anger rippled through the villagers, but the noble's men, grinning and predatory, stepped forward, their hands resting on the hilts of their weapons. "I don't recall asking for your opinion, peasant," the nobleman spat, his voice dripping with disdain. "The king has made his will clear, and you will obey. If that means you starve, so be it. Your lives are a small price to pay for the stability of the realm." Jannet felt the low growl rumbling in his throat, his tongue flicking out to taste the air. The scent of blood and tears hung heavy, mingling with the sour tang of sweat and fear. He watched as one of the soldiers, a wiry man with a crooked grin, leered at the young women in the crowd. "If they're already dead, boss," the soldier said, his voice carrying a vile edge, "maybe we can take a few of the prettier young ones with us. No harm in making the most of the trip." The nobleman chuckled darkly, his eyes scanning the crowd with a detached sort of amusement. "Do you see anyone here?" he said with a dismissive wave, remounting his horse. "The village was abandoned, but by the grace of the gods we found the stores of grain mostly untouched. Nothing substantial, but it will help." This man, perched on his horse like a self-anointed king, reminded Jannet too much of the people he'd left behind in his human life. Men like Walter and Richard. Men who lived to wield their power, however small, over anyone they deemed weaker. Walter, with his sharp tongue and mocking sneer, tearing down everyone around him under the guise of leadership. Richard, With his petty cruelty and delight in making Janet's life miserable, weaponizing his position to crush any trace of dignity Jannet might have held onto in those days. They had both thrived in systems designed for men like them, systems that valued authority without responsibility, that allowed their selfishness to flourish unchecked. Walter in his office, acting as though every memo or meeting was an opportunity to showcase his dominance. Richard, smug and vindictive, seemed to relish every chance to remind Jannet how small he was in the grand hierarchy of corporate life. Now, Jannet thought bitterly, he was seeing their ilk in a different world but the same pattern, men who mistook cruelty for strength. But Jannet was no longer the timid, beleaguered housewife who had endured Walter's snide remarks or Richard's calculated humiliations. Those experiences, as dehumanizing as they had been, had prepared him for this moment. Jannet understood the psychology of weak men who relied on power to mask their inadequacies. They thrived on fear and submission, drawing strength from the silence of those too afraid to speak out. Walter had always wilted when confronted with someone willing to stand up to him, and Jannet suspected this nobleman would be no different. What a cruel irony, Jannet thought, that these men had once loomed so large in his life, their shadows stretching long over his every decision. Now, with his massive form and undeniable strength, they were nothing but echoes of weakness. For the first time, Jannet felt a strange ironic sense of gratitude for the lessons they had unwittingly taught him. Though they didn't deserve even that much, he had learned how to navigate their cruelty, how to steel himself against the venom of their words and actions. And now, he could turn those lessons into something greater, he could stop men like them from spreading their harm to others. The soldiers began to move, their expressions hungry and cruel. Janet's claws sank deeper into the earth, his tail flicking with barely contained rage. These men were no better than thieves and rapists. He could see the tension in the villagers, their collective fear teetering on the edge of chaos. Tom and the younger men were gripping their weapons tightly, their knuckles white and their jaws set in defiance. Janet's tongue flicked out, tasting the air thick with despair and rage. No more. Not here. Not now. If he had to be the one to end this cycle of petty tyranny, so be it. His claws flexed in the soil. It was a powder keg waiting for a spark, and Jannet knew he would act. Rising to his full height, he stepped out from the shadows, his massive frame emerging with a quiet grace that belied his size. The evening sunlight glinted off his dark scales, his golden eyes glowing like embers in the dim light. His presence was undeniable, a force of nature that commanded attention. The villagers froze, their eyes widening in disbelief as the monstrous figure stepped into view. The soldiers, too, stopped in their tracks, their leering grins faltering as they took in the sight of the sovereign Komodo dragon. Even the nobleman, for all his arrogance, seemed momentarily struck dumb, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly. Janet's voice, low and resonant, rolled across the village like distant thunder. The enchantment of the tongue's ring lent his words a clarity and weight that transcended language, his tone polite yet unyielding. "You will not take the food from these people," he said, his gaze fixed on the nobleman. "I will not allow it. They grew it. They have earned it." The silence that followed was deafening. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, their hands hovering near their weapons but not quite daring to draw them. The villagers stared in stunned awe, their fear giving way to a flicker of hope. The nobleman recovered quickly, his face hardening into a mask of defiance. "What is this?" he demanded, his voice cracking slightly despite his best efforts. "A beast that speaks? A trick of some witch?" Jannet took a slow step forward, his massive claws leaving deep impressions in the earth. "I am no trick," he said, his tone calm and measured. "I am the sovereign of Newskar. And I will not stand by while you trample these people underfoot." The nobleman's hand went to the hilt of his sword, his eyes narrowing as he tried to muster his authority. "You dare to challenge the will of the king?" Janet's tail lashed behind him, the movement sending a ripple of tension through the crowd. "Firstly, I do not recognize the authority of your king. Secondly, the will of a king does not justify cruelty," he said, his voice sharp as a blade. "You wear your armor and carry your sword, but you are no protector. You are a thief, cloaked in the guise of authority." The nobleman's face flushed with anger, his grip tightening on his sword. But before he could draw, Jannet took another step forward, his massive form casting a shadow over the man and his horse. "I suggest you leave," Jannet said, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. Take your men, take your lies, and go. The tension in the air was almost unbearable, the village holding its collective breath as they waited to see what would happen. The nobleman's confidence wavered, his eyes darting to his men, who looked increasingly uncertain. Finally, he let out a frustrated snarl, turning on his heel and mounting his horse in one fluid motion. "This isn't over," he spat, his voice thick with rage. "The king will hear of this." Jannet watched in silence as the nobleman and his men retreated, their departure marked by the sound of hooves thundering against the earth. Only when they were out of sight did he turn back to the villagers, his golden eyes meeting their wide, awestruck gazes. "They will not return," he said simply, his voice carrying an assurance that left no room for doubt. Ben's breath caught in his throat when the towering lizard stepped fully into the light. It was immense, its shadow stretching across the gathered villagers and the trembling nobleman. Its black scales shimmered faintly in the afternoon sun, and its golden eyes, sharp and calculating, had locked onto the noble who had just been barking orders moments before. When it spoke, its voice, deep, resonant, and utterly alien, froze everyone in place and the nobles ran. "They will not return," the lizard said after the outsiders fled, its tone as steady and certain as the rising sun. The words hung in the air, heavy with authority. The village was utterly still. The only sounds were the nervous snorts of the horses and the faint. The villagers were rooted to the spot, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror. None of them moved. None except Ben. The grizzled old soldier stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate. His spear hung loosely in his hand, the tension in his body a mixture of caution and something more primal. He'd faced many things in his time, bandits, wild beasts, even the horrors of war, but this creature was something else entirely. It was more massive than any wagon he'd ever seen, and its sheer presence sent a chill down his spine. Every instinct in his mammalian body screamed to run, but Ben had long ago learned to master those instincts. Swallowing hard, he steadied his voice and asked, "Was it you who was following us in the wagon?" The lizard's golden eyes shifted to him, sharp and unblinking. For a moment, Ben felt as though the creature could see straight into his soul. Then it hissed softly, the sound low and almost conversational. "Yes," it said simply, its massive head tilting slightly as it regarded him. Ben's grip on his spear tightened. There was no malice in the creature's tone, no overt threat, yet its cold, calculated presence was unnerving. Its massive form radiated power, a force of nature that could crush them all in an instant if it so desired. And yet, Ben sensed restraint. It wasn't here to kill them. Not yet, at least. "How can you speak with us?" Ben pressed, his voice steady despite the cold sweat on his brow. The lizard shifted, lowering itself slowly into a more relaxed posture. It folded its legs beneath it, its tail curling slightly as it rested its head closer to the ground. The gesture, though non-threatening, did nothing to diminish its immense size. "Magic," it said simply, the single word resonating with clarity. It tapped a clawed forelimb, and Ben noticed for the first time the faint gleam of rings adorning the creature's digits. Ben's mind raced. Magic. Of course. He'd heard tales of enchanted beasts before, but seeing one, speaking to one, was something else entirely. He exhaled slowly, trying to process what he was seeing and hearing. The creature's calm demeanor was at odds with its terrifying appearance, and that contrast only unsettled him further. "You've been watching us," Ben said, more a statement than a question. "Yes," the lizard replied. Its gaze was steady, unreadable. "I was curious. And then I saw what these men intended to do." Its head turned slightly, its golden eyes flicking toward the group of noble shrinking silhouettes on the horizon. "I do not like bullies." The simplicity of the statement was chilling. Ben glanced back at the villagers, their gaunt faces filled with equal parts relief and fear. He couldn't deny that the lizard had saved them, but the question of why still gnawed at him. This was no ordinary beast, and its motives were far from clear. The lizard's voice rumbled again, softer this time. "Your village needs this food. Without it, you will not survive the winter." Ben nodded grimly. The lizard wasn't wrong. The villagers were already on the brink, their stores barely enough to sustain them. Losing the grain would have been a death sentence. For a moment, silence stretched between them. Then, gathering his courage, Ben spoke the question that had been burning in his mind since the creature appeared. "What now?" Chapter 32, The Sovereign Speaks. The question hung in the air, heavy with anticipation. Old Ben's steady voice, tinged with both awe and the faintest tremor of fear, lingered in Janet's mind. What now? It was a question that seemed to carry more weight than its 3 simple syllables warranted, a question that opened doors to possibilities and risks Jannet hadn't yet fully considered. Janet's massive reptilian body lay sprawled on the ground in what he thought was a non-threatening posture. The gentle flick of his tail, meant to convey calmness, seemed to have the opposite effect. He watched the humans from behind his golden eyes, noting the nervous shifts in their postures, the way their gazes darted between his enormous frame and one another. Their scent told him all he needed to know: fear, yes, but also the faintest trace of curiosity. The sovereign Komodo flicked his tongue, tasting the mingled flavors of the moment. He felt no fear from Old Ben, the grizzled veteran who still gripped his spear but had yet to raise it in defense. Jannet respected that. The old man's resolve was palpable, a steadying force that anchored the others, their panicked heartbeats thundering in his ears. But what now? Indeed. Jannet sifted through his memories, grasping for something, anything, from his previous life that might help. He had been a great housewife once, or so he told himself. Polite, deferential, always striving to keep the peace even in the face of Richard's petty cruelty or Walter's venomous arrogance. Could that same skill set apply here, in this moment where every muscle in the human's body screamed for flight? His claws dug into the earth as he remembered one of his most basic, human instincts: smile. It was a universal gesture of friendliness, wasn't it? A simple upward curve of the mouth meant to disarm and reassure. Of course. He widened his mouth, exposing rows of serrated teeth as his lips curled into what he hoped was a welcoming grin. The effect was immediate and disastrous. The humans recoiled visibly. Old Ben stiffened, his knuckles whitening around the shaft of his spear, while the younger men froze like startled deer. Janet's tongue flicked again, tasting the sudden spike of terror in the air. Even Jessica, the little girl who had seemed so fearless in her grandfather's arms, buried her face in the old man's shoulder, peeking out with wide, trembling eyes. Okay, not smiling, Jannet thought, mentally noting the failure. It made sense. Smiles, after all, were a human thing, a mammalian thing. To these people, his display of teeth likely read as a threat, not an overture of peace. He would need another approach. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to calm his own instincts. His reptilian brain wanted short, clipped bursts of language, but the human part of him fought for something more thoughtful, more deliberate. I mean you no harm, he rumbled, his voice resonant and clear thanks to the tongue's ring. He saw the flicker of understanding in their faces, the words breaking through the haze of fear. I come to talk. The effect was slow but steady. The villagers began to relax, if only slightly. Old Ben, ever the pragmatist, stepped forward with a careful nod, his eyes never leaving Janet's golden gaze. Talk, then, he said gruffly, his voice calm but tinged with cautious curiosity. Jannet shifted his massive form slightly, easing the pressure on his limbs as he considered how best to proceed. His nature as a sovereign, a creature of authority and order, had driven him to intervene on behalf of these people. Weakness exploited by strength disgusted him, and he could no more stand idly by than he could stop breathing. I am the sovereign of Newskar, he began, his tone formal and deliberate. The words rolled off his tongue with an authority that seemed to fill the air around him. I could not allow weaker beings to be bullied and starved. It is against my very nature. The villagers exchanged glances, the fear in their eyes giving way to something else, something closer to reverence. Old Ben tilted his head, studying the massive creature before him. Sovereign of what, exactly? He asked, his voice steady but curious. Jannet considered the question carefully. His name, Jannet, was personal, tied to his lizard kin and his own identity. It was not something he felt inclined to share lightly, especially not with strangers. Some instinct told him names held power, and this one was his alone. I lead the lizards of Newskar, he said finally, his voice even. Our home lies deep in the jungle, in what was once a human settlement. We have reclaimed it, rebuilt it, and made it our own. We are a growing nation, a hatchling, perhaps, but one with strength and purpose. The villagers listened intently, their expressions a mixture of awe and disbelief. Even Old Ben seemed momentarily at a loss for words, his grip on his spear loosening as he processed the revelation. Jannet continued, sensing the need to fill the silence. Your kind called it a jungle nest, but to us, it is Newskar, a sanctuary for my people. We do not seek conflict with humans, but we will defend what is ours. And you? Came here to help us? Old Ben asked, his voice quieter now, tinged with something Jannet could only describe as wariness. Jannet tilted his head, his golden eyes meeting Ben's. I came south to seek strength, he admitted, his tone thoughtful. But strength is not just power. It is order, protection, and the ability to act when others cannot. When I saw what those men intended to do, I could not stand by and do nothing. You needed that food to survive, and they had no right to take it from you. The villagers murmured among themselves, their voices low but filled with a cautious hope. Jannet could taste the shift in the air, the fear that had once dominated now giving way to something softer. What should we call you? Old Ben asked after a moment, his voice steady but respectful. Jannet paused, considering the question. His mind flicked briefly to the system profile that occasionally updated in his mind, a relic of his old human life merged with his current one. The name Jannet felt too personal, too tied to his lizard kin. It was not something he was ready to share with these humans. I have no name, he said finally, his tone measured. I'm the sovereign of Newskar, and that is all you need to know. Old Ben nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. Fair enough, sovereign, he said. But if you'll forgive my curiosity, what now? Janet's gaze swept across the gathered villagers, their gaunt faces filled with a mixture of awe and hope. He felt the weight of their expectations, the silent plea for guidance that hung in the air. I will stay for a time, he said finally, his voice calm but firm. Your village needs stability, and I would see it restored before I continue my journey. Together, we can ensure that no one else takes what is yours. The villagers exchanged glances, their murmurs growing louder as they began to process his words. Old Ben, ever the pragmatist, nodded once more, his grip on his spear finally relaxing. Then we welcome you, sovereign, he said, his voice steady though his eyes darted to the others. To our village and to whatever comes next. But as you say, we lack food, and one of your size surely must eat a lot. Yes, the sovereign responds coldly. Jannet inclined his massive head, his golden eyes glinting in the fading light. Whatever came next, he would face it with the strength of a sovereign and the resolve of a leader. For now, though, he would do what he had always done, protect those who could not protect themselves, and build something stronger from the ruins of what had been. Something the men in his previous life had failed to do for others, Jannet would never be like them. Jannet remained a silent sentinel at the edge of the village, his massive form blending into the gathering shadows as the sun dipped below the horizon. For days now, he had stayed close, a protective presence that neither the villagers nor the remnants of the nobles' forces dared to challenge. His golden eyes scanned the plains, watching for any signs of danger, his senses keen and alert. The villagers had grown used to his presence, or at least as used to a sovereign Komodo dragon standing guard as they could be. Children peeked at him from behind fences, their curiosity overcoming their fear in fleeting moments. Adults gave him a wide berth, their gratitude mingled with unease. Jannet could taste the emotions in the air, the faint tang of fear mixed with hope, and he understood them both. His size alone made him a threat, but his actions had marked him as something more, a protector, perhaps, though the word felt strange even in his own mind. The days passed, the rhythms of the village continuing despite his looming presence. Jannet fed himself as he always had, hunting in the plains and stalking the rabbit-like creatures that darted through the tall grass. But the abundance he had grown accustomed to in Newskar was absent here. The rabbits, once plentiful, seemed to grow scarcer with each passing day, their trails more difficult to find. Hunger, a feeling he had not experienced in years, began to gnaw at him. His massive form required sustenance, and the lean pickings of the plains were no longer enough. Still, he stayed. On the third day, the nobles returned, their procession visible from miles away as the sun glinted off their polished armor. Jannet positioned himself deliberately in the middle of the road leading to the village, his bulk a shadowy monolith against the horizon. The horses balked as they approached, their riders struggling to control them, the animals sensing the primal danger that emanated from him. The nobles turned back without a word, their retreat as hasty as their approach. Jannet watched them go, his tail flicking once in satisfaction. That evening, as the first stars appeared in the sky, Old Ben approached him. The old soldier moved with purpose, his gait steady despite the weariness etched into his features. His spear was slung over his shoulder, more a walking stick than a weapon now, but his eyes were sharp and focused. "Sovereign," Ben said, inclining his head slightly. "May I speak with you?" Jannet shifted, lowering his massive body into a relaxed posture. "You may," he replied, his voice low and even. Ben stepped closer, though not too close, his instincts as a mammal still wary of the reptilian presence before him. He glanced back toward the village, as if ensuring they were out of earshot, before speaking again. "I've been wondering," he began, his tone measured. "Are you the creature? The one that defeated the Duke's men before the crocodile came?" The villagers who knew survivors talk of it often, of a massive lizard, black as night, that attacked with a fury no one had ever seen. Jannet considered the question, his golden eyes meeting Ben's without flinching. He thought back to that battle, to the chaos and blood and fire. To Lilgai nearly taken from them. To the lines of knights and soldiers who had come to destroy what they could not control. To the desperate, final stand that would have been their end if not for the arrival of the ancient noble crocodile. "Yes," he said finally, his voice heavy with the weight of memory. "I am." Ben exhaled slowly, his grip on his spear tightening slightly. "They said you fought with a fury unknown in the jungle," he said. "Forgive my ignorance, but why? Why would a lizard risk himself like that?" Janet's gaze drifted to the horizon, his thoughts a mix of instinct and reflection. "The humans came into our jungle and attacked," he said. "Again and again, despite warnings. They hunted us, sought to destroy us simply because we existed. In the early days they merely took Rose, our matron, our guide. I could not allow it. I would not allow it." His tail flicked once, the movement deliberate. "I fought to send a message. To protect my kin. To show them that the jungle was not theirs to claim. But it was not enough. We would have lost." Ben's brow furrowed. "You mean?" Jannet nodded. "The crocodile. Without it, there would be no news car. The battle was already lost when it arrived. Its hunger was what saved us." The old soldier was silent for a long moment, his weathered face thoughtful. "And now?" he asked finally. "What is it you seek?" "Strength," Jannet said without hesitation. "Strength to protect the young, to ensure they do not face the same fate we nearly did. Strength to stand against those who would harm the innocent, as you do for Jessica." Ben's eyes softened at the mention of his granddaughter, and he nodded slowly. "It's a noble goal," he said. "And a heavy burden." Jannet inclined his head. "It is one I accept. As I understand the weight of what happens when those that should instead refuse responsibility." For a moment, neither spoke, the silence between them filled with the faint sounds of the village settling for the night. Then Ben straightened, his spear shifting on his shoulder. "Thank you," he said quietly. "For what you did for us. For what you're doing." Janet's gaze returned to the old soldier, and he gave a small, deliberate nod. "Protect them well," he said simply. "As I must protect mine." With that, Ben turned and made his way back toward the village, his steps slow but steady. Jannet watched him go, the weight of the conversation settling over him like the cool night air. The hunger gnawed at him still, but it was a distant thing now, overshadowed by the clarity of purpose that filled his mind. Jannet called out to Ben, "Goodbye, friend. See me in Newscar in the years to come if danger besets you and you find yourself lost without hope." And without waiting for a reply, Jannet disappeared into the night. Jannet slipped into the night like a shadow given form, his massive frame gliding silently through the tall grass that bordered the road. The faint rustle of the plains whispered in his ears, the cool night air settling over his scales like a shroud. His golden eyes scanned the horizon, his mind sharp with purpose. The humans who had fled would undoubtedly try again. Their kind always did, driven by greed and entitlement, much like the men he had known in his past life. Jannet followed the same road the nobleman had taken, his massive form blending into the darkness. His senses remained on high alert, his tongue flicking occasionally to taste the air for signs of life. The scent of fear lingered faintly, a reminder of the noble's hurried retreat. But Jannet was no longer concerned with them alone, they were merely symptoms of a greater illness. He needed to find the source, the human nest from which they drew their arrogance and authority. There he could find more answers. As the hours stretched on, the road wound southward, its worn tracks a silent testimony to the countless feet and hooves that had traveled it before him. The stars overhead glittered like shards of broken glass, their cold light illuminating the vast emptiness of the plains. Jannet moved steadily, his hunger gnawing at him but his resolve keeping it at bay. He would find answers, and he would ensure that no harm came to the village he had left behind. Fafaron wiped a bead of sweat from his brow as he sat slumped in his saddle, the motion of his horse rocking him uncomfortably. His polished armor, now tarnished with dirt and scratches from their retreat, weighed heavily on his shoulders. The men behind him rode in grim silence, their once proud banners drooping in the still night air. The second cousin of the late Duke Fafaron cursed under his breath, spitting to clear the taste of bile that lingered. That lizard. That beast. Fafaron couldn't shake the image from his mind, those glowing golden eyes, the massive black scales shimmering in the sun, the sheer presence of it. Reports had been circulating for years now, whispered among the surviving soldiers and common folk alike, of a monstrous lizard that had decimated the Duke's army and killed his cousin Fanfaron. And now it had reappeared, not just as some wild creature but as something worse, a thinking, speaking force. And it had stopped him. Him, Fafaron, second cousin to the Duke, with authority granted by the crown itself, or so he had claimed. The lizard hadn't just halted their operation, it had humiliated him in front of his men, and worse, it had forced him to abandon the grain he'd been so careful to skim. His teeth ground together as his thoughts spiraled. This is not my fault, he told himself. His station, no, his very duty, had allowed him to sell off excess grain stores to neighboring kingdoms. The profits had funded lavish parties, bolstered his influence, and kept the local economy thriving. Everyone skimmed, it was an unspoken rule among the nobility. Why should he be punished for doing what all nobles did? The answer was obvious. The lizards. Those fucking lizards. His lip curled in disgust as he thought about the damage they had wrought. They had brought the kingdom to its knees, their attacks weakening the crown's grip on the region. And now, because of their interference, the grain shipments were gone. The neighboring villages had nothing left to give, drained dry by the nobles and the crown alike. The Duke would demand answers, demand restitution, and Fafaron had nothing to show for his efforts but shame and failure. The bile rose again in his throat, and he spat angrily, the taste of his own ineptitude bitter on his tongue. He needed a new plan, something to salvage the situation. Perhaps he could blame the villagers, accuse them of hiding their stores or conspiring with the lizards. Or maybe he could find a scapegoat among his own men, someone to take the fall for his failures. Yes, that could work. It had to. His eyes scanned the dark horizon, the empty plains stretching endlessly before them. Somewhere out there, he knew, the lizard was watching. Waiting. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, though he would never admit it. He straightened in his saddle, forcing his mind to focus. He would not let this creature, or the Duke, be his undoing. There were always other ways to claw his way back to favor. Always. Time passed, and days later still the scent of the noble's sweat and fear lingered faintly in the air as Jannet tracked their path. His reptilian senses, honed to perfection, picked up every disturbance, the faint impressions of hooves in the dirt, the occasional broken blade of grass, the lingering acrid tang of their frustration and shame. They were moving south, and Jannet knew they would eventually lead him to a larger human settlement. As he moved, his thoughts drifted to the village he had left behind. The fear and awe in their eyes, the tentative trust they had placed in him, it stirred something deep within him, a sense of responsibility he couldn't quite explain. He was not their savior, nor did he wish to be, but he would not allow them to suffer the consequences of human greed. The plains began to shift subtly as the road descended into a shallow valley, the grasses thinning and giving way to patches of rocky ground. The air grew cooler, the wind carrying faint hints of smoke and the metallic tang of civilization. Janet's tongue flicked out, tasting the change. He was getting closer. As dawn approached, the horizon revealed the faint outline of a settlement, a cluster of wooden structures huddled together, their roofs dark against the pale morning sky. Smoke rose from scattered chimneys, the signs of human life stirring within. Jannet paused, his massive form blending into the shadows as he observed from a distance. He would wait. He would watch. And when the time came, he would act. For now, the gnawing hunger in his stomach was secondary to the hunger for answers, for strength, and for the assurance that no one, not the villagers he had left behind, nor the lizards of Newscar, would ever fall prey to the weak cruelty of men like Richard or Walter again. Chapter 33 A Hatching Plan. Jannet crouched low in the tall grass, his black scaled form blending seamlessly into the swaying expanse around him. The larger human settlement loomed in the distance, its clustered buildings spilling smoke into the sky, its walls sturdy and watchful against the wilds of the plains. Even from this distance, Jannet could feel the hum of human activity, the mingled sense of sweat, wood smoke, and the faint metallic tang of armor. His tongue flicked out, tasting the air as his golden eyes tracked every movement along the road leading into the village. For days, he had observed the settlement, his patience tested but never broken. Humans, he'd learned, had an aversion to massive predators suddenly appearing unannounced. He could hardly fault them for it. His 20-foot frame, clawed limbs, and rows of serrated teeth were more than enough to inspire fear in even the most stalwart of hearts. His sovereign instincts, however, demanded careful observation. He couldn't afford to act rashly. He needed information, an understanding of how these humans lived, how they moved, and what their weaknesses and strengths might be. But the settlement had proven to be a conundrum. Unlike the small village he had left behind, this place teemed with activity: merchants, soldiers, farmers, and even children moving in and out of the gates. Jannet noted the increased presence of guards patrolling the walls, their watchful eyes scanning the horizon. His usual tactic of slipping into the background was less feasible here. The plains offered little cover compared to the dense jungle of Newskar, and though he was adept at remaining unseen, the openness of the landscape put his skills to the test. Still, Jannet waited. It was what reptiles did best, after all. Days passed as he observed from the shadows of a massive tree that grew stubbornly along the road. He watched the human caravans roll by, merchants with carts full of goods drawn by strange, donkey-like creatures with elongated ears. He tracked the soldiers on their patrols, their rigid formations and polished armor a testament to the kingdom's discipline. And then there were the groups, smaller clusters of humans, typically numbering between 4 and 8. They piqued Janet's interest most of all. These groups were different from the soldiers or the merchants. Their equipment was less standardized, their movements more fluid, less disciplined but oddly confident. Janet's enchanted ring revealed details that intrigued him. These humans had classes: fighters, mages, rangers, healers, titles familiar from his fragmented memories of his human life. Their levels varied, but they were clearly trained, their gear showing signs of both wear and care. What caught his attention most was how these groups moved. They were hunters, but not of animals, they sought something else. Jannet followed one group discreetly, his massive body moving with practiced silence. The group consisted of 5 humans, their ages striking him as remarkably young. They couldn't have been much older than high school students by his reckoning, late teens to early 20s. There was a fighter, a burly young man who carried a massive sword with surprising ease, a mage, a slender girl with a staff whose end crackled faintly with energy, a ranger, their bow slung across their back as they moved with feline grace, a healer, their robes pristine despite the rough terrain, and another fighter, a smaller but scrappy boy armed with twin daggers. He watched as they ventured deeper into the plains, their movements deliberate but tinged with youthful enthusiasm. It didn't take long for Jannet to see their quarry, slime creatures, their gelatinous bodies wobbling across the ground with an almost comical lack of menace. The slimes were weak, their attacks predictable and slow, but the humans engaged them with surprising coordination. Jannet couldn't help but admire their teamwork, even if their foes posed little threat. They struck with precision, the fighter cleaving slimes in two while the mage incinerated others with bursts of flame. The ranger's arrows found their marks with unerring accuracy, and the healer ensured no injuries lingered. For 3 days, Jannet watched this particular group, his hunger gnawing at him as he observed. The rabbits of the plains had grown scarce, their trails harder to find, and the slimes were hardly an appetizing alternative. He considered the young humans carefully, their camaraderie and skill reminding him faintly of his kin in Newskar. He found himself drawn to their dynamic, their blend of strength and vulnerability. It was on the 4th day that Jannet decided to act. Hunger drove him forward, but curiosity and a desire for information tempered his approach. He waited until the group had packed up their makeshift camp and begun the trek back toward the settlement. Positioning himself near the road, he settled behind the gnarled tree, his massive frame hidden by the shadows it cast. As they passed, he let his voice, low and rumbling, slip into the air. PSSSTTTTT, Jannet hissed softly, the sound carrying just enough to reach them. Hey! Don't be scared. The group froze instantly, their weapons half drawn as their heads swiveled toward the source of the sound. Janet's golden eyes glinted faintly in the shadows, his tongue flicking out as he observed their reactions. What was that? The ranger whispered, their hand already on the hilt of their dagger. Who's there? The fighter demanded, his voice steady but edged with tension. His massive sword was drawn now, the blade gleaming faintly in the fading sunlight. It's coming from the tree, the mage said, her staff crackling to life as a faint glow surrounded its tip. Jannet allowed himself a small sigh before speaking again, his voice calm but deliberate. I mean you no harm. I've been watching you, your skills, your strength. I am curious. The humans exchanged uneasy glances, their weapons held at the ready but their stances uncertain. The healer stepped forward slightly, her soft voice cutting through the tension. Curious? About what? Jannet shifted slightly, his massive form still concealed but his presence unmistakable. The way you fight. Your methods. Your classes. You are not soldiers, but you are not weak. The fighter narrowed his eyes. Show yourself. Jannet hesitated for a moment before stepping partially into the light, his head emerging first, followed by his massive shoulders. The humans recoiled slightly, their eyes widening as they took in his immense size and predatory appearance. By the gods, the ranger muttered, their voice barely above a whisper. The mage's staff flared brighter, but the healer placed a calming hand on her shoulder. Wait, she said. It's talking. Jannet inclined his head slightly, his golden eyes locking onto the fighter. Yes. I speak. And I wish to understand you. The group stood frozen, their weapons still raised but their fear tempered by a growing sense of awe. Jannet watched them carefully, his reptilian instincts reading their every movement, their every breath. He would need to tread carefully, but for the first time since leaving the jungle, he felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps these humans could offer more than just answers. Perhaps they could be a key piece to understanding this world. Jannet lowered his massive frame slightly, his golden eyes gleaming in the dimming light. The humans were clearly nervous, their weapons still held at the ready, but their curiosity was beginning to outweigh their fear. He let his voice carry softly through the air, his tone even and measured, careful not to spook them further. I am the sovereign of Newskar, he said, his head tilting slightly as he observed their reactions. That is all you need to know of me for now. The fighter, still holding his massive sword with white-knuckled tension, frowned. Sovereign? Of what? A nation of my kin, Jannet replied smoothly. A place where strength, order, and survival thrive. We have reclaimed what was lost to your kind and built anew. But I find myself far from home, seeking answers and strength of my own. The ranger shifted uneasily, their bow still in hand but no arrow nocked. And you've been watching us? Why? Jannet let his tail flick lazily, a gesture more of thought than irritation. Because you are not like the others I have seen, the soldiers, the merchants, the nobles. His voice rumbled low, his reptilian mind trying to match human words to the instincts guiding him. You seek strength? Not through conquest or theft, but through challenge. Even these slimes, weak as they may be, are opponents that test your skills. If you are careless or slow, they could harm you. The group exchanged glances, a mix of wariness and intrigue flickering across their faces. It was the healer who stepped forward first, her staff held loosely but her posture cautious. We are adventurers, she said simply, her voice steady but soft. We're training, practicing our skills and leveling up so we can take on greater challenges. Adventurers? Jannet repeated, the word unfamiliar and heavy on his tongue. Explain. The healer glanced at her companions, then back at Jannet. We're part of the Adventurers Guild, she began. It's a kingdom-sponsored organization recognized by all 7 human kingdoms. It gives people like us, those who want to fight monsters and protect others, a way to do so. We're ranked based on our skills and accomplishments. Right now, we're copper rank, which is the lowest. The fighter chimed in, his grip on his sword loosening slightly. Everyone starts at copper rank. You take small jobs, hunting slimes, clearing pests, escorting merchants, and as you gain experience and complete missions, you rank up. Higher ranks mean better pay and tougher missions. We hope to move south eventually. The jobs are more dangerous there, but the rewards are greater. The south? Jannet asked, his curiosity piqued. The southern kingdoms, the ranger said, their voice calm but tinged with ambition. They're closer to the beastlands and Cathay. The monsters there are stronger, but so are the opportunities. It's where adventurers prove themselves. These things you say, adventurers, guilds, ranks, Jannet said, his voice thoughtful. They are foreign to me. Tell me, are there rules for such things? Restrictions? The mage, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. The guild is open to anyone who can fight and follow its code. You have to register, of course, and abide by the guild's laws. They're strict about not harming civilians or breaking contracts. But once you're in, your rank is recognized across all the kingdoms. Jannet let the information settle in his mind, his thoughts turning inward. This adventurer's guild intrigued him. It seemed to offer a structure, a system, for those seeking strength and purpose, much like his own pursuit. And yet, he knew his presence would complicate things. Humans feared what they did not understand, and his size and nature were bound to provoke hostility. He was quiet for a moment before speaking again, his voice honest and deliberate. Adventurers and the ways of humans intrigue me. I, too, seek strength and to grow, to level up, as you say. Would this guild be good for me? The group exchanged glances, their surprise evident. The ranger hesitated before answering, I don't know. You're not exactly normal? Jannet inclined his head slightly. Indeed. And as it stands, I cannot enter your town. Even with the promise of my best behavior, your guards would attack me on sight. But tell me, could the Adventurers Guild vouch for me if I offered my strength in service? Would they see the value in what I can offer? The healer bit her lip, her expression conflicted. I'm not sure, she admitted. The guild has rules, but I don't know if they apply to someone like you. We could ask, the fighter offered, his voice uncertain but genuine. We could go back to the guild and explain. See what they say. Janet's golden eyes studied them carefully, reading their unease and curiosity in equal measure. He inclined his massive head in acknowledgement. Do so, if you wish. I will wait here for your answer. The group exchanged hesitant nods, their weapons lowered but not sheathed. They began to move back toward the settlement, their voices low as they murmured among themselves. Jannet watched them go, his mind churning with possibilities. This guild might be a path forward, if not for acceptance, then at least for understanding. As the group disappeared from sight, Jannet settled back into the grass, his massive body still and patient. He would wait. It was what reptiles did best. The afternoon sun warmed Janet's dark scales, the golden light glinting off their surface like polished obsidian. He lay stretched out across a patch of open road, soaking in the warmth with an almost meditative stillness. Despite the ring of warming keeping his body at a comfortable temperature, nothing could replace the natural pleasure of basking under the sun. His lizard brain reveled in the sensation, while the human part of his mind remained sharp and alert. Though he appeared to be half dozing, Janet's senses remained keen. His golden eyes scanned the horizon through slitted lids, and his tongue flicked out periodically, tasting the air for anything unusual. He was a predator, after all, apex not only in size but in vigilance. Even in the serenity of the plains, his instincts never truly rested. It was during one of these moments, when his consciousness teetered between relaxation and readiness, that he caught movement in the distance. The familiar shapes of the young adventurers appeared on the horizon, their steps more purposeful than before. But this time, they were not alone. A figure walked with them, taller and older than the rest. This newcomer's gait was confident, his posture straight and commanding in a way that marked him as someone of importance. Jannet stirred, his massive frame shifting as he prepared to greet the group. He positioned himself on the road, lowering his body into a relaxed, non-threatening posture. Or at least, as non-threatening as a 20-foot-long, nearly 2-ton Komodo dragon could appear. As the group approached, the older man stepped forward, his movements deliberate. His features were weathered but strong, with a chiseled jaw and piercing gray eyes that seemed to take in everything around him. His presence was magnetic, the kind of authority that came not from words but from a life of earned respect. Janet's identification ring buzzed faintly as he focused on the man, but the information it returned was frustratingly incomplete. Human. Level, unknown. Class, unknown. The data blurred and flickered, leaving Jannet with more questions than answers. He tucked the thought away for later consideration as the older man stopped a short distance from him, close enough to speak but far enough to respect the space between them. "I am Clyde Vistone," the man said, his voice steady and even. "Branch leader of the Adventurers Guild in this region. These young ones told me quite the story about a talking lizard, one claiming to be a sovereign." Jannet inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the man's words. "They spoke the truth," he said, his voice low and resonant. "I'm the sovereign of Newskar, and I have come to offer a trade." Clyde raised an eyebrow, his gray eyes narrowing slightly. "A trade?" "Yes," Jannet replied, his golden gaze meeting Clyde's unflinchingly. "I seek the ability to enter your cities, to explore them without causing panic or violence. In exchange, I am willing to work for your guild and its branches, offering my strength and skills as I pursue my own growth." The young adventurers exchanged glances, their nervous energy palpable. Clyde, however, remained impassive, his expression unreadable as he studied Jannet. The silence stretched for a moment, broken only by the faint rustle of the plain's tall grass in the wind. "You seek strength," Clyde said finally, his tone more thoughtful than questioning. "Why?" Jannet considered the question carefully. "To protect my people," he said simply. "And to ensure that those who cannot protect themselves are not trampled by the strong. I have seen what unchecked power can do. I will not allow it to go unchallenged." Clyde's expression shifted subtly, a flicker of interest sparking in his eyes. "And what would you do if the guild accepted this trade? If you were allowed into our cities?" "I would learn," Jannet replied. "About your people, your systems, and your ways. Strength without understanding is chaos. If I am to grow, I must understand the world around me. Additionally, I seek to commence in diplomacy with this region's representatives." The branch leader nodded slowly, his gaze never leaving Jannet. "You speak of strength as more than just physical power. That's rare in any creature, human or otherwise." Clyde took a step closer, his movements careful but deliberate. "You understand what you're asking, don't you? The guild is not just a collection of mercenaries. We have rules, expectations. If you work for us, you'll be held to the same standards as any other adventurer. Meaning no more slaughtering half of the Duke's unexpecting armies." "I understand," Jannet said. "And I am prepared to follow those rules, as long as they do not conflict with my responsibilities as sovereign." The older man crossed his arms, his brow furrowing in thought. "This is unprecedented," he admitted. "But I can see the value in it. You are unlike anything I've encountered before. Your strength and intelligence are undeniable, but your presence will undoubtedly cause disruptions, even with the guild's backing." He turned to the young adventurers, his gaze sharp. "Did you explain this to him? What it means to join the guild?" The healer nodded quickly. "We told him about the ranks, the jobs, the rules. But we didn't know if it was possible for someone like him." Clyde's lips pressed into a thin line. "You are right to think that, though it's not completely impossible. Just very complicated. However, prisoners have been allowed to join the guild before on good behavior. I should be able to argue a similar clause." He turned back to Jannet, his expression softening slightly. "If I were to vouch for you, it would come with conditions. You would need to prove yourself, to show that you can work with others, follow orders, and respect the guild's code. Are you willing to do that?" Jannet inclined his head, his massive form shifting slightly as he settled more comfortably. "I am." Clyde studied him for a long moment, his piercing gaze seeming to weigh the truth of Janet's words. Finally, he nodded. "Then I will bring your request to the guild council," he said. "It may take time, but I will see what can be done. In the meantime, stay near this area. If you truly wish to be an adventurer." Jannet inclined his head again, a faint flicker of satisfaction stirring within him. "Thank you." Clyde's lips quirked into a faint smile, the first sign of warmth in his otherwise stoic demeanor. "Don't thank me yet, Sovereign. This is just the beginning." With that, the branch leader turned and began walking back toward the town, the young adventurers following close behind. Jannet watched them go, his mind already turning toward the challenges ahead. The path to understanding and strength was long and uncertain, but he was ready to walk it, one deliberate step at a time. Chapter 34, Bureaucracy and Gambits. Clyde Vistone wiped the sheen of sweat from his brow as the gates of Valos clicked shut behind him. His usually steady hands trembled faintly as he leaned against the solid wood, his breathing uneven. It wasn't the brisk pace of their walk back to the city that had him winded, it was the enormity of what had just transpired. A lizard. Not a lizard, the lizard. 20 feet of predatory muscle and a voice like thunder in a storm. Clyde prided himself on his composure in the face of danger. He'd earned his copper, silver, and gold stripes on campaigns far from here. Monsters, brigands, and even the occasional rogue mage, he'd faced them all with an unflinching blade. But the Sovereign of Newscar wasn't just another obstacle on the road to glory. Clyde glanced over his shoulder at the group of young adventurers who had brought him into this madness. They looked uneasy, trading furtive glances and muttering under their breaths. He could see the questions forming behind their wide eyes, the tension in their stiffened shoulders. Clyde straightened, exhaling a slow breath as he forced a calm facade over his frayed nerves. "All of you, listen carefully," he said, his tone sharp but not unkind. The group snapped to attention, their inexperience showing in the way their nervous energy betrayed their attempts at stoicism. "What you saw, what we all saw, is not to leave this circle. Understand?" The ranger, a wiry young woman with a quick tongue, hesitated for a heartbeat too long. Clyde's piercing gaze silenced whatever protest she'd been about to voice. "Not a word," he repeated, his tone brooking no argument. "The last thing this city needs is rumors of a talking lizard spreading through the streets. I'll handle this. Do you trust me?" The healer, ever the mediator, nodded slowly, her hands gripping the staff she carried. "We trust you, Clyde," she said softly. "But what are you going to do?" Clyde forced a wry smile. "What I do best, navigate bureaucracy and convince the guild not to banish me for even entertaining the idea of bringing that creature into our fold." The younger adventurers exchanged uneasy looks but said nothing further as Clyde dismissed them with a curt wave. He strode toward the guild hall, the imposing structure carved from dark stone that loomed over Valos like a sentinel. His mind churned with possibilities, each one more improbable than the last. By the time Clyde reached his office, his shirt clung uncomfortably to his back. The polished mahogany desk before him, stacked with reports, summons, and letters of grievances, seemed like an insurmountable obstacle compared to the battle he was about to undertake. He sat heavily in the cushioned chair, the leather creaking under his weight, and stared at the gleaming orb sitting on the pedestal to his right. The guild's ethereal convocation sphere was a marvel of magical ingenuity, though Clyde had grown to loathe it. It allowed instantaneous communication with the guild's leadership, an essential tool for emergencies but also a window into a world of red tape and petty power struggles. Today, though, the sphere was his lifeline. He pressed his hand to its cool surface, channeling his will through the arcane lattice that linked it to the Grand Hall of the Adventurers Guild in the capital. The runes inscribed on its surface flared to life, glowing a faint blue as the connection was established. In the blink of an eye, Clyde found himself seated within the virtual chamber of the Guild's High Council. 7 figures sat on their thrones, their faces obscured by the shimmering veils of the projection spell. The grandeur of the ethereal chamber was as overwhelming as always, towering columns etched with sigils, a domed ceiling painted with celestial constellations, and a table that seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction. Hundreds of lesser guild officials, each represented by a faint ghostly outline, sat in the rows of seats encircling the chamber. Clyde knew they could all hear and see him, even if they rarely spoke. The 7 counselors turned their heads in unison as Clyde's image solidified before them. Clyde Vistone, intoned the central figure, her voice clipped and imperious. "You have requested an emergency audience. Explain yourself." Clyde took a steadying breath, keeping his posture upright and confident despite the weight of their collective gaze. "Counselors," he began, his voice even and respectful. "I bring you a matter of great opportunity and equally great complexity." "Opportunity?" One of the counselors echoed, a sneer audible in his tone. "Valos is a backwater post. What could you possibly offer of value from such a place?" Clyde bit back the retort that sprang to his lips. "An ally," he said instead, letting the word hang in the air for a moment. "A being of immense strength and intelligence, seeking to operate within the bounds of our guild." The counselors exchanged glances, their veils rippling faintly with emotion. "What manner of ally?" Another asked, suspicion thick in his tone. And why would such a being come to Valos, of all places? Clyde leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing. He said, his voice deliberately calm. A creature from the northern wilds, the likes of which we've never seen. It possesses intelligence on par with any human, if not greater, and its strength is undeniable. It seeks permission to travel through our lands and to join the guild under our terms. The reaction was immediate. Murmurs rippled through the chamber, the faint outlines of lesser officials shifting uncomfortably in their seats. One counselor leaned forward, her voice cutting through the din like a blade. Are you suggesting we invite a monster into the guild? Clyde met her gaze unflinchingly. We have done so before. Beastmen, elves, even the occasional dragonkin have been allowed entry under similar circumstances. This being is no different. It seeks strength, knowledge, and purpose. And it is willing to abide by our rules to obtain them. Another counselor snorted derisively. And you believe it will follow our rules? That it won't turn on us the moment it decides we're no longer useful? Clyde's hands tightened into fists beneath the table. I believe it has as much right to prove itself as any of us did when we first picked up a blade, he said evenly. It came to us, not as a conqueror, but as a negotiator. It has already demonstrated restraint and intelligence beyond what most would expect. I see no reason to deny it the same chance we extend to others. The council erupted into heated debate, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of opinions. Clyde watched them closely, noting who seemed receptive and who remained firmly opposed. He had anticipated this reaction. The guild's bureaucracy was nothing if not predictable. After several minutes, the central figure raised her hand, silencing the chamber. Clyde, she said, her tone measured. You present a compelling argument, but this is unprecedented. The risks are significant. If this creature were to act against us, the damage could be catastrophic. We have just suffered a major loss in your region. Clyde inclined his head. I understand your concerns, Counselor. That is why I propose a trial. Allow the Sovereign to undertake a series of monitored missions under my direct supervision. If it fails to adhere to our rules, it will be expelled or dealt with as necessary. The chamber fell silent again as the counselors considered his proposal. Clyde could feel his heart pounding in his chest, but he kept his expression neutral, his posture steady. This was his chance, not just for Valos, but for himself. If he could make this work, if he could prove the value of this alliance, it could be his ticket back to the capital, back to the respect and recognition he deserved. Finally, the central figure spoke again. We will deliberate on your proposal. Expect our decision within the week. Clyde nodded, his expression carefully controlled. Thank you, counselors. I await your guidance. The projection faded, leaving Clyde alone in his office once more. He exhaled slowly, the tension draining from his body as the glow of the ethereal convocation sphere dimmed. The hard part was over, for now. As he leaned back in his chair, his mind churned with plans and contingencies. He had gambled everything on this sovereign, and he would do whatever it took to ensure that his gamble paid off. 4 days had passed since Clyde Vistone, the branch leader of the Adventurers Guild, had told Jannet to wait. 4 days of pacing the plains, of sunning himself to stave off the creeping boredom of late autumn nights, of hiding from wary human eyes whenever travelers passed too close. 4 days, and Janet's hunger had begun to gnaw at him with a relentlessness he could no longer ignore. For the first time since leaving Newscar, Jannet truly understood the weight of his sovereign-sized appetite. The sparse rabbits of the plains no longer offered the sustenance he needed. His massive form, nearly 2 tons of muscle and scales, demanded more than these lands could readily provide. Hunger was not just a discomfort now, it was a call to action. The sun had risen high by the time Janet's patience broke. He lay hidden in a shallow depression beneath a lone tree, his dark scales blending seamlessly with the shadows it cast. From his vantage point, he watched as a group of adventurers departed the city gates, their polished armor catching the morning light. Unlike the younger groups he had observed before, these adventurers moved with purpose. Their gear bore signs of heavy use, scratched metal, faded leather, and weapons that gleamed with the dull polish of maintenance rather than newness. Their ranks included 6 members, 2 heavily armored fighters, a pair of mages, and 2 others whose roles weren't immediately clear to Jannet. They spoke in low tones, their voices barely carrying to his hiding spot. Interesting, Jannet thought, his tongue flicking out to taste the air. These weren't amateurs testing their mettle on slimes. These were seasoned hunters. What prey would bring such a group together? Curiosity, coupled with the sharp edge of hunger, spurred Jannet into motion. Keeping low to the ground, he shadowed the group as they moved out into the plains. His natural camouflage, enhanced by his sovereign skills, rendered him nearly invisible against the tall grasses and rocky terrain. The adventurers were cautious, their eyes scanning the horizon and their weapons kept close at hand, but Janet's patience was unmatched. He had stalked prey in the dense jungle of Newskar, where every step risked betrayal by a snapping twig or the glint of sunlight on scales. Here, on the open plains, he was a ghost. The group pressed deeper into the plains than Jannet had ever ventured, their progress marked by a methodical sweep of the area. Hours passed as the sun climbed higher, casting stark shadows across the land. By mid-afternoon, the adventurers seemed to have found their quarry. Jannet froze, watching from a distance as they crouched low, gesturing toward a distant herd of creatures grazing in the tall grass. The beasts were enormous, far larger than any prey Jannet had encountered in the jungle. They resembled bison in shape, their bulky frames covered in shaggy fur that hung in thick clumps from their flanks. Where they weren't furred, they were plated with bony armor, the pale material glinting faintly in the sunlight. Their heads were crowned with massive, curved horns that looked as much a weapon as a defense. Even from this distance, Jannet could feel the weight of their presence. His identification ring pulsed faintly, feeding him information as he focused on the creatures. Flatback bison. Level 16. The adventurers wasted no time. One of the mages stepped forward, her hands weaving complex patterns in the air as an arcane sigil flared to life before her. A bolt of crackling energy shot toward the nearest bison, striking its armored flank with a sharp crack. The beast bellowed in rage, its deep, guttural call reverberating across the plains. The rest of the herd scattered, their massive hooves churning the ground as they fled. The targeted bison, however, turned to face its attackers, its dark eyes glinting with a dangerous intelligence. Lowering its head, it charged. The adventurers braced themselves, their formation tightening as the fighters moved to the front, shields raised. The ground shook beneath the bison's thunderous strides, the air vibrating with the force of its approach. Jannet watched, impressed despite himself, as the group worked in unison. The fighters absorbed the brunt of the bison's charge, their shields ringing with the impact. The mages unleashed a flurry of spells, fire and frost striking the beast in rapid succession. The others, rangers, perhaps, darted to the flanks, loosing arrows that found the vulnerable spots between the bison's bony plates. It took time, but the adventurers wore the creature down. Its movements grew sluggish, its bellows quieter, until a final coordinated strike brought it crashing to the ground. The fighters stepped back, panting and bloody but triumphant, as the mages moved in to inspect the kill. They began to work immediately, carving into the bison's armored hide with practiced efficiency. Jannet noted their excitement, the way they spoke in quick, animated bursts as they harvested what they needed. A worthy hunt, he thought, his own hunger flaring anew at the sight of a fresh kill. That night, under the cover of darkness, Jannet ventured out on his own hunt. He avoided the adventurers' camp, their fire a bright beacon that he instinctively shunned. The smell of their roasted meat drifted on the wind, taunting him, but he focused instead on the task ahead. His hunger demanded satisfaction, and he had no intention of challenging the humans for their kill, not yet, at least. It didn't take long for him to find a herd. The bison had scattered after the day's commotion, but Janet's sharp senses soon led him to a small group. 5 flatback bison lay in a loose circle, their massive forms dark against the starlit plains. Their breaths came slow and steady, plumes of vapor rising into the cool night air. From their scent, Jannet deduced they were young males, likely bachelors driven from the larger herd. His golden eyes narrowed as he sized up the group. They were large, yes, but their youth made them vulnerable. He noted the way they slept, their formation designed to protect against predators but leaving gaps that an experienced hunter could exploit. His claws flexed against the ground as he prepared to strike. Jannet moved with the silent precision of an apex predator, his massive frame gliding through the grass without a sound. He circled the herd, his tongue flicking out to taste the air, his muscles coiling in preparation. Hunger sharpened his focus, dulling the aches that had begun to creep into his body after days of waiting and watching. He chose his target carefully, A bison on the outer edge of the group, its breathing deep and even in sleep. It was slightly smaller than the others, its horns less curved. Jannet positioned himself downwind, his tail flicking once before going still. He moved closer, each step measured and deliberate. His claws sank into the soil without a sound, his massive body undulating with the fluid grace of an apex predator. When he was within striking distance, he coiled his powerful hind legs beneath him, muscles tensing as he prepared to spring. In a blur of motion, Jannet struck. His powerful jaws closed around the young bison's neck, his teeth finding purchase beneath the edges of its bone plating. The creature's eyes snapped open, a guttural bellow of terror and pain ripping through the night. The herd exploded into motion, the 4 remaining bison surging to their feet with surprising speed for creatures of their size. Jannet braced as his prey thrashed beneath him, its powerful legs kicking wildly in an attempt to break free. The others turned toward him, their heavy heads lowered, horns gleaming in the moonlight. One of the larger males pawed the ground, its breath steaming in the cool night air as it prepared to charge. The sovereign tightened his grip, his massive claws digging into the bison's flanks to keep it pinned. He twisted his body, using his weight and strength to drag the creature away from the herd's protective circle. The young male bucked violently, but Janet's jaws held firm, the strength of his bite unmatched. The first charge came suddenly, the lead bull barreling toward him with a speed that belied its bulk. Jannet released his hold on the young bison just in time, pivoting on his hind legs as the bull's horns grazed his side. The impact was like a sledgehammer, the sheer force of the charge sending a shockwave through his massive frame. Pain flared briefly, but it was a distant thing, dampened by the adrenaline surging through him. HP 650-800. The first charge came suddenly, the lead bull barreling toward him with a speed that belied its bulk. Jannet released his hold on the young bison just in time, pivoting on his hind legs as the bull's horns grazed his side. The impact was like a sledgehammer, the sheer force of the charge sending a shockwave through his massive frame. Pain flared briefly, but it was a distant thing, dampened by the adrenaline surging through him. Jannet hissed, his tail lashing as he faced the charging bull. The remaining bison stood their ground, their deep, guttural calls echoing through the plains as they rallied to defend their fallen companion. The young male, injured but not yet dead, staggered to its feet, blood matting its shaggy fur. The second charge came almost immediately, another bull charging from the opposite side. This time, Jannet was ready. He sidestepped with surprising agility for a creature of his size, his tail whipping out to strike the charging bison's legs. The bull stumbled, its momentum carrying it past Jannet and into the darkness. The remaining bison hesitated, their defensive instincts warring with the reality of the predator before them. Janet's golden eyes gleamed as he turned his focus back to his prey. The young male was weak now, its movements sluggish as it tried to retreat toward the herd. Jannet struck again, his powerful jaws clamping down on the creature's throat. This time, there was no escape. The herd bellowed in frustration, their hoofs stamping the ground in a show of defiance, but they did not charge again. Janet's victory was clear. The young male collapsed beneath him, its struggles fading as its life ebbed away. The other bison retreated slowly, their mournful calls carrying across the plains as they left their fallen comrade behind. System notification. Congratulations! You have slain a platback bison, level 13. Experience gained, 320 EXP. Jannet released his grip, his chest heaving as he stood over his kill. The scent of blood filled the air, mingling with the earthy tang of trampled grass. He allowed himself a moment to revel in the hunt, his reptilian instincts thrumming with satisfaction. The hunger that had gnawed at him for days would finally be sated.